But I have an advice for young people in Europe. I know you want to free Palestine, you want to free Congo, you want to free Sudan, you want to free Iran. There's a new one every week. Free Europe. Free Europe from right-wing extremism. Free Europe from fascism. Free Europe from racism. Free Europe from imperialism. When you do this job, as soon as you do this job, Gaza will be free, Congo will be free, Sudan will be free, Iran, forget about us, don't worry about it. Free Europe.
From Kano to Lagos, my brother, you are not normal. Nobody can tell me you are normal. If you near me, I go run. If you near me, I go run. If you can walk with cow, with leg, you use leg. My brother, I don't know what the face. Person wey fit use leg, waka with cow from Sokoto. You know where Sokoto dey for map? From Katsina, from Kano, from Bauchi. You don't look Nigerian map before. You don't look Nigerian map. Why can't we call the owners of this thing to order? Just the way I dey tell you, they say the bandits too. Oshomole na ain't talk this one. I won't use this thing start before I tell you I won't talk today, so that I get things to do. I don't talk if I not do for Nigeria. It is my break from my ancestors say leave, go and walk. My ancestors carry me. I'm not moving by myself. I never go holiday. People close to me are all complaining. My daughter complain all the time. Daddy, only me and mommy have. You never go on holiday with us. Me travel, I don't come up for Nigeria. Except the ancestors push me on my journey. So I believe saying that my time to just recalculate but sometimes I must still just come live. Say, may I not leave my people just in the wilderness. Make I not leave people in the wilderness. They asked Dangote for one interview. They asked Dangote one question. You can find this video about the development of Nigeria. In answer for me was one of the most shocking, but at the same time profound. Not be seen as give deep answer. But I felt for some reason he spoke a truth that himself, I should say, the ancestors just push on to talk that thing. Because in face, after I talk the thing, he should say, I'm not supposed to talk this. Because I don't mean Oshomole. Which I talk about Oshomole. Sorry, which be your name? I'll go back to which I talk about Oshomole. But I won't talk this thing. Okay. Make I not confuse you now. Me I talk the Oshomole before I talk the Dangote since I don't start with Oshomole. Oshomole say, now the general, they involved in the banditry business of Nigeria. See, all those bandits, now generals, the former generals.
I never land though. You see the way the whole hijab and all the whole issue be, when nobody really raised the topic here, we say, waiting with the discourse here, we say there's no respect for motherland people. Whether you like, you dey for inside court, whether you like, you dey waka for streets, the law in itself no allow for federalism. The constitution in itself no allow for restructuring. Our constitution na Oyibo constitution, very ambiguous. You see, Oyibo people, when they set up their constitution, they were far more primitive than we African people, politically. We never do history reach that side, so we could not go into that one. So their law only represents rich people. Our law, where we dey inside our own upbringing of our homes and our history and our tradition, represents everybody. So in our own high sense of personal justice, nobody fit talk say we see justice inside our law. The law is not justice. They go say the law is not just. The law is not justice. So no allow for real conversations to fit erupt or say we won't do federalism. What it be federalism?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, December the 7th, 2025. Welcome to 90 Minutes Africa. On our show today, we have a special guest. You all know him as bandleader, the son of the legendary Fela Anikulapo Kuti, Seun. We are going to have him join us. Seun Kuti will join us in a few minutes. He's consulting with the ancestors. He's ending the meeting of his political party. He will join us in a moment. So bear with us. We are going to bring him on. We've been in touch with him all through today, and he's assured us he will be here in a few minutes. So stay with us. We will get him in. In the meantime, I don't want to keep you waiting. He's aware that we are live, and he will join us in a moment. But I want to have a few conversations with Mr. James while we wait for him to join us. And if you want to come into the studio, those who are privileged people who get the link to this show can come in, and we will have conversation while we wait for Seun Kuti to join us. Mr. James, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you for thanking me.
So the way I frame the conversation today is that I wanted to introduce this show by playing a clip of the people that had planned a coup that in Benin Republic that didn't. I think by now people are saying that the coup did not succeed. The president is back in control, if I'm correct with the latest news. But I wanted to start this show by saying to Seun when he comes in that, you know, the father, Fela, if Fela could look down and see what's happening in Africa today, he would basically say that the more things change, the more they remain the same. There's still coups happening across West Africa. We're still talking about the same issues that the father talked about all his life. And again, this is where we are. What has changed? What is the way forward? That's what we want to discuss today with him when he joins us. But Mr. James, what do you know about the coup in Benin Republic?
No, it is criminal to know something about a coup. If I know, the penalty is very severe. Anyway, they made an attempt. I saw it this morning on the internet. They made an attempt to overthrow the government, but from the look of things, it did not work out the way they planned it. It is not surprising because Benin Republic has been known in the past, when I was a young man, has been known for organizing a series of coups. Even their famous ex-president, Matthew Kerekou, I understand was an army officer who transformed into a civilian, what's called president. What is happening across the whole of, let me say, West Africa, if not the whole of Africa, is the same thing. The youths are rebelling against the system. Unlike my time, there was no internet. We were cut off from the rest of the world. We didn't know what was happening. So it was the very brave soldiers who took the risk to topple governments. But now, the youths are exposed to the entire world, the whole wide world. They know what is happening in Afghanistan up to Zimbabwe. So nothing is new to them. And people of my age seem not to understand how they feel, because they are not, they cut off themselves from the social media. So how the youth feel is very, it's a bit weird to them, because they still look at things from their own perspective. They are what I call BBC, born before computers. Majority of them cannot operate computers. That is how I see it. And Fela actually saw these things clearly. And I refer to Fela as the most misunderstood Nigerian that has ever lived. Because whenever Fela happened to say something very serious, people will say, "Na lie. Who talk? How do you know?" They say, "Fela said it." They say, "Na Christmas, no minor." But what he said, that end him the name Christmas will come to pass, and people will say, "Oh, but Fela taught this thing before." I remember when Babangida was misbehaving, unwilling to hand over. They asked Fela a question. "What have you got to say about the transition program?" Fela said, "As far as I'm concerned, the transition program is dead, because in English language, transition means death. So the transition program is dead." They said the Christmas just started. And actually what happened, the transition died. Babangida could not hand over normally. So that is how things are. Nothing lasts forever. My generation is already passing away. In 20, 25 years from now, we will quit the scene, and should I say more reasonable people, reasonable in quote, more reasonable people will take over the leadership of Africa from them and organize themselves the way they want, because according to Wole Soyinka, my generation is a wasted generation. And I think there's a lot of sense in it. And that is how I see the whole show. Nothing lasts forever. The youth should, all they need to do is to persist. They should not give up.
All right.
Those who winners don't quit and quitters don't win. So they should just persist. It's just a question of time. I might not see the promised land, but as a people, we will surely enter in grand style. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Sully, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I want to believe that is Seun, does he speak for your generation?
He has the same kind of approach that I have towards politicians. We have the same kind of approach, though, in almost everything, almost. I just wish AAC was like that, But
yeah, that's one of the questions I will ask him, in terms of he is having a meeting of the movements for the movements of the people, his own political party. We want to know whether the party is going to fully registered, whether they are going to field candidates in this coming election. But yeah, you talked about ANC. I wanted to ask, what is the difference between him and Sowore and ANC in terms of the approach to the understanding of the political system? What do you think? Where do you think ANC? Is it ANC? What is it? AAC. Yeah, AAC is different from Seun's approach. Where
African Action Congress.
Yeah, African Action. I should know that. Go ahead, Sully. Where do you see the differences?
Well, AAC has more popularity with the people, even though they are not that popular because they are not sharing money. But they also have social media, right? They have a social media presence. They have, a social presence also, I would not say Sahara Reporters is AAC, but, they have the kind of backing that can reach the media houses, because the media houses in Nigeria, they are compromised, even if they don't want to be compromised, they are still suppressed and oppressed. So they can't even say their mind. So they have that kind of outing. But MOP is more of a, they have the approach that can actually, be on the same standing with APC. They just don't have the people. They don't have enough people backing them. I feel like if they go little by little, the same way China, Xi Jinping, his strategy of conquering China, they should do that. AAC is more about, going straight for the head. MOP can start with the grassroots, little by little, encroaching. All it takes is just one win. One win, that's all you need. From one win, you can encroach to a lot. It's the same thing APC did. Everybody wants to go straight to presidency. Nobody wants to do the hard work of grassroots work. So if they do a coalition, MOP can work on the grassroots, You know, they have the same kind of aggression. They expect cunningness, they expect agbero, all the normal things. They are not the kind of people that are the reactionary. They actually have an idea of what is going on ground. It's amazing that you have 200 million Nigerians, and most of them are always oblivious to Nigeria itself. You know, everything is always surprising them. But MOP has that ideology that they know, they understand the people that we're dealing with. They understand the things that need to be done. They don't have any sentiment to add to it. You know, Nigerians are very sentimental, the same way they are so religious. They don't have all those sentimental things holding them. They don't have all those religious things holding them. They are more of action, but they don't have the numbers. They don't have the media. They don't have the backing. They don't really have any support. That's just the difference. I believe they can encroach on Lagos, you know, because they have the ideological backing that Seun's father kept there, which we have people like Burna Boy and Wizkid taking advantage of it for their own personal gains, which I don't understand why Seun allows it, but you know.
Yeah, we are going to talk about that in terms of what the musicians of today are doing with Afrobeats. And
those musicians are no different from the politicians, in my own opinion. No different.
All right, very good. Thank you. Let's talk to a musician, Revolution now. How are you?
I'm fine, brother. Good evening, good day to everybody. Mr. James, respect, sir. Solely, well done.
So we are waiting for Seun to join us. As soon as he comes, we will go straight to him. But in the meantime, so what? You are a musician. When you see his work, one of the things I'm interested in finding out from him is that there is a challenge that he faces, which is common with people whose parents, someone like Fela or Bob Marley, where the son is trying to create his own path. At the same time, he's also trying to honor the legacy of the father. So that's a challenge that he is facing. And also in a music industry that is constantly changing, you know. So what is your take on his approach to that?
Anyway, for me, I like him personally because he's doing what he's supposed to do. Not only representing or taking the footsteps of the father, but at least from what I know about him, I don't know much about him, but I follow him sometimes when he makes his line. In fact, he was here in Stockholm, or they published one time that he was coming to Stockholm. We bought the ticket, but he didn't show up. You know, the reason why, I don't know. I wanted to use that opportunity to support him. That was, I think, 2-3 years ago. I can't remember for sure, but I did everything I could do to go and see him live. But to me, he's doing well for me, you know, especially not only through the music, because Fela's music should not die. And among his children, he's the only one who really fits into Fela's shoe, you know. And also, I follow him online where he talks about himself and his anger with the system, you know. Though I'm not a member of his party, I prefer the going to the head, to cut off the head one time, because that's how you kill a snake, which is so dangerous. You don't know how he's going to meander, and if you are not too smart, he bites you before you. So I like the approach of Shore. Cut off the head so that everything go dabaru, then we start afresh. But he's doing well. I like him, you know, and that's why I came in early, just to listen to him, you know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Doc, I know you're a busy man. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
There was someone yesterday that said, "Oh, I went to school with Femi." He knew Femi. Went to school with Femi. Do you know Fela? And
do I know Fela?
Mm-hmm.
He was my uncle.
Oh, you see, I know that. I just want.
He's Fela's father and my mom's Fela's father, my father's mother's same mother, same father.
Wow.
Yeah, it was my uncle. It was my uncle, but my father couldn't stand him. My father thought he was a very irresponsible man. You know, my father was very close to the professor. They were age mates, so he was very close to the professor. What's it called? Femi, yeah, no. I mean, we're all Sulere guys. He lived close to my house in Sulere in the early 70s. And he went to Bobi College. back in the day, he was the first student that I know of the generation a little bit after me that drove a car to school at age 13.
13?
13, yes. He drove his father's Range Rover, used to drive his father's Range Rover to Gbobi College in Gbobi at age 13. So that craze has always been in the Fela family, you know. But the Kutis, the first generation, they were superbly talented. They had so much going for them, right? This guy, Seun, is like the musician on your platform just said right now. He's the most talented amongst Fela's children, and also happens to be his last child. And he reminds me very much of his father. But Fela was such a larger than life figure that there'll never be another Fela. You know, he was an irresponsible man. Don't get me wrong. He got half of Ghana pregnant.
Wait, Doc. But you know that genius and what we now call responsibility and basically following the norm, they don't go hand by hand. You can't mention anybody who
Yeah. But I think he took his own to another level. You know,
what did he do? We are going to challenge that. You know.
No, Doc. What did he do really, other than he smoked and? What else?
The way he. Fela 70s Fela, oh my goodness. The women, girls run out of their family home to go live in the shrine with Fela, 13, 14-year-old girls. The man was something else, man. I mean, he was a music genius, don't get me wrong, but he was an irresponsible man. Come on. He was my uncle. I knew very well. I could talk about it.
27 women at a go. 27 women.
But he had the foresight, you know. He knew we were going to get to where we are today. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Based on what was going on. I mean, but he had the platform, he had the name, and he had the peers in Basanjo and Abiola. They were peers. They grew up together in Abeokuta. So he knew he could do a lot of things and get away with it because these were people he grew up with. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Seun, like someone said, is a supremely talented person. He's very, very vocal. He's very Kuti. I like him a lot, actually. So let me see what he has to say today. I called him because of that, you know, to support him. I usually wouldn't do that, but since I know that he's going to be on the platform, and I'm very fond of what he represents, that's why I called in.
All right, thank you, Doc. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jide, Seun does a lot talks about Pan-Africanism and the bigger picture beyond just Nigeria, and when he talks about issues. So what do you see in his approach to not just music, but political activism?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damage. It's good to see everyone on the show, and good to hear from everyone that is listening on the comment section. So I'm very excited for this program today, and I'm very excited because of the person that is going to be interviewed. Seun Anikulapo Kuti is one of my first mentors when I started my political journey in understanding politics. You know, when I was in my teens, like 10, 15 years ago. You know, he inspired me to understand Pan-Africanism, imperialism, my beginnings in geopolitics. It was first listening to Seun Kuti. My first set of books that I read were from the books that he talks about, from his interviews and, you know, his shows. So it was my first exposure to politics. So I'm really excited for this. Regarding his movements, I think I participate sometimes, like listening to their program and stuff like that, movement of the people. It's a very slow, organic process. I think his idea was that he didn't want to make it to be a political party. He wanted to make MOP to be a movement when he decided to take the mantle of MOP, because MOP was not founded by Seun Kuti. It was founded by his father, but he decided to take up the mantle. But initially wanted it to be a movement, but now I think he's considering taking it to another level, to becoming a political party. They've had series of challenges. I mean, a lot of MOP's ideology, it aligns with mine. It aligns with my ideology. It aligns with Pan-Africanism. And also, they even talk about like how to incorporate foreign policy, which are the things I talk about almost all the time. You know, they go on debates, have conversations, talk about different topics. So it's a very organic movement. Not a lot of people are on it right now, but they are going through a lot of challenges. I think the last time I followed MOP, I think they were trying to register. He probably will talk more about it, but they were trying to get to be registered by the Nigerian government, but they had a lot of obstacles with that. But yeah, it's my first exposure to politics, and I'm really excited wanted to hear from him today, and I have my questions for him. But yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Femi.
I'm going to join you guys later, please. Let me just prepare. Yeah.
All right. Femi, welcome.
Yeah. Doctor, I will use this opportunity to call you Oludu for not knowing the name of for getting it wrong, and for rearranging the panelists and putting me after GD. Yes,
I'm not the one doing these things. Sometimes,
doctor, I'll
put my hands up these days.
I'll repeat it again. The box stops at your table, and Oludu. That said, I met Seun when I need to ask him. I think he went to Adebayo Mokolu secondary school in Anthony Village, but I met him through a cousin of mine. That one, you know what we call Kulu? That my cousin was Kulu, so they were a perfect pair. But at the time, he came across as someone that was really unassuming. So, and he was pretty young then. It was a time when he was probably not even yet 20. So to see him transit to where he is gotten to now, I find it quite very transformative, in my opinion. But that aside, just like Doctor had said earlier, I find him very, very, it could be controversial, but I find him very, very knowledgeable, very, very smart. He's easily the smartest of the Kutis of his generation, and even those his older brothers and sister. You know, I listen to him every once in a while that I can. And just like GJ also spoke to, he's led me to places I never would have thought I wanted to go to. And there's a particular question I want to ask him, if I get to ask a question regarding something I was listening to. I don't know if you know Ben Norton. For those who I disagree with about, especially with respect to, in this case, what the US actually wants to help us with, which I'm not necessarily against with, but I just think we should have some foresight and look to where we're coming from and look at the underlinings of the way the world operates. So I look forward to, I think a lot of people are going to find him extremely knowledgeable, especially those who do not listen to him, even those who disagree with him extremely. If they'll open their hearts, they'll find it very a rewarding session today. That's all I'm going to say for now.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Uche, welcome.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
Mr. Rudo Humbedoma.
How are you?
Am I coming to you?
Yeah,
okay. So, Mr. Rudolph, I could have led my own complaint, but our brother have already led the same complaint. I don't know, you're a master of reshuffle. You always reshuffle. You always reshuffle the system. But you have already denied that it's not your fault. No problem. So the issue of the person we have on board today, Mr. Seun, I think Fela's son. Yeah, I respect that family, because to do such sacrifice is not a day job. I I think I saw him joining the party Omo election already, AST, I think. So the day I saw him, I just remember the slap he gave the policeman. So I think when these people win this election, they will not be slap. They will not be slapping every policeman they see on the street or giving everyone slap to. You know, Nigeria need a kind of treatment. Some youth and some in fact, mainly the politicians, because as we see them from far, like a 15 minutes memory, there is some certain spirit we need to slap out of them, mainly the politicians. Maybe the kind of radical party need to come up to slap some thunder out of them, because when you look at Nigerian system, you think why when someone will see something, you know, this thing is not proper, and they try to support because it's my own person, it's my own man. So only thing I can talk about Mr. Seun is this. I love someone being such radical to use it to make some correction, which the area or at the angle of wrong. And some people keep on doing the wrong thing. So maybe they need to be forced out of that wrong, because anything should not be civil. Everything should not be civil, because the Nigerian system need. I think we hear what happened this morning. Coup in Benin. In Benin, we am trying to, because I have seen that a certain business in Nigeria may trap me somewhere because of their law every time. So I said a business there in Benin. So when I saw this news this morning, like, what is going on? What is going on? I have put the investment there. So what is going on? So what I'm talking about is that it's like Nigeria needs such a thing. Nigeria needs it like by force, to force some certain spirit out of that country from men and the women. So such man, when I had yesterday, or when I saw some days ago, you put him on this thing to have been program. I want to get some idea from him, because he has the courage to come out to challenge some certain wrong. So let me just hold it there. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Uche. Mr. James, let me come back to you. He's known to his views about religion is one of those that a lot of people on this platform may find difficult to swallow. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Mr. James.
Yeah, you mean Fela's view?
No, Seun's view.
No, I'm not very. You know, when I was in Nigeria, he had not come to limelight, so I don't know much about him. I left over 40 years ago. Maybe he was not even born there, I don't know. If it is his father, okay, I might be able to say something about him. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not far from what his father believed when.
Okay, yeah. You see, the issue is that in Africa, the whole of Africa, we are sort of intoxicated with this issue of imported religions. They come and tell us Jesus Christ is this, Muhammad is this. I think Fela sang with it. How did he put it? Imam Nakbaladu, Archbishop Nameleki, something like that, you know. Now, if it is imported, we embrace it. Some are even embracing Buddhism and other forms of religion. But African traditional religion, they see it as witchcraft, satanic, devilish, which of course is not the case, because every religion has its own teachings, principles, and what have you. So African traditional religion is just a religion like any other religion. So that should be, exported as well, if possible. And I think the slave trade has done us some sort of good, because I was told that in Brazil, they practice African traditional religions over there. That is a form of export. What's it called? A religion that has been exported, though not deliberately. That is how I see religion. And anyway, though I'm not religious, I belong to no religion. Actually, African religion, to me, should be on equal footing with any other religion. Christianity is not more religious than ATRO. That is just how I see it. That is, if God exists. because I believe that even the idea of God that cut across all religions is, should I say, nonsensical. It doesn't make sense to me that there's a superhuman or being somewhere controlling the affairs of man and all those kind of stuff. Those are just,
All right.
I don't mean to offend anybody, it's just, I mean, it's very childish to hold God responsible. I don't know how to put it. Anyway, God does not exist. That is just my belief. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Sully, let me come back to you. One of the things I was thinking about him probably taking the MOP, the direction that Bobby Wine, if you guys know Bobby Wine from Uganda, how he took Bobby Wine, took his own political music and politics together, and actually is a major opposition leader in Uganda. Maybe that's what Seun is trying to do. We'll find out today. But also, if you remember Julius Malema, when you think about Shore's approach and in terms of Julius Malema and what he's doing in South Africa, are you saying that you would prefer to have Shore's party start that way, be part of the system and go up instead of, I've never had this idea of killing the snake from that was what they were trying to do. But what do you think, Sully? Let me hear from you.
I don't really know much about the Ugandan guy, Bobby Wine. I don't know, but from what you said, he used music to, no, all our current musicians are selfish and self-centered. So let's just forget that happening. But I don't really know much about Bobby Wine, and they are fleecing off the hard work of Fela. That's the most annoying part. They are just, I don't think if he was alive, you even like people like Wizkid. They are using his symbols, doing like this, just to profit off it. Very selfish, self-centered people. And I don't even know, maybe they're supposed to be paying, what's this thing when your music has
copyright, royalty.
Royalty, and their family is supposed to. I don't think they are getting royalty. They are, like I said, they are just leeches, not different from politicians, giving nothing back, taking everything. So I don't think they can go that way unless Seun enforces it, which is not from what I see though. But you cannot just have one fixed approach. You must attack from everywhere. Go for the head, go for the tail, go for the middle. Whichever one wins, you claim it as victory. Every day for the thief, one day for the owner. The owner just means one day. You don't know where you catch it from. AAC is focusing on the head. MOP, I don't know where they are focusing, but I feel like they should focus on grassroots, because AAC, they cannot take all that hard work and start focusing on grassroots. Somebody has to be in charge of it. You see, Tinubu is not coming down to look at grassroots politics. He has people there that are doing the work. That's why before he says anything, all his underlings, they've already posted speech, they've already spoken for the presidency. You have to have people in every level fighting the battle. And like I said, you just need to win one. You encroach. When a rat or a cockroach enters your house, they don't just come and they say they want to take over. They start little by little. They look for all the nice spots, all the corners. Even spiders self. Spiders study your pattern. The only time you find a spider is when you've changed something from your pattern. That is how they come, little by little. They are not just wanting to just come and take over. So grassroots policies is important, and AAC does not have the aggression. They are too much, they have this pacifist mindset, peaceful protest, all these kind of things. It's necessary, but to win grassroots, you are not going to get it that way. You are dealing with Agberus. You are dealing with Agberus with backing. But the good thing about Agberus with backing is that nobody cares about them. Their family don't care about them. The people that are backing them don't care about them. So these people are touchable. Nobody cares about them. If anything happens to them, nobody cares. Even the people that support them, they don't even care. So when you start going for those kind of people, you can have a chance at winning. Not when you are going for people that people care about. Like now, if you want to go for a governor in a state, let's select the worst state in the country. Let's say the governor is even committing genocide on them. You will still have people in the state supporting him. So you can't really go for the head easily, but you can surprise the head. By the time the head looks and he sees that everything below is chopped up, then it's very easy to take the head. This is the same thing APC did. You have to work on that grassroots politics. And You know, we want easy results, easy results. You're not going to, it's not going to come easy. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be excruciating. You know, they are going to frustrate you more than they've ever frustrated you. But you just need one win. That's just it. Just one win. And MOP has the ability to conquer that grassroots politics. So they need to do a coalition with AAC. Let AAC be in the front. Let MOP be the one making sure that, you know, the surrounding is okay. This is war. This is war.
All right, thank you. Before I come to Dominic, a lot of people are asking, is he coming? He's going to come? He's coming. I'm trying to reach him to have an idea. He's in a meeting, the political parties meeting. You know how these things go. But as soon as I get the information from him, I'll let you know. Mr. Dominic, welcome to the show. You're muted.
Hi, we know.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. I was just reading up on MOP. Why? Because as I was such MOP. Well, it's nice to see you all. I was actually tuning in to listen to Seun, but I'm guessing he's a little bit delayed. What is he doing, Rudolph? Which political party?
MOP.
MOP is alive.
It's alive. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Fela Anikulapo Kuti started. Okay.
Say it again.
Apparently, I was just reading up on it. And it says left-wing Pan-African political movement originally formed by Fela in 1979, but quickly became inactive due to Fela's confrontation with the government.
I'm sure it's an enemy that edited that Wikipedia.
Anyway, in other news, I woke up this morning to Sarah reporters posting about the video of a coup in Benin Republic, and then next thing I know, a couple of hours later, it's a foiled coup. So
it happens.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like the one they wanted to do against IBB, Gideon, the Gideon one. They went to the radio station, never arrested IBB, didn't arrest this president, and they just took over the radio station and declared coup. I mean, if you don't arrest the president, you're not in control. That's one. Two, a lot of people may ask, if Benin Republic looks better than Nigeria. I heard once you cross the border, it looks way much better. But I think the important thing here is how the people of Benin Republic feel about what's going on in terms of the economy. I heard that recently the legislature changed the term duration for the presidency from 5 years to 7 years. So if someone manages to rig election twice, they'll be in office for 10 years. For 14 years. While if they rig in Nigeria, they'll be there for 8 years. So you can see the difference. But anyway, what else have you guys been talking about, Rudolph?
No, we're just getting people's view of Seun, who will be our guest, and why they're here.
He's a table shaker. I don't expect anything less. Sometimes my assessment of him is today his views may sound more mainstream, or it may sound palatable. Tomorrow, his view may sound totally ludicrous or almost like conspiracy theory. So it's just, I think it depends on what day you catch him. That's what I personally feel. But the one thing that is consistent is he's always pushing the envelope in terms of what people believe in. And that's one thing I like about him. Just like his father. Never settle for the status quo. Keep pushing.
When you say controversy, what's controversial? What give an example?
I intentionally decided not to listen to him. Some of what he said recently, because I just wanted to hear from the horse's mouth rather than having opinions formed, so I can keep an open mind. But he's someone that often wants to go against the grain. I think I can't remember, there was some of the things that he talked about during the last election cycle, which I thought was a little unbalanced. That's how I'll put it. So, but let's see what he says today.
All right. So there are people who, yeah, the moment I announced that he will be on the show, they started reacting, and one of their issues were his position on Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, which we will get to. Some of the things he said about them, and then of course the politics of Nigeria, where you have the lines of divide. So we'll get to that. Those are some of the things I know. Jide, do you want to say something?
We'll just ask him to summarize some of his positions at the end of the day. I mean, because people's realities may change with time. So you never know. Maybe his view is different today. So we'll ask him and see what he thinks.
All right, Jide.
Yeah, for me, I think Seun Kuti is fairly consistent, in my opinion. I think what happens is, listening to Seun Kuti, I think the way he analyzes issues is always looking at the cause of the problem. It doesn't come like, oh, this is a solution, I have a solution for you. That's number one. Like, he's always looking at the problem from an historical context. He's always looking at the problem from a societal point of view, So he looks at it from every angle. I feel like, as a result of that, I do not feel he's inconsistent as a result of that. Like today, can talk about, how, the West plays a role in hampering our economic development. And tomorrow, he could blame the people in power in Nigeria. In my opinion, that is not inconsistent. I think he's trying to analyze all the issues that we have in Nigeria from different angle. Sometimes you even read, there are some, in fact, why I love Seun Kuti is that a lot of his opinion is not based on emotions. It's based on analysis that have been done and verified. Like, it comes from some of his shows. We even read books that have been written by great intellectuals and educate people on things we don't know. Like, I can give examples. Like one of the books that changed my life politically, that I read almost 10 years ago, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, written by Paulo Freire. It changed my life politically. A lot of the things that probably I wouldn't have known now, but reading that book, that was one of the first books I read. And that book changed my life. The way I think about politics, the way I see politics. The point I'm making is that he sees things from different angles, from a philosophical angle, from a geopolitical angle, from even analyzing local politics. I think the point is that everything is connected. It doesn't make want to be a conspiracy theory to me or make his position to be inconsistent. But I'll stop there. Thank
you. Anybody else wants to say something before I?
Yeah, Doctor. So I just wanted to.
Okay, go on, my brother, go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Femi, go ahead. Femi, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So something I just wanted to add to between what Jide and Dr. Dominic said earlier previously was while I don't necessarily agree with him 100%. Again, he always introduces perspectives. I think he's very good at storytelling, if you will. He's very, very good at laying a foundation for where he's heading to. That's one thing I've noticed, and that's why even for things that I may have slightly differing opinion to his thoughts of how he arrives at his thought processes, he always seems to have a way of, that's just me personally now, he always has a way of arousing certain thoughts that I never may have initially thought about. For example, during the elections, he took a position on Peter Obi, which kind of angered, and I think it was the same for Femi, the other brother, which, if you recall, really angered a lot of people, rightfully or wrongfully. And in fact, I kind of guess that's one of the questions you may or may not want to ask him, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get that. People are going to come for him for that. But ultimately, I still like the fact that he dishes it out to everybody, including Tinubu, because I would have had a problem with him if he went for Peter Obi, for example, and he didn't go for Tinubu. So he sees a lot of these guys as equal opportunity offenders. And that for me is something I would like a lot of Africans, Black people, Nigerians, irrespective of ethnicity or religion, to take home. Because for someone young, still so young compared with a lot of people even on this platform, I think there's a place for sentiments and emotions, but there's also a place for realism, no matter whose ox is God. Because me, I do not worship anybody. I'll leave it that way.
Uche, go ahead.
So what I wanted to add there is this. When you mentioned about Julius Malema in South Africa, the EFF party, I always follow all this. I always follow them to understand how their politics system run. Bobby Wine in what do you call it, in Uganda or something like that?
Uganda.
Yeah. So I follow these people, and they are making waves. But do you know the issue? The issue is that the white people that in their country controlling Africa, they have a very serious collaboration with the ruling parties. When I mentioned the ruling parties, all these big giant, nothing but to defraud Africans and work with their white master slaves. So they will try all their best to suppress these parties we are seeing. But one thing I like from Julius Malema is this. That is the kind of approach he used to organize a very huge market to work. And from all over the world, youth of Africa support him, like how youth of Africa support what is this military from Burkina Faso? Yeah. But when you come to when you come about Bobby Wine, so we find out that they use a kind of approach like a gentleman. But no matter their approach, you will see the government trying to force them to be violent so that they will use that violence against them. I find there's such a thing from Omoyele Sowore. I support that young man Omoyele because the kind of courage he has, Nigerians supposed to support him more. They have supported him before. He make an attempt, but this is a kind of person. I'm telling Nigerians, the kind of person that can make things work in that Nigeria to shake these political parties, because I know it may be difficult for the party to reach the power. But to shake that table, Omoyele Sowore have the capacity, because this guy faced the bullet. He don't care. But when you look at the young man Kuti or something like that, based on his party, he just sometimes I take him serious, sometimes I don't take him serious. But if he can come later, maybe they can use a strategic movement. Maybe when they divide to get the mind of people, they will come together to join with let's say with Omoyele Sowore, AAC party, and with maybe some small parties. When they come together, they are going to make a move, a very strong move, and it will scale this man in power. They will scale them, because one thing I understand, that these people, they use military, yes. They use police, the arms, to scale the masses. But when the force come with this united force, you will see them. They will be on run. They will be scared, because I know they're scared. So Nigerian youth or Nigerian men and women may use this strategy. When they divide, they come together at the end, be very, very strong to make a move. They will strike. Strike, what I mean is not by violence, but they should follow someone like Julius Malema from South Africa, how he do his politics. He's a very strategic man. Maybe the issue of Fernand De Carlo or Simon Ekpa, you know, the guy is a kind of I love him with his courage. But the kind of people he attack, I see it as somebody tribalic. He's doing tribalic something. Maybe I don't want to say much about it because sometimes we take him as a joke, sometimes we take him serious. So he's not consistent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Uche. At this point, I think we take a break. When we come back, I will have news for you. I will make efforts to reach him, and then I will let you know what the call is. So once again, thank you so much for staying with us.
Carrot approach. So no more carrots. Stick only. Stick only. This is what it means. Say Trump say they are closing down USAID. This is what it means to us Africans. We as Africans are supposed to prepare now for a hardening of the West. That the West wants to harden itself. Now somebody prepare, not somebody talk about it and say these people are ready now to unleash hardness, unleash wickedness. They want to bring us by force to our knees. Instead, we talk rubbish, we jubilate. See, is there American embassy in your country? Yes or no? If there's American embassy in your country, please, brothers and sisters, CIA operation in your country is still moving very well. I repeat, if there's CIA operation going on in your country, if there's American embassy still open in your country, anywhere you are, the CIA in that country is still moving very well. USAID or no US, they close 100 USAID. American government embassies open.
International Egypt Haiti, as you can see. Bonjour. I would love to introduce to you all the beautiful members of this family. Egypt Haiti, in case you don't know, is born by the legacy of Fela Anikulapo Kuti, father of Afrobeat. Everybody say yeah. From Lagos, Nigeria, our beloved bandleader. Show your love. On bass, Kule Justice. On guitar from Algeria, Anis Benadak. On drum from Martinique, West Indies, Mario Orsinet. On baritone saxophone from Paris, France, Nicolas Sakelario. On trumpet from Paris, France. Valentin Pelé. On tenor saxophone from Martinique, West Indies. Myself, Fab Smith. Now, it's time to welcome the African Queen. We're gonna dance and sing for you this afternoon. Ladies and people, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Blessing Etiette, s'il vous plaît. Show your love, show your love. Wow. He's here. The chief priest of Afrobeat, the man from the people, for the people, by the people. He's my brother. He's your brother. He's our brother. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your love to Seun Anikulapo Kuti.
All right. All right, welcome back, everybody. If you can hear me, thank you for staying with us. We unfortunately have not been able to reach our guests. Just for context, yesterday, Burna Boy was here in New York City. He performed at the UBA Arena, and my daughter went there for the concert. It was supposed to start at 8. Burna Boy showed up at 10. So there are circumstances that sometimes it leads to stuff like this. But we are going to continue conversation until another 30 minutes. If we didn't hear from him by then, we will reschedule him for another day. I'm sorry to report this, but we were in touch with him throughout the night today, this morning, but he told me he was going into a meeting and hopefully it wouldn't interrupt. So I haven't been able to reach him. All right. Jide. So this is most people don't understand the life of an entertainer who is also a politician. He's also a politician. when you are in the field of booking, we you have to know that these things sometimes they happen. You can't control that. Most of the time, people don't actually. If you know the day-to-day life of some of the people we bring on this show and how we navigate the process, it's what it is. But let's hope that in the next 20 minutes he will join us. If not, we'll reschedule. He wants to do this. He agreed to do this more than a week ago. So it's not something that we just suddenly decided that it's not going the way we thought. Yeah, go ahead. Jide, you want to say something?
Yeah, I really hope he joins. And I hope that if he joins, it's not going to take it's not going to be a session where if he joins, it's going to be just like an hour interview and.
No, I'll scale back. I'm more interested in you guys having opportunity to talk to him than questions I have. We have we have multiple questions that will last like 3 hours, but that's not what we do. Sometimes we keep them aside and let you guys talk to the guest. Yeah. All right. So Dominic.
I was really looking forward to hearing him speak, quite honestly. Well, if he doesn't join, someone was saying we should maybe interview Mr. James.
James has no. Actually, let me show you guys some of the preparations we had put in place. Let me show you. This is one of the surprises we had for him. This is a picture of Seun Kuti taken by Okendibe when he was still very small. And then we have hold on, guys. Because sometimes we put in some work in this, preparing this for these things.
Okay, took this picture himself?
Yeah, he took that picture himself.
How okay is?
Okay, was a reporter in Nigeria, and this is this was done by somebody who thought that if we could find Fela will be talking about that this is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased. Just like the where you have baptism of Jesus, John the Baptist, and and Anyway, so there are things that we put in place in preparation for this show.
Maybe in the meantime, Rudolph, we can play some of his recent comments if you have clips.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of clips of him. Let's see.
Racism is the politicization of science as the only path to knowledge. So it's only you cannot know anything except you learn this Oyibo way and go through this secondary, primary, university, which is a lie. Which is Bill Gates didn't finish school. How many of them ruling the world today were terrible students, or didn't finish school in any way, what shape or form? You understand?
Was just said
no, let's not talk about these ones here. These ones here are not even in the level we are discussing. These are really the smallest men in the world. Like, I'm not even talking about money. I'm just talking about in spirit. Like, their spirit is so small. Like, like if we could look at if there was a spirit mirror, like a crystal ball, to look at their spirit, to take a. And they look for internet. I don't see one article by a credit alert journalist. You see, this is how say these people are. They article. They write the article from innocent. Give him, make him put his name under, as a credit alert hungry journalist.
All right.
If he doesn't join, someone was saying we should.
No, hold on. I have news for you guys.
James has no. Actually.
All right, I have news for you guys. I just got a message from him. He thought he was starting at 5, but so he could do it before the meeting. Now that he said he would join us at 8:30 p.m. Nigerian time, so that will be in another 30 minutes.
Sounds cool. Awesome. Good news.
So I think that's what it is. Yeah, in another 30 minutes he will join us. So he apologized for this initial, the exchange rate, the time difference. So he thought that we were going to be done with the interview before he joins his meeting. The meeting is so he will be here and talk to us. So I'm happy to
Mr. Ida, not to interrupt you, before I forget this, I will not you maybe find a way to get Mr. Dr. Makanga. Dr. Makanga, if you can try to reach him, so maybe you can give him your platform. You need to talk to him.
Who is Dr.? I think Uche, your line is not good. So maybe you can go out and come back. It's not good at all.
Am I coming clear now? No.
It's clear now when you talk, but there's feed coming from your end when your audio is on. So.
But I think, but if I'm coming clear now, I'm trying to tell you about Mr. Dr. Mastanga, the one that have I think Miro TV, something like that. He always speak about Africa. So some people will know him.
Okay, send me his contact. Send me his name. Yeah, just text me.
Yeah, I know about Dr. Matanga. He's also contending the Biafra movement. Has also represented what's the Simon Ekpa. He's the one who took the Simon Ekpa's case to the ICC, and he's also taking the case of Nnamdi Kanu to ICC. He has also been the one behind the movement in Cameroon against the people, the Ambazonia people. So he's been all over Africa fighting for the rights of oppressed in Africa. He's quite very influential. He's an international lawyer and a diplomatic figure that many countries use in international relations and diplomacy around the world. He's quite influential when it has to do with international processing and what do you call it now? Adjudication for people. So I think he's an expert in that area. Very, very influential in Africa. And yeah, it will be a pleasure if we can get him here. I have his contact. I may try to see it from my own end if I can be able to pull that through.
All right. So for those who were asking us to play his music, for copyright reasons, we can't play music. You don't just play up people's music.
Yeah, Rudolph, we're not asking me of my view on the individual.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead, KJ. You just came. Welcome.
Thank you, and it's good to see Dr. Dominic. Dominic also, and why is Soji? Soli is an interesting figure. I like his commentary and how he sees, his worldview is very, very interesting to me. I like that, It broadens this, the spectrum, which helps you think beyond what you are thinking, and that's a very positive side. Please off that for me. Sorry, a positive side for the young Nigerians. For Seun Kuti, I got introduced to Fela's music by a friend of mine who's going to be with the Lord now, bless his soul. Right from, our days in 8 years, 10 years, 11 years, whenever we come to his birthday party, he says his father, I want Fela's music. So maybe today we'll begin to listen to, if you call African woman, go agree, he go say, I believe you. So we've been listening to that, and eventually somewhere in our secondary school, we got to hear of this small boy, who used to follow his father to the stage, and we used to love him because he was quite articulate. He sounded more like his father. Many of us accepted his philosophy to be a clear representation of his father, even much more than his elder brother. And unfortunately, Fela went very early before we could identify him as a prophet of some kind, because majority of what he has spoken has come to be in Nigeria. Okay, for Seun, he comes across to many people in different ways. For me, sometimes he comes, yes, as being able to articulate properly what, with the mindset of generality of the people. I'm not going to say what people would want, mindset of generality of the people, because at each point of your discussion, people will agree, people will disagree. I've come to realize that is how the world works. So some of his views are well articulated and welcomed by even me, but some I also do not appreciate, because he, first of all, one of the things he says about Nnamdi Kanu, that Nnamdi Kanu is very insulting, he insults everyone, but he does the same thing. He also insults people. He talks about people, and just when he gets offhand, though he talks about them the way that you would not think he should talk about them. So in that base, if you are now blaming this individual, then that's a problem. Then he talks about religion. I don't know why people always say the white man religion. The other day, somebody was talking to me, and I said, if you think it's white man religion, and if you know anything about the Igbo culture, read the Igbo culture and then read about the book of Leviticus. Let's see which is older. Is it the Igbo tribe or the Bible? So if the Igbo tribe is older than the Bible, it then means that somewhere, somehow there's a mix-up. So let's not be quick to say it's the white man's religion. Let's be quick to say we didn't start the documentation of these things that happen, because it may just be the other way around. Well, that's my belief. I'm not trying to force that on anybody's belief. So when he takes two extreme, positions about religion and what people should believe or not believe, it becomes difficult for you to be able to make headway in that. And you may turn off some other people who ordinarily will be rooting for you. And I think that is where, if you ask me if I was one of his guys, I would say find a way to, bring yourself towards the middle so that you can be able to bring into your boat much more people, okay? And finally, I will say this, concerning political party, and I agree with Jide, is it Jide or somebody make this contribution earlier. If we all keep playing to our own gallery, playing to our own, pandering to our own people and our own small set, we will never be able to come to the place of making a full recovery and taking over the system. We must find a way to accommodate people. Shore must find a way to accommodate P2B. P2B must find a way to accommodate Shore. Seun Kuti, if he's seriously going into politics, must find a way to come to the round table with these guys to work around it. Now, if you do that, you will bring into your net much more people. You may not be able to learn how to climb the highest palm tree from the very day you begin to learn how to climb tree, but you start from somewhere. Where that somewhere may be may not be a perfect start, but it's somewhere. Okay, you cannot become a disciple of Christ just because you met him the first day. You have to first learn the ropes. So if we all come together into the net, we will not be able to walk the rope. The good people will continue to be with the good people. The bad people obviously will fall out. But at that time, you will have gained some height. You will have gained some height in that process. And so you guys can easily and without any form of restriction take over the system and then change it to what you want. Somebody was talking about Julius Malema, who I follow also. We love Julius Malema, but we don't love Nnamdi Kanu. What's the difference between Julius Malema and Nnamdi Kanu? They all articulate the same thing. They all speak with force and fierceness. They all speak in the same way. And they don't give a damn of whether you like it or not. The whole South African government went against Julius Malema. He never backed down. He said the song, even if whoever in the world doesn't like it, that is their song. And he still sang the song. Okay? I still sang until tomorrow. He will still sing the song whenever he's having a rally. But in our own situation, if this guy was there, we will have condemned him, especially if he's an Igbo man. And when I say that, people say I'm pandering to tribe. No, that's the truth of the matter. We would have condemned him. We would have, find a way to brandish him as a separatist and a terrorist. So this is the problem that we face. We like to admire the people who are outside, but our own people, we call them nonsense. We don't see the value in them. Let me tell you something about Fela. Fela, when he was alive, it was the West that was appreciating his effort, not the Nigerians. We threw his mother down the staircase. We put him in prison. We did all kinds of things. We never listened to his gospel. It was when he had gone, we say, oh, this was a great man. That's always the case. When Awolowo was here, we didn't see his good. The West didn't even see his good. Let us not talk about other people. They fought him to a standstill. When he went, they say, oh, this will have the president Nigeria never had. That was the title we used in burying him, right? So these are things we must come around. And the only way to deal with this is by making sure that we remove that sectionalism that have eaten deep into the fabric of our nation and may not be able to change if we don't put, articulate proper steps to bring it to an end. I rest my case, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you.
KJ, did you visit the shrine? KJ, did you visit the shrine? Did you go to Fela's shrine when he was alive?
No, I wasn't. Of course, I wouldn't have gone there when he was alive. You know, I'm not in the PSA level. So, but I did a story. There was a time I had a story in Lagos, and my crew guys said, let's go to Fela's shrine. And that's one of the questions I want to ask Seun when he comes. Or you can ask him that question. That, when we went to his shrine, his grave, we saw that he had the symbol which most of us identify as a symbol of the Illuminatis. So the question is, was he one of them? If not, why is that symbol over his grave? Or does it mean something else? I don't know. I'm just, asking. Okay?
All right.
Now, KJ, I have a question. Is it the Oris eye that you call Illuminati? The Oris eye, like a high?
Yeah. Not the
triangle, right?
Yes.
Triangle.
Yes.
It's not Illuminati. Oh my God. That thing is not Illuminati. Okay. Anyway, it's
okay.
I know what you're talking
you can explain to us what is it?
Yeah. Historically, there's a symbol like that. It's actually from Africa. Like a pyramid, right? From Egypt, right?
You have
it's even in dollar. Yeah, it's of historical and spiritual significance, but I'm not sure if it's necessarily Illuminati. The origin of that sign is even from Africa. It's from Egypt, right? It's actually from Egypt. So now I don't know anything about Illuminati, right? It's possible that there's Illuminati and they use that sign, but the origin of that symbol is from Africa. It's an Egyptian symbol, but that's by the way.
Okay, so if you study a little bit of the great, that's the picture. Now, if you study a little bit
of
that
makes
symbol,
sense. Yes.
The symbols in Africa and what is being used now, most of them originated from Egypt. The eye of Horus talking about came from Egypt.
Egypt, yes.
So I don't know why you are trying to say it is not the same thing.
But Egyptian civilization was never Illuminati. But Egyptian civilization.
If those other ones adapted this symbol, why do you think they didn't adapt also from Egypt?
Yeah, if you look at the dollar sign, this thing is there. Some of these things were exported from Africa. Some of these so-called spiritual whatever in Europe, some of them were exported from Africa. Even the idea of Oris, Isis, anyway, I don't want to go deep into this. But some of these symbols, cultural significance, theology or spirituality is from Egypt. And understanding African spirituality, it is connected to Egypt. It may not have anything to do with Illuminati. It may not have anything to do with Illuminati. But like I said, I don't know anything about Illuminati. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But what I can say is it's possible that there's a cult called Illuminati and they use all this sign. But what I know for sure is that the origins of all these things trace back to Africa and African spirituality. That's the point I'm making.
Okay. Whichever way it is. And I also want to respond to the guy who says that Nnamdi Kanu is not a Pan-Africanist. How are you sure? How do you know? If some of you didn't even follow this book, you just come up and make very unguarded statements. This is the same person who said if Biafra ever comes, the whole of the Western Africa will supply them gas free of charge. They won't have to pay for it because that's not what Biafra is going to be built on. Biafra is going to be built on knowledge, understanding, brain work. That's what the world is being used to run, not on oil. You run the world with your brain work. So when you say that, I don't understand, okay, how you say that. But it's okay because, not all of us understand what Nnamdi Kanu stands for. That's why we criticize him and say all kinds of things about him. If you understand it, may you appreciate his position whenever his name is mentioned. I rest my case. Thank you, Jide, for that. And that if it's not correct, I'm glad that Rudolph was able to pick out that picture. So he knows that I'm not, as some people say, when I'm speaking certain things that don't line up with them, they call you a propagandist and a conspiracy theorist. But that, at least Rudolph helped me here to save me from those who later come and begin to write all kinds of stuff on this place. All right, thank you, sir. It will be a great pleasure to really talk to him because he's a great interviewer. He gives you what you need. He also entertains you at the same time. I mean, he has all that put together, okay? And he's not afraid to get into the controversial, realm. But if you ask me, I would say let him reduce majority of that, especially if it's now venturing into politics. Politics require, what do you call it? Politics require people, numbers. So those numbers is what makes politics. And sometimes we don't understand this as beginners in politics or people who even have strong position on certain issues. So if you can manage that, then when you get into government, you can bring the change that you desire. But that change doesn't come except you are able to manage yourself into position. No matter how much Bobby wine scheme, right, decides to do in Uganda, he cannot outwit that elderly man who has been there, yes, for how long? Because we always, just like that, that's why I was praising Soli earlier on. He says the right thing. You see, you can't do these people, you can't outpower them. It's just like what Kanu was saying. You cannot jail me. Today he's in jail. Okay? The system is built such a way that they will come down on you who wants to stand against it. So the best thing to do is to behave like the little snakes inside the mother cobra. You eat through your system, and then eventually you find out the bigger system is gone. But if you want to go and say you will, take off the head, and it may finish you before you even start anything. We must learn to operate from inside to destroy the whatever system that's holding all of us captive. Because Nigeria is a great country. It's a great. We don't even need to go anywhere to be great. I'm telling you the truth. I had the privilege of traveling around Nigeria, and that's why I say if I was ever the president of Nigeria, Plateau State and Benue State will be my hub, agricultural hub. Everything that how to do with agriculture will be in that place, because those people have very rich soil that can grow anything. But instead, we're here playing and going outside and looking for food from other nations when we have what can give us food. Look at Niger State. They say some places are ungoverned spaces. Why can't those ungoverned spaces become farmlands? What are you doing with the money? Why can't those ungoverned spaces become the ones that employ those people who are close to those rural areas? What we have in the East in the 70s and the early 60s, which is called the farm settlements. You build a community, a community around where there's fallow land, and those people cultivate those land. That's a nation that's thinking of how to develop the people, not buying private jet and going to every conference that does, even if where people are going to discuss the way forward of rats and rabbits. You go there and spend Nigerian money. How does that help us? How many conferences have we gone and come out with something interesting that has moved this nation forward? These are things we should learn and be able to deal with, cut off wastes that don't help us. Thank you so much. I hope I don't sound too strong, Rudolph, for because they always find a way to say KJ is always taking an extreme position. Thank you so much.
Thank you, KJ. I actually want to say something. Yeah, I like the fact that KJ brought up the thing about white man's religion and Christianity. So this is the reason why sometimes people label Christianity as a white man's religion. It's not because Christianity originated from Europe. Christianity never originated from Europe. It originated from the Middle East. However, what you have is that the reason why some people label Christianity as a white man's religion is because Christianity, particularly from the time of Constantinople, which is located in Europe, when the Roman Empire converted to Christianity, from that time, Christianity became a tool of European dominance, European colonization all over the world, in Latin America, in North America, in Africa. So Christianity was spread through violence using by the Europeans, and what happened was that it became a political and religious tool to control and dominate the world. So it does not have anything to do with Jesus Christ being a European. Of course, it's probably not a European. It's probably from the Middle East. It's probably brown skin, not anywhere close to anyone that is a German. But the idea is that Christianity was a tool used by Europeans to control and dominate the entire world. Latin America, North America, Africa, through slavery, colonization, after manifest destiny. I can give so many examples of the terms they use during their course of dominating the world through imperialism. So I think that is why it's being labeled as a white man's religion. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Can I just add a bit? Let me put on my my church cap this morning a little bit. See, Jude, don't think that we who are Christians don't know where the water entered the horn. No, we know that 25th of December is not the day that Christ was born. We know that we know that. We know that by Easter is not the Easter is a pagan god. Those people who want to understand what they are worshiping go beyond the screen. We're not looking at those things. We know that Constantinople changed the day of worship to suit their sun god. Because why? He said he saw a vision that the cross was under the sun. And that is why it means that the sun is higher than the cross. And so he decided to say, okay, from now on, we worship on Sunday. That's what's called Sunday. The day of worship is Saturday. Look, I'm telling you this because sometimes people come and think, no, anybody who wants to know about Christianity will go beyond what you are being showed. That is one. Two, he decided to change it using the temple of their god, the Horus. Okay? He changed it to use that temple because before now, those people who were worshiping...
Who did?
It's Constantinople. Okay, he outlawed Christianity worshiping.
Constantine.
Sorry, yeah, that's the same person now.
Constantine, yeah, right. Constantine, the city is called Constantinople.
The same person. Now he moved it from Saturday to Sunday to accommodate those worshiping on the demon god called the sun god. Okay, and then contrary to that, so he forced all of them and said, okay, you know what? For you guys to be able to understand, that is the Christians now coming from Saturday, so that you feel good. He decided to remodel the synagogue to fit what will suit the Christians, and then brought in for those people who are also already worshiping the sun god, their temples, their big caps, their big chairs. All that is, we know that those are not Christianity. If you want to worship God, you know, you dig beyond what people are telling you. You go beyond you go behind the, just like we say news, you go behind the lines to see what's going on. Okay, so for a Christian who wants to worship God, we go and read up what people put in. We know people put in a lot of things. For instance, I've said on this channel, there was no mention of church in the Bible. It was just in two places. But when they were given the opportunity to rewrite the Bible, they removed the ecclesia, which means the parliament of God, the people, the lawmakers of God, and replaced it with church. Okay, listen, sometimes I don't want to come and say this thing because you see, some people are not where they should be. But if you come with your understanding, they will begin to say, so how many things are we now following that is not right? Okay, that's how God works. He will expose you as you keep searching for the truth. He keeps exposing you truth upon truth, until you come to the place that you will definitely know that this is God for yourself. I know God for myself. I don't need any pastor to tell me about God. I don't need any Christian to tell me about. I know God for myself, and I think I advise that you also should know God for yourself, not what the people have written. Okay, and then of course we know also that the Bible has a tradition of Israel. Israelis have their tradition embedded in it. Which one is the tradition of Israel? Which one is the real thing that God wants us to practice? That is what you should discern for yourself. Thank you so much, Jide.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you. Thank you.
It's actually interesting what you said, KJ. I'm actually gonna go up and see if I can find more historical reputable sources that talks about the whole Constantine change. Because I was just doing a quick internet search here, but some of these internet searches, the sources aren't like very reliable. But the quick glance that I just had was Sunday was already being observed right from the 1st century, and all Constantine did by his edict of 321 AD was to declare it a public day of rest to help the Christians, but also to make it tally with Sunday, which is the day the people who worship the pagans do their own worship. So it wasn't that he established it, was more that he made it more efficient and convenient. But it's interesting. I'm gonna
okay. I agree with you. So let me even tell you. You see that a lot of things have been switched. Okay, because what the calendar we use now is they call the Gregorian calendar. We know that that's not God's calendar. Okay, we know that the calendar was written by man. Okay, what we're having now. That's why we have if you calculate it, you find out that man shortened it. Okay, I don't want to go into that, but the calendar we're using now, there's God's own calendar, which is God's secret calendar, which he runs, which is what the Israelis follow. That's one. We also know, okay, that there are certain things that we are practicing now that was handed down, which is not really what God wanted us to do. There are many of them, okay? There are many of them. And I was going somewhere with the thing you are talking about. I will remember it. When I remember it, I'll get back to you on that. But it's an interesting read. If you really want to follow and understand, you will see a lot. Yes, you said something about the date. What you just said now, you searched out on the internet.
Who is causing this?
That search. Be careful also.
Just audio. Okay, I muted him. Go ahead.
Okay, so the search you see, the worship of the sun god has always existed. So let nobody deceive you. The sun god worship was existing alongside Christianity when they were called in Antioch. Okay, they were first called Christians, the followers of Christ, the imitators of Christ. That's why certain people will tell you, I'm not a Christian, I follow Christ. So it's supposed to be the way. That's the real word. I am the way. But because they were mocking them, they called them the imitators of Christ. So they were existing and they were worshiping on Sabbath day, which is Saturday, which the 7 days Advent is still doing to today. Constantine shifted it so as to accommodate his own people. And he said to himself, he's a prophet because he said he dreamt and saw the sun and the cross under the sun. That means that the sun is higher than Christ. So he's now tells you he's worshiping the Sunday on the sun god. Okay. Having said that, one of the things you should know is this. The desire to hide the truth is so much. I'll give you another example. In the Bible, the day of the week or the days are noticed this way. We then will have the night and the day. The night comes first before the day, but that has been somersaulted upside down. So the day comes first before the night. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Yes, but before now, there was night and there was day. So it's not the other way around, which has been switched. And all this is switched so that you and I can have a lot of dysfunctionality in our system so that we are struggling to catch up and eventually may not be able to catch up. Some people may know, some people may not know. But I like the way Jide is saying, because if we come here with an open mind, we can all go home and do our research. We may not accept what that person has said, but you will see that thing is already somewhere around there. And I if I had time, I would have referred to, I will look up the books because these things are not hidden. If you do a lot of research in Israel and Egypt, you find that these books were captured there. People have it. It's expensive, but you can eventually buy them, buy them offline or read them offline, whichever one that gives you this thing,
But even after the advent of all the things Constantine actually implemented, even from that time moving forward, centuries after that time, we've seen that Christianity has evolved. Its practice, some of his beliefs also evolved from that time, even up until the 19th century. Even if you look at the founding of the United States, when a lot of Europeans were moving to the United States, during that period, when a lot of Europeans were moving, particularly from modern day England, UK, there was a lot of rebellion against the authority, the monarch, because they were rebelling against the church, the Catholic Church. That was what led to the Protestant movements in the 18th or 19th century. I can't remember the exact era, but it was around that time. And around that time, the practice of Catholicism and even Orthodox, there was a rebellion against it, and the leader was Luther, not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther. There was a man called Martin Luther. He developed the Lutheran movement and other movements that were involved. All this struggle at that time in Europe led to, as evolved into what we have as modern day Christianity today. That was even this form of Christianity that was now spread to Africa through colonization. I need to talk about that because, what we call all these churches that we have in Nigeria today, in the main part of Africa, not all, some, all these, and I'm trying to be careful the word. There's prosperity gospel. It evolved from that Protestant movement. You know, in fact, if you look at the Christianity that is practiced in the US today, a lot of the Europeans, their forefathers, they were those that rebelled against the Catholic Church to establish the puritanical movement in America. It's called the Calvinist movement that was from Europe that came to America. I'm going deep now, but it is still part of the Protestant movement, away from the traditional Catholic Christianity that was already in Europe before, that was in dominance. So the point I'm making is that even despite everything AJ said, which makes I completely agree with, the religion has still evolved. Even the Bible we use today in Nigeria was, you know, the person that authorized it was King James. And that Bible, it was written within a period of time, within that political context of that period. But I don't want to go deep into the political context. That will take a lot of time. We have a few minutes. But even the Bible we use today, it's not the same, but it's not only one. I'm not saying we're using only one Bible in Nigeria, but the King James Bible is a very common Bible in Nigeria. And King James himself, he had his own political agenda into why some of those that were written to control the colonies, their colonies, which is modern day Nigeria. But I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know. Rudolph is missing, so I don't know if it's Dominic has handled it. So Alexandra Gomez. We are only using this to hold the time while Rudolph sort out what Seun if Seun can make it today or not. But while we are still here, we cannot be looking at the screen now, should we? Okay. And then also I want to respond to
let Dominic talk.
Yeah, sorry, hold on 1 minute, Dominic. I want to respond to Igbo Basic. I agree with you totally. You see, I didn't want to bring that because I don't want to be accused of pandering to the the Igbo agenda. The Igbo calendar runs 80 days, okay, and that is actually the Hebrew secret calendar, which is the right thing, okay. But if we say it now, they will say, "Will they bring Igbo come inside?" So I don't want to bring Igbo. And for those who want to go and do their research, go and do your own research. Let it not be that you're hearing from me. Okay? All right? Thank you so very much. All right, Dr. Dominic, please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know which one is the strictly Jewish calendar, but I know there's a Jewish calendar. If you read the Bible, talk about the month of Nisan and all those things. But I'm not a student of history or anthropology, so I don't know some of these things. Or whether there's a connection with the Igbo 4-day calendar. I don't know. For me, I always stay away from religious arguments. Those are arguments I did when I was much younger. I at one point wanted to be a priest, so it's a type of topic. It's a topic that excites me, but in public forums, I don't really engage because at the end of the day, the question is, why am I having this? Why am I talking about this? Am I talking to 85 people? There are some things that when you talk about, it becomes a contentious topic, especially when it comes to the Nigerian context. And sometimes you may not have the complete facts. So I try not to dabble in those things. Luther, Zwingli, Calvin, I always stay away from those. If you want to have a theological argument, probably outside this platform, hey, I'll be willing to engage with you, but to KJ and you talking about it, but those aren't things that I usually would talk about.
Yeah, right. Like the reason why I even mentioned it.
I'll give you an example. I remember when I was in secondary school. I'm Catholic, so I went to an Anglican. I was born Catholic, so I went to an Anglican secondary school. Very super government controlled. And obviously now schools in Anambra are back to the church. And to my surprise, I didn't do literature. I almost did, but I was surprised. One of the books they were reading was A Man for All Seasons. So I was like, this is an Anglican school, and they're reading A Man for All Seasons. Like, don't they have some kind of cognitive dissonance? And here's why I talk about it. For example, if you go deep into, say, for example, Episcopal history, Episcopal is what we call Anglican here in the US. Well, some people may say it's not exactly the same thing because there's different like Anglican conferences, and they tend to be sort of nationally oriented. So it's not like a church where everything is like super tight and hierarchical and has a huge hierarchy. But and I was like, to me, it was like it didn't make sense reading a man for all seasons. But I guess they were reading from a more historical context. Because if you want to talk about things in a historical context, it's easy to just analyze things and let it flow. But if you want to bring some of that history into your religious understanding, then that might create an issue. For example, if I was an Anglican, right, and I was reading into Anglican history, and I found out that part of the motivation for why the Church of England exists, or Anglican Church exists, is because someone wanted to have a male child, right? And they decided to, there's history is very contentious about this, and they decided to blame the wife for being an adulterer, so the wife can be killed, so you can have opportunity to marry another wife, and then eventually, the church separated. So it's like the church didn't really speak on a religious or theological basis. It was more based on someone's selfish political motivations. So Henry VIII. So for me, if I were to talk about that with a fellow Anglican, I would feel uncomfortable because I don't know how they would view that. Would they view that as insulting, or would they view that sort of comment as edifying? And in their mind, does that initiate some kind of cognitive dissonance? Like, I am in a religion or denomination where it seems that the origins aren't strongly spiritual or Protestant. It's more of someone's political machinations or personal machinations. So that's why when it comes to political or religious arguments, I always stay away from it, because you don't know what you would say and you step on the wrong toe.
Yeah, I understand. I completely understand. Like, normally when I talk about these things, right, like it's just for knowledge. Like, I don't really say to say like one faction of religion is better than the other, or one religion is flawed. It's just knowledge. Like, seriously, like maybe it's the kind of person I am. I just like getting knowledge. I learned something from KJ today. I didn't know that the idea of Sunday being a resting day was influenced by Constantine. I didn't know that. Like, I just like sharing knowledge and acquiring it. It's just the kind of person I am. So when I was talking about the historical evolution of Christianity in that regard, I wasn't trying to like demonize Christianity in any way. I was trying to make everyone understand how it has evolved into how even Christianity is even being practiced in our country, like in Nigeria today. That is a religion that has evolved, right?
I wasn't saying this to censor you. I'm just saying why I personally don't dabble too much in.
Sorry, can I chime in a little bit on this, if you guys don't mind? Rudolph, what's happening to our guest today?
Chim Ogasa, I salute.
Chim just came and he wants to know what's happening to our guest.
I've been watching from the silence, from the confines of my phone, but I got interested a little bit because of this Christianity talk, and I'm happy to hear what Jide said earlier on. And thank you, KJ, for trying to give a bit context. And then Dominic literally stole what I was rushing here to come and share. Listen, today people say they are Anglicans, but I'm happy, Dominic, if you really understood the origins of and the intentions of the Anglican Church originally, you would understand that it was coming from a selfish place. It was somebody's personal ego and personal interest that led him to break away from the Catholic Church. Now, the Catholic Church, as we know it today, this is not exactly the way the Catholic Church used to be. It also evolved. And then speaking to the concept of evolution, everything evolves with time. Everything. Our ordinala back home in Africa, whether you're an Igbo man, Yoruba man, or animist from the Middle Belt or wherever, you will discover that the way your grandparents practice some of those things have changed. Now, number one is there are always people who always dilute things. It's like this game they play in trainings when a lecturer or the teacher is trying to explain why you should always seek context. So he will whisper something to someone at the line, tell the person to whisper another thing to the next person, tell the next person to whisper to the next person, and then it continues until we get to the last person. And then he will ask the last person what he heard. That person will say, he will ask the first person, what did I tell you? And then you discover that in between all that line of communication, something has gone wrong somewhere. Distortions happen. So it's the same thing when it comes to Christianity. That's why I always tell people, don't come and be saying, oh, white man. You know, I find it strange people call Christianity a white man's religion. A religion that came to Africa before it came to Europe. Do you know that? People still call it a white man's. So when I hear people, especially people I believe I perceive should know better, say such things, I am like, wow. And you want me to listen to you spew this thing. Ethiopia had Christianity before England. Ethiopia, just right here. You know, and then if we also know the concept of Ethiopia back in the days, Ethiopia was Africa. So when they say the kingdom of Ethiopia, they literally were talking about the entire Africa. That used to be what the understanding of what Ethiopia meant, you know. And then, but along the line, we now have specific Ethiopians who have their own ways of life, and then we have the rest of Africa. So I think for me, my contribution is just that, listen, if you don't know much about something, seek to know. My philosophy always is seek first to understand before you understood. Help understand where someone is coming from, understand where something is coming from. The white man today has diluted Christianity. He has added a lot of things. Today we celebrate Christmas. Christmas has nothing to do with Christianity. It has actually nothing to do with the birth of Christ, but that's fine. I'm a minority in the world. We have to celebrate it. Do you understand? Christmas tree has nothing to do with Christianity. The mistletoe, all those things they hang on the door, they have nothing to do with Christianity. Absolutely nothing. In fact, there are a lot of things that are from the Swedish white man religion that have absolutely nothing. Santa Claus has nothing to do with Christianity. But here we are celebrating Santa. Some Christians are somewhere waiting for Santa to fall through their what's it called, their chimney and all those things. So I think most times
it's all part of the commercialization of Christmas.
Oh yes, and then of course I haven't even come to what Rudolph and you and KJ are doing to Christianity in your America. You know, everything has to be Americanized.
Which one? Rudolph, you were in America before me, so he's talking.
All of you are guilty as charged. You know, you guys are all guilty as charged. I was telling who was it? I was telling last week that the concept of Thanksgiving started from Canada, not from the US. But he didn't know.
I've heard that argument too. I've also heard that. For me, I'm not really a Thanksgiving person. I'm more.
But if you go to Nigeria today and say, "Oh, they're celebrating Thanksgiving," guess where they will tell you they're celebrating Thanksgiving?
America.
The US, not
that's
Canada.
That's what you see in the movies.
Exactly.
Like, if you grew up watching Home Alone, well, I guess my generation grew up watching it. Yeah. I'm not calling you old man, by the way, but if you Home Alone, those kind of movies, they were all like during Thanksgiving, Christmas time. So
exactly. So in summary, all I'm just simply saying is sometimes it's good to go back, trace back. Listen, in my community, and KJ is closer to me here, he knows when we do things like Iloso, Iriji, Izahia, stuff like that. These are celebrations that happen during Christmas season. These things, if you go to KJ's community who celebrates the same Iloso as people from my part of where I come from, they are different. There are certain activities. It also is a season where when you become of age, your age grade will announce themselves that they have arrived, and they will pick up a project somewhere in the community to accomplish. That season, that particular age grade gets registered as men. They now have a voice when they start doing Amala meeting. They can contribute. Somebody from their age grade can now run to be the chairman of the Community Development Union. They now recognize them. Many of them, that's the season they get married and stuff like that. So, but if you go back today, the way they celebrate it and they focus on those celebrations, it has lost those trends. It's now everybody looks forward to Christmas and we have to do this. But the originality and intention of those things, they're gone. It's gone. Like New Yam Festival, people say it's a fetish thing. No, New Yam Festival is Thanksgiving. This is a farmer celebrating that he has a bounty harvest, that his yams have produced a lot, and he wants. But some people say is demonic, you know. So I just think we need to educate ourselves. If you don't know, like I said, first principles: seek first to be understood before you are understood. And if you don't adopt that philosophy, you will always miss it in everything. That's just my.
I agree with you totally, Chim. And you see, the Catholics, to give it to them, they are one of the first missions in Africa that adapted these things. You know, that many years ago when I was still, trying to get into the seminary, that was when the Catholics said, look, you know what, you have to use your local instruments to play in your church. Don't let nobody tell that the drum is fetish. bring your drum, bring your ogene, come and play it. Use the kashok was changed from just being imported to our own native fabrics. Okay, and the priests participate fully in in the festivals, just like Chim has reeled out. Okay, so if anybody tells you that the modern or Christianity does not accept your custom and tradition, the person have not read the Bible, because some of the customs and tradition, for you to be able to make sense out of it in the Bible, you have to go to the cultural content of Israel at the time it was written. And then you can now juxtapose with what is happening in your own time. Okay? The thing we have in common is that Jesus is the Son of God. That is it. Once you accept that you are good to go. It doesn't matter whether you wake up in the morning and say, pray 5 times, or you don't even pray at all. But you have accepted that Christ has come and died. It depends on you now whether you want to move from that direction or you want to remain in that kindergarten. And I don't discuss religion, I don't discuss this topic because not a lot of people know what I know, and I don't want to, leave anybody halfway, because sometimes you don't have the opportunity to explain all the details, for the people to even understand.
KJ, do you think if we actually, you wanted to go to the seminar, I wanted to go, do you think if we were there now, they would have kicked us out?
Yes, they would have. They would have kicked me out a long time ago.
Look at this.
Let me tell you, when they would have kicked me out, when I went to ask my uncle who was a knight, I said, there are certain prayers we say. I have been looking for it in the Bible. I have not been able to identify it. And he looked at me and said, come on, what are you saying? These things are tradition. I said, but the Bible says that tradition of men makes the power of God invalid. He was not happy at all with that thing, And so that's where my doubt came from. I wanted to be a Jesuit priest.
Let me be a little controversial. So, Levi, the first, who's the first priest, as Bible writes it for us? What's that man's name? Moses' brother. He had a wife, right? He had 3 children. He had 4 sons or 5 sons.
You mean Aaron?
Thank you, Aaron. Aaron married a wife, so he was having sex. So was his children. They had wives. They produced children. The person who gave birth to Jesus Christ as a human being was a woman. So please tell me, where did these people get this whole thing that the priest should not marry? Where did it come from? Tradition of men. That's the point I'm making.
You guys are trying to drag me into this.
Don't drag anything. I want to be controversial.
No, I am resisting.
And let me tell you, what I know for sure.
You know what I know? Okay. Let me say one thing, and this is, I don't want to go into, but I'm gonna give you this example. A lot of people don't know this, but I think since I'm Catholic and I know a little bit more, let me tell you. And I'm gonna put out this information, and you do what you will from this information. A lot of people say Roman Catholic, and some people say Catholic Church. It's actually a very wrong misnomer, right? There's somebody say Dominic will like women. Oh my goodness! Let me turn off comments so I can concentrate. Sorry, give me a second. Let me turn this comment. I want to concentrate. So there's Roman Catholic Church and the Catholic Church. Here's the big thing. So there are what we call rites within the Catholic Church. There's one Catholic Church, and there are rites. Rites just means culturally and religious way of worship. These guys are all distinct. So there's different flavors, right? So they may all be under the Pope, but they're different flavors of it. So there's Catholic Church. The biggest of these flavors or rites is the Roman Catholic Church, which much of the West, practice. But then there's 23 other rites or flavors within the Catholic Church, all of which have what we call patriarch. So in reality, if you see a Roman Catholic, you've only seen one out of the 24 different flavors of Catholic Church. There are Maronite Catholics, there are Coptic Catholics who are in Egypt, there are Ethiopian Catholics who are in Ethiopia, there are Eritreans, there are, if you go to Greek, even there's Greek Orthodox, but there's also a Catholic flavor of it. So there's Greek Catholic, there's Serbo-Marankara in India, there's so many. There's just like you have Ukrainian Orthodox, there's Ukrainian Catholic, there's Russian Catholic. So the distinction between these rites is the way they celebrate the Mass or the worship. Some of them use divine liturgy. Some of them use what we call the Vatican II mass rites. So some of them use what if I'm trying to remember. I think Christian Stormo Athanasius liturgy. So the liturgy, the way they worship is what's different. But at the end of the day, these 24 rites, including of which the biggest and most popular is the Roman Catholic rite, they all make up one Catholic Church under the Pope. Okay. So I think that's one thing that's important to understand. Now, the Catholic Church is not only Roman Catholic Church, even though it's dominated by Roman Catholic Church. Roman Catholic Church priests do not marry. Historically, they used to be married. Some of the earlier popes had a lot of corruption where someone would appoint their son, who is a layperson, a bishop or an archbishop. There was a lot of corruption. So part of the historical reason why celibacy became a thing, it was a gradual thing. It wasn't like something that was stipulated immediately. It was something that became a practice over time. One was to reduce the corruption, and second thing was to make it more efficient. If a pope says, hey, I'm going to make you a bishop, so if you're a priest in Philippines, I'm going to post you to London to be a bishop. If you have a wife and kids, that makes it hard. But if you don't have a wife and kids and it's just one man, that's it, no family to worry about, they can ship you out the next day. So it made it more efficient. And if you remember in the Bible, St. Paul says, not everyone is cut out to get married. Not everyone is cut out. Some people are destined to marry, some people are destined not to marry, some people are destined to be single. So for Roman Catholics, it became a rule over time. Now, the reason why I mentioned the different rights of the Catholic Church is, even up till now, there are rights.
Dominic, before you go ahead, caveat. It is a Catholic
doctrine.
Doctrine. It is not a heavenly doctrine. It is not a doctrine instituted by God.
Celibacy is not a doctrine, by the way. It's just a rule. And remember, when people forget this, there's religion and theology, but there's also politics. Any bureaucracy, just by means of being a very complex body, will inherently have politics in it. Having politics inside it is not a bad thing. You need to have a system of managing things. And politics becomes sort of like a product of it. The question is there corruption within that political structure or not? So over time, it just made more sense to establish celibacy. And it became the rule over time and no one questions it. But the reason why I mentioned the different 24 rights of the Catholic Church is to say that there are rights within the Catholic Church that still marry. For example, a Maronite Catholic in Lebanon, historically, they've always been married, and the Roman Catholic Church never imposed itself and said, stop marrying. So there are rights in the Catholic Church that still marry. The only distinction now is the question of, if you read about some of what St. Paul talks about, sometimes something may not necessarily be considered a sin, but if it scandalizes your neighbor, then it is encouraged, at least in the Bible and in the Catholic Church, not to do it or to avoid it. Or if you do it in private. So the current rule is, if you are in any of the 24 rights that is not Roman Catholic, and within your rights, you guys have historically been having priests that marry, and they stay married, and they stay married up until today. If you want to be a priest within the Roman rite and cross carpet from some Maronite rite to Catholic rite, then that's not possible. You can't stay married. Secondly, if you want to establish yourself within a jurisdiction that is Western dominated, like, for example, a Maronite priest in Lebanon moving to the US, and let's say setting up a parish in Brooklyn, then it is advised that you don't stay married. So if you want to stay married, you stay within your jurisdiction. So a Maronite priest who is in Lebanon can still continue to get married. There's no issue with that. That tells you that for us and for the Roman Catholic hierarchy and politics, right, it is not a question of rule. It's a question of, this is how historically it came into place, and we think it's been working and we maintained it. So if a pope were to wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, I think we should start allowing all priests to get married, there will be resistance, but it won't be a resistance from the context of a theological argument. It will be more of a historical and political argument. This is how we've always done things. Maybe we should leave it at this. You know what I mean? So it's more a question of functionality and what has worked than, oh, this is the rule. If you get married, then it becomes a sin. No, I don't think that's the case. This is why I gave the historical example of, I broke it down to say, okay, there are different rights in the Catholic Church. Some of them are still getting married, and it's not an issue. But if you're getting married, just stay within your jurisdiction. So if you're an Armenian and you're Armenian Catholic Church, they married for over centuries, then the priests will stay in Armenia. If they come over to the US or to the West, where Catholic Church dominates, then it will be scandalous for me as a Roman Catholic walking around and I go to an Armenian Catholic Church and I see the priest is married. So it's more of that, reducing that scandalous, mindset and sensibility.
Okay. So Dominic, before you say something, please don't be offended. So even if we went drill down to the scriptures of Bible, for instance, like you referenced Apostle Paul, you will know that even the Apostle Paul, whenever he said certain things, there were things he would say, this is coming straight from me. He would say, I do not have an authority from God to tell you this, but I am the one telling you this from me. Some people miss some of those comments in the Bible because people don't pay attention. People just read. You don't pay attention to things that are being said. You will notice that things, for instance, this whole concept of polygamy versus what's the other one? What's
polyandry and monogamy?
Exactly. Listen, let me say it here. There is nothing wrong in polygamy.
Are you trying to drag us into another direction? You guys will drag me into religion.
Since today is a Fela family day. Fela family day.
Guys, tell me in the comment section, should I fall for this temptation that Jimmy?
It has to be a controversial, they must embrace it. So the point I'm making so that I can allow Jide to say what he wants to say is this. People should read context, understand things. When they said anybody who aspires to the office of a bishop should be the husband of one wife. He didn't say all human beings go and be husband of one wife. He said if you aspire. I'm not the one who wrote it. So even if you want to go back to the Hebrew Bible and go and read it and see where it's written. It says if you aspire to something, there are rules and conditions on having to occupy an office. If you want to join a certain legal firm as a lawyer, they will say to you, wear only black suit. You can't wear red. That's their code, as little as suits are. So if you have red and green and blue and all those things in your closet, then you need to go and change them because you need to fit into this thing. So those are some of the things that sometimes people take things, they run. People run without knowledge. People run without taking time to conceptualize things, understand where this thing is coming from. And that's why, like I said earlier, when people say certain things, I'm like, are you kidding me? Even you didn't seem to read this thing very well. So I just wanted to bring that out because just like the Anglican Church we're talking about, I have been Anglican. I was born Methodist. I became Anglican at some stage. I went to a Catholic church. Then today now I just worship in Pentecostal or whatever I want to worship. But the thing is this. That's the truth.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Jude.
I've evolved, like we like to say. So,
I want to say something, Chim. That gospel they are trying to preach. I hope those who are listening to Chim won't go and start marrying two wives.
That's their business.
Okay? But listen, what Chim had just said is correct. The Bible says if you want, and I want to reduce it to the smallest decimal, if you want to do the work of God, you cannot afford to have two wives. It's simple. Don't say the office of the bishop or bishop is just simply an elder. Forget whatever they have now parted to be. An elder is a bishop. So now, if you want to be an elder, or if you want to walk the things of God, because the Bible realized that family business is a big business, and they don't want you to mix the two of them. So they say if you want to, one woman is enough. I don't want to use the word problem. It's enough, you understand what I'm saying? Talk about it, I understand what I'm saying. One woman is more than enough, okay? So you don't want to take too many, look at what happened to Solomon. Eventually, he was not even able to do anything. The wisest man ended up becoming something else.
KG,
sir.
After you're done, I want to say something here.
Okay, so what Chim is simply saying, we don't teach these things, but we know it's there. It's for the matured Christians, okay? Because some people can simply say, Obiageri is offending me. After all, the Bible says I can marry again. You go and carry another one. Tomorrow you say, Neka is offending me. You go and look for another one because you think that is what they are trying to protect. You see, you must understand the unique position of the church. As much as they want to teach you what is right, they also try to regulate the life that we all live so that it will be meaningful to all of us. So that cannot be said to be something wrong. Okay, it's just to try to help you manage yourself. It is very important, that you do that. And I like the Catholic Church for that. But I'm not saying that what they do is is all correct. And I want to say something.
I brought that up, by the way, because of the way people put pressure. People, like in the village, the man feels he wants to have a big family, and then people start scandalizing the person, and then versus what we're having today in the Western world, where people say polygamy is wrong, but I mean, you have other ways of marital, whatever it is that they're advocating, and I'm saying people don't understand what they're saying. Do you understand? So, but I understand you. I'm not going to belabor the issue. I just said since today is Fela Day, let's be controversial.
Yes. So I know I'll go back a little bit. So yes, absolutely. Like I completely agree that Christianity is not the white man's religion. I completely agree. But I'm just saying the reason why some people make a case into why people call Christianity a white man's religion is because it is used as a tool of dominance, control, expansion, and conquest. That was my point. Now, to emphasize, so I need to talk about something about Christianity. To emphasize that Christianity is not a white man's religion. There are a lot of Christian communities in the Middle East, in Palestine or Israel or Iraq or Syria or Egypt or Lebanon. There's a huge Christian community there. But the kind of Christianity that is being practiced in those communities is different from the Christianity that are devolved into what we're practicing in countries that are now, that we are ex-colonies. They practice Coptic Christianity, Coptic. Used to have the Ebionites, the Nazarenes in the Middle East before Europeans even became Christians.
God bless you. I was going to say that.
You had all those people. Then the demographic changed due to conquests, foreign invasion, like Islamic conquests, Arab conquests of Palestine, Arab conquests of Syria, Arab conquest of... So the demographic kind of changed. You understand? So yes, absolutely. It's absolutely accurate that Christianity originated from the Middle East. No doubt about that. In fact, the real purest form of Christianity that was intact and preserved, you have to trace it back to the Middle East, not even Europe. But yes, that's a good point. Thank you.
So, Dominic, I was going to ask you as a confirmed Catholic historian that you are.
you don't come.
So you've seen this series, The Bolger.
Oh, I didn't watch it. But
you know about it. Have you watched
it? I've heard all this.
No.
Okay, I was going to ask. I know he's real. I was going to ask. I mean, was it real as the movie has portrayed it? But since you haven't watched it, then I guess my question is:
was it the one about a pope, or I think there's been quite a
he became a pope and he dominated. I've gone to read up about him that yes, he was a pope that there was a Pope Bolger that existed. Very corrupt man.
Oh, the historical one. Oh, you're talking about Medici family.
But there was a Medici family in the whole thing, but it is the Bolger family. The Bolger family.
If you go into that history, that was where Catholic Church entered One Chance, and we are still recovering from. I'm a Catholic, but I'll tell you, Catholic Church entered One Chance with Medici family, and we are still recovering from the. To give an example, the issue with them selling indulgence to make money, that was the Medici family that caused it, right? Obviously, it became rectified over time. There's a practice of what we call sin of simony, which is selling. How could I forget? I'm going blank. Can someone check simony? Is this selling of? Give me 1 second. Historically, buying and selling.
Selling of a piece of property in heaven.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So selling of indulgence would be a sin of simony. Yeah. The masterminders were the Medici family, and so some of the politics on the issues, even one of the Medicis became pope and was having I don't know. This is a family show. I shouldn't be saying certain things. And was committing was having parties with a lot of women and doing other practices. They call it orgies. Yes, Do you know all those sort of things? So I'm Catholic, and I will tell you, it's just pure history. So I'm not saying it with any sense of cognitive dissonance. I'm telling you, there are horrible things that happened historically in the Catholic Church. So the issue that we had with Luther saying, these people are saying, don't just, all of those things were just the evil of the Medici family. The Medici family controlled the Catholic Church for a very, very long time. They also were the ones that built some of these, that commissioned them. One of the Medicis commissioned this painter, a lot of the Renaissance painters. Michelangelo painting all of those things. So if the Medici family was never part of the papacy or tried to hijack papacy for centuries, the way Basilica looks now, it actually look more modest. So not to say that I'm a big fan of all the vibrancy and everything. Some of those things that were done from the historical evils of the Medici family. But you know, we're not gonna go and start knocking down paintings and knocking down buildings and things like that. It's all happened. So, but we learned lessons from them, which is why the Vatican extremely up until this day maintains a level of independence. And I'm gonna digress a little bit. I just want to talk a little bit about why the Vatican maintains political independence. If you look in Russia right now, Russia controls a lot of these national churches. China, same thing, controls a lot of national churches. For example, the Catholic Church would appoint the Pope. The Communist Party would be like, hell no, this person is not the person we want, and they would appoint their own bishop. So if you want to have a religious entity that will allow you to have freedom to worship, where the local politics doesn't affect it, for it to make sense and have the independence, you need to have your own political independence, and that is what the Vatican serves. But anyway, I just digress a little bit. But I just wanted to summarize, piggyback of what I said, some of what I said before. For anyone that talks about celibacy, I always make it clear to them that celibacy is not like a dogma, whereby or a pope issues what we call a papal bull, or sort of like an executive order. That's what a papal bull is, and says this is what we're going to do. It's a question of something that historically happened for a reason. And if you notice, if you look at the Catechism of Catholic Church, they always talk about Latin Church, Latin Rite. That is Roman Catholics. They don't try to impose it on any of other churches. So it's a practice that has stayed on. And so if you are in the Latin Church and you say, I want to be a priest, then they will tell you, hey, this is our stipulation. We think that to be a priest is better to get married. If you don't want to, go to a non-Catholic church, or you can go to one of those other rites within the Catholic Church. But something I learned over time as I was studying this was, apparently, if you're a Roman Catholic and you try to cross carpet and go to some of those other churches just for the sake of getting married, that is actually frowned upon. But I love history. History is very interesting. I don't know why you guys dragged me into this. So
I did history. I regret I didn't continue after high school or secondary school. That was my best subject. I love talking history. It's
religious history is for me one of the most complicated form of history, like that you can never imagine. Like whenever
it depends on who wrote it.
Yes, there's that one too. Yeah, exactly. Like I always prefer like geopolitical history. Like religious history is so complex. When I was going through Islamic history, that one is even more complex. In fact, like it's, you know, because you have to understand the political side of it, the philosophical evolution of such religion, you know, like it's you have to combine everything, the politics, everything, you know, the cultural perspective, and so it's very complex, you know. Because another thing again is like when you talk about religion, right? So we're talking about religious history now, right? I always try to separate it from beliefs. I don't even like. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what even makes it also very complicated. Like, you know, so that's the thing.
Let me give you an example. And this is something that, for some reason, it never occurred to me. But I heard a commentator talking about this, and I was like, this guy makes so much sense. You know, a lot of people will justify polygamy with saying it's in the Old Testament, it's in the Bible. But if you look at the people that wrote the Bible, they didn't one day say. I don't think if you look at some of the way the scripture is written in some places, it's almost as if it's not like the person woke up one day and said, I am going to write this book. So in 2,000 years, if someone reads this, they're reading it as a religious text. Some of them just wrote it as a register. Like the son of this one begets this one, begets this one, begets this one. There's nothing religious about that. It's just somebody talking about a whole lineage of people. Chronology. So, if you start imposing religiosity or spirituality into it, it changes the way you interpret things. For example, a lot of times in the Old Testament, you will notice, even New Testament, Jesus talk about, oh, this was done back in the past because the people were stubborn, and so Moses allowed them to do it. That he allows them to do doesn't mean that's how it should be. So I've come to understanding that some of these things that are written, they wrote about somebody being polygamous. Some of those things were just, they didn't want to whitewash history. They wanted to write it down so that when you read the Bible and you read the Old Testament, you realize all these men were stubborn and had polygamy, and look where they ended up, and look what happened to them. So I'm giving you an example so that you are careful, right? It's not necessarily that the Bible is saying, oh, I endorse Solomon for having how many wives and concubines. It's like, I'm just going to tell the story of Solomon the way it is, so that he that has eyes and has ears and can read in between them and see the catastrophe that would arise if you end up deciding to go this way. But it also talks about polygamy in the context of some people who had polygamy and were successful. So it's just plainly laying it neutral and saying, here are the stories.
What I want to drop into what you're saying is that because of the modern Christianity and the concept of spirituality, because when it comes to Pentecostalism, the foundational issues about being spirit-filled. You get what I'm saying? Now, that David had many wives did not change his spirituality. That Abraham previously had the Egyptian woman who gave him Ishmael did not change his spirituality.
Hagar.
Yes.
But look what happened to.
Yeah. Remember, no, I'm following you.
Sarah that told him.
I agree.
Look at the headache it caused afterwards.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm not contesting anything. What I'm just trying to bring out is that like you rightly said, also there were also people who went into it genuinely. In your grandfather's era, they were not to marry multiple wives because of stubbornness. The man came from a culture that allowed him to have multiple wives, so he married one. And in our grandparents' generation, they were doing it for agrarian reasons. Actually,
exactly. You need more.
He was a farmer. He needed a workforce, so he married multiple wives. His children became the workforce in that with his wives. So, but the point is, what I'm just trying to bring out is this whole perception that you have to be, for you to be spiritual, quote unquote, means that you are going to be the husband of one wife. It doesn't necessarily follow, because there are a lot of demons who have one wife. When I mean demons, I mean wicked people, wicked-hearted human beings who have only one wife. But I hear you. For society regulates itself, so the Christian faith also tries to regulate. These things help. It's like people thinking that going to church doesn't have its role in society. It helps your mental well-being. When you go and you hear a message of hope, for instance, and then you interact with other people, you have a community to fall back on when you have needs, then you understand, then those things help. But I shudder at people who say, oh, I don't go to church or whatever. Well, that's one of easy route for mental problem also, because when you isolate yourself from a community, you also lose the benefits of when you have a challenge of where to fall back on. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. It's like going to your community meeting.
I understand what you mean, because I've had times where I had difficulties and I fell back on church and religion.
Yes.
That I didn't have, I probably would have felt lost. So I definitely get what you're saying. Just like sometimes my parents would say things like, this person is lost in the wind, or because they have nothing to believe in. And so when they have midlife crisis, they become confused. Some of them commit suicide because there aren't foundations for them to fall back on, right? So I definitely understand what you're saying. Mr. Shu, You are a farmer. If you are a farmer, go and mechanize your family. You don't need extra wives for that.
This show say he's a farmer.
Look at this man. No, come and show your face, I beg.
I don't know why Show is not here today. He needs to come here.
So he's enjoying the comment section. You know, there's a blissfulness in staying in the comment section and just like
I know.
There's no censorship. Unlike me, that is tampering and censoring myself, it leads to some extent. I would have said much more in terms of religion, because when I wanted to be a priest, I wanted to be a monk. So that's how hardcore I was, but not quite. But
yeah.
You and KJ and monk. I don't know what these people like about. I've never wanted to be a monk, never.
In fact, I used to like their brown cashew. You know,
okay.
I used to like their brown cashew.
And to even say in KJ, do you know the kind of monk I wanted to be?
Eh?
You guess the kind of monk I wanted to be.
Which kind?
You know, Cistercians, they have a rule of silence. They don't talk throughout the day, and they talk like once or twice.
Yes.
That hardcore. And some of them,
no, but what you have said so far, you've gone farther than me. You know,
they don't live in big communities. The way they live in a community whereby everyone has like almost like semi-detached arrangement. So at the end of the day, like part of it is just it's you and God most of the day, right? And then every once in a while you go and relate with the community. And there's something powerful about just in this modern world, all the craziness, just learning to discipline yourself to be silent. You know, brevity is the soul of wit. It's not every time that you talk. For example, guys that know me from when I was in undergrad, in the class, they'll be talking and talking. I'll just stay silent for like the whole time. And then at the end, my group will be like, what do you think? And I'll say what I think. And they'll be like, okay. So for me, it's like, there's power in silence, because in silence, you learn to be humble and reflect. You don't say the first thing that comes out of your head. You're able to digest people's arguments, digest everything, and then make sense of things, right? And sometimes you realize, I don't even need to talk. Someone has said the same thing I wanted to say. But if you kind of jump every time, cut people off, you know, sometimes you start to ramble and say things that don't make sense. So I wanted to be a Cistercian.
But
that's a hard one.
You didn't need to go that far to become, because literally that's what it's done now.
Wait, that's what did you say?
Say you didn't need to go that far to imbibe those virtues. Let me put it that way, because that's what you have somehow become. You have this capacity of being scarce. Do you understand? Yes.
That's you know why don't tell Rudolph. Well, Rudolph watch it later. There's two reasons. One is obviously work is very busy. Second is sometimes when I log on to the show and I hear people speak, I feel like, what else am I going to contribute? So I just listen and learn.
But Dominic, that's a discipline that many people don't have. The discipline of being able to say, okay, I wanted to say this. Someone has said it, so let me hold my thoughts to myself. Some people will still hear that and still push themselves to speak. So that's why I said to you that you've learned the concept and the ability to be scarce. See, that virtue is something people don't have. Scarcity, being intentionally being scarce has a virtue to it. It makes the day you appear, people will want to listen to, oh, Dominic is here today. Okay, let me see what Dominic wants to say. Do you understand? See, the thing is this. For you to be meaningful in society, you need time off to reflect about life. Because it's in the moment of being away to reflect that you will even gain more insight that you want to share. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you are consistently you know, as we say it as a local parlance in Nigeria, you lose what's the word? You lose I'm trying to
relevance.
Yes, you lose relevance because people listen, people don't want to. Why are certain speakers more sought out for than others? There are some people that are just scarce. You don't see them every time. And then the day somebody publishes that this person is coming, it gets sold out because that person is not a common denominator that is all over the place. That's why certain things are referred to as a basic. Do you understand? You know, Gary is a basic food, although it's a sustainable food. I will eat it every day if I can. But because it is something that is predominantly common, it is easy to buy. Forget about what's happening in Nigeria. On a good day, when the economy is good, it's a basic meal. It's something that anyone can afford. But there are certain things people can't afford all the time. And those things, that's why they are not found common. They are found in very treasurable places. And then you pay a little bit of premium to go and get them or buy them. So I think scarcity is something that is good. It is something that if you really want to, and it also depends on what you do when you're off the radar. Do you go and read, improve yourself, gain more knowledge? Knowledge, of course, also listening. So you're quietly listening to other people. You're learning. As you're hearing what somebody is saying, you're able to put two and two together, go and do a bit of research on it, for instance, check if what the person is saying is accurate and all that. So that the day you come out and you will spew what is reasonable to people. Do you understand? So I think, if you ask me, you accomplish the same objective without necessarily going to become the monk of whatever it is you wanted to be.
Yeah, and I want to say this. I don't know, is it, Dominic, is this deliberate? Because yesterday, forefather showed up, and the moment I showed up, he escaped. Today, Rudolph has showed up and escaped. So, what is really going on?
I don't know, but by the way, everyone in the comment section, I shared the link a couple of times. Please join us. We feel lonely here. It's just me, KJ, and Chim. We want to make sure it's not like Coach Chumba. And also, where are the women? We need women.
Please invite Boom Boom Ray. Boom Boom Ray, please come on.
Yeah, but you see, what I try to run away from is discussing Christianity with someone who is not a Christian, because you see, the letters are spirit. And if you don't have that spirit, you cannot interpret the letter properly. It's like, dividing the words. The word cuts through asunder. It cuts between the marrow and the bone. Okay? So how do I explain that to somebody who is not in the faith? So majority, just like you said, Dr. Dominic, I do not engage, because the Bible says in doing so, you don't, it profits nobody nothing. So I do not engage in those discussions, because it's just for the purpose of argument, and for the purpose of argument, nobody gains, and that's been my problem also on this channel. Sometimes you say something that people should just go and listen. Just like, Jide, I give it to him today to say, I have not heard this version before. Not a lot of people will say I have not heard. They will tell you, no, what you're saying is false. This is propaganda. You are just doing propaganda. No, we come here. Come with your heart. Listen, if the person is discussing what you don't seem to understand, you go research it before you make a comment. The same thing, I've learned a lot from people. Hey, look, what Dominic explained today, like I said, I almost became a priest. But I've never even bothered to go into what he has explained today. It's totally new to me. The only thing I know was that the Catholic Church is a C, and up to today still remains a C. In other words, is one of the bankers of the world. Okay, and basically because of the activities of the church in the early years. Sometimes people come and tell us as a Christian, but you people did this, so why are you now stopping us from doing this now? No, those years history describes them as dark ages. We're now in the knowledge millennium. Why do you want to go back and begin to do things that have been done before? We cannot reinvent the wheel. We can only build on what has already been done. So we can't go back now to begin to carry out jihad because we want to expand Christianity. Okay? No, we can't do that. So when people come with a closed mind, it's difficult. Just like, it's Dominic I used to say it. It's very difficult to wake a man who is pretending to be sleeping. You can't do anything. If you like pour him water, he's sleeping, he won't wake up. So I try to avoid those arguments that will not lead to anywhere. However, if there's anything I want you to take away, is that the Igbo calendar month runs 8 days of the week. Okay? And that is what Igbo Basics have brought to us. And it's said to be one of the most accurate, because it does not have any leap year. There's not supposed to be any leap year, because but the people who it suit them at that time change the times and the season. And I want to go a bit forward. You see, we use the 44 hertz, but ordinarily it's not supposed to be 44 hertz in the sound, if you know anything about sound, because 44 is actually distortion. It's called I've forgotten the professional word, but it's more of chaos. That's why sometimes when you listen to news, you come out being anxious. Anxiety builds up on you because of the level of the sound that they use, the frequency of the sound they're using. If you know anything about sound, please go research so that you can maybe help yourself also to be, when something is worrying you and you can't identify it, listen, check, is it the kind of music you're listening to? Is it the kind of news you're following? That also can affect your body temperature and the fluidity of your blood, your flow of your blood. I know that Dr. Domi is a doctor. I don't know if he knows that, but I'm speaking to you from a sound perspective. You know, like I said, I'm a documentary producer, so some of these things we did. Sound can equally affect your mood and your whatever it is. If you go into some supermarkets, watch what they play. Some supermarkets, when you enter, you know, big malls, they play a certain sound that triggers you to want to be joyous and spend your money. It's only when you leave there you find out that you have bought some things you never wanted. What have you ever seen? Have you ever experienced that? The thing that have caused you to do that is that the music they were playing try to stimulate you into that.
It is called biology, as in BUY, then ology. The science of biology, how to inspire buying tendencies on people.
So Tanga, I don't know. I know if you know this is I did them many years ago. Okay, my first degree project was the effect of music in the life of a human being. Okay, it was a documentary that I did at that, and I did a lot of that research many years ago. But it may have advanced, it may not, but that is what it is. If you enter a mall and you find out that they're spending so much money that you didn't plan to spend, check. It's possible that biology is affecting your spending pattern. I rest my case.
KJ.
Yes, sir.
Sorry,
welcome Uzo. Please welcome Uzo.
Say
welcome Uzo for us. Uzo.
Before Uzo talks, Uzo, I agree to you. Just mention one thing. You know, Rudolph always say, you know, if you show your face, just know that you are being recorded. Same thing. I feel like if anyone comments, I know we all hide behind the keyboard. I'm gonna call you out if I feel like what you're saying is somehow someone says something. I'm trying to invite women to show up on this platform because you know they have something to offer. I don't want us to be this echo chamber of beer parliament talking. I don't know the size of our beer bellies, but I'm sure that most of us have beer bellies. Anyway, let me not joke too much. I wanted women to join, and someone said something about women being bland in their commentary and having nothing to contribute. So I just wanted to mention that we don't subscribe to that here. At least I know the panelists here. And, you know, women, please, this is a safe space. You are free to join. And I hope that gentleman or whoever he is will have a change of heart. So I'll call you out anytime you need it. Uzo, nice to see you.
Sorry, Uzo, before you go on,
help me call out this person too. Make him come tell us how not to reason like a child in a candy shop. I want to hear from you. You know, we learn on this. I have not come here to say I'm a professor. So please come and teach us. So I will not be reasoning like children. I beg you. Me, I'm not going to reason like children. I don't know about the rest.
So there is a coup. There is a coup in Benin Republic. I don't know if we have followed the latest.
Yeah, story.
Jim, I need to throw away
watch.
You need to throw away my watch.
Your watch and clock. Yeah. How many hours behind?
I know that, but I'm saying we haven't spoken about it well now.
No, I think it had been. It didn't succeed.
It didn't succeed. Okay.
I saw another video saying it had been quashed.
Okay.
It was a small boy coup. I'm not talking the coup piece though.
Was it a Gideon Oka type coup?
Exactly. They went to radio station, captured it, but they didn't capture the elephant in the room. So I was telling my dad this morning. I feel so sad because those guys are probably gonna, you know.
Of course, no. When you're in the army and you do that kind of thing, you face the ultimate price. It's not contestable. You would go by firing squad.
Are you sure that's the law in Benin Republic? I don't know if that's the law.
KJ,
it's
on this continent, Africa, that you commit a coup and you'll be allowed to go scot-free. The last person to go scot-free, and you saw the consequences of letting him go scot-free, was a squadron leader who did it in Ghana. after he did a coup and handed over to his seniors, they court-martialed him, they allowed him to stay. He came back and took a coup the next time, and he didn't look back that second time. So, as
Who was it? Was it Rollins? Ah.
That's the last person to do it and was allowed to go scot-free.
Who's there? Welcome. Please bring your comment.
Who's up?
I just Uzabuza, yeah. Road is always the road. You can lead it to anywhere. Doesn't matter.
The Igbo grammarian, so I'll call you out with that arrow you are putting at the end. But let me not shake something.
Arrow because Aham, the normal full name, Arunodiam. The normal Arunodiam. So the normal full name, Arunodiam. So no, now for you, sometimes yeah, sometimes we come here to listen, to learn. Like I used to remember 2 years when the already started to open this screening for everybody. Some people come like Dominic, they come here, we sit down and listen and learn. And they always give other confidence to start coming online to speak. Most people don't know, can't even come online to speak. You're one of those that prompt us, okay, who can come and speak, all right? And sometimes you sit down, not everything contributes. Not everything you add all of us are learning, but not everything you add your voice on. Sometimes you listen. That's content I learn, Sometimes I also learn to keep off. If I know that, okay, somebody in the comment section insulting me, I don't know what's going on. If somebody, that's only how I do. If somebody in the comment section insulting me, I just block you off. I won't see your comments. I just let you go. You're all right, but you don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. You don't see me online. I'll just block the person. That's what I do in the comment section. If I don't like their input, I block you. I stay away. I stay off. So that's most things I do. So anything I like to contribute, I contribute. If I don't want to contribute, I keep my mouth shut. For me, sometimes I say something, it may make sense, but for somebody else, it may look stupid. All right, it may make sense to me for where I'm coming from, but for somebody else, it may not make any sense to the person. Sometimes somebody says something, for the person it makes sense, and for me it doesn't make sense. I used to tell people, one guy used to tell me that W and tray, I can decide to turn it and tell it's tray. That's no different. I can see tray, say it's W. It's depending on the way I see it. That's the way I'm going to follow it. So the Dominic was it. I tell you, people listening to you for the 5 minutes you teach a lot. That even in theology, I don't think most guys even know what he just taught right here. You don't know what he have done. Even KJ being the children of father. KJ the children of father. You know how they come against Catholic. That children of father. Where they children of father for Catholic. The way they come against Catholic is to be hard. He believed you. He surrendered. He didn't make any. I was watching KJ to make comment. KJ was done. He didn't say anything. Good. This one have touched him. So thank you very much for the little you taught everybody. I just want to come here to listen and also let's have conversation going so we can be learning. So not every time we put mouth to everything that's going on. So when it's time for me to contribute something, I know I will contribute. But let's the flow go on. You see people, everybody is happy. Nobody is shouting at each other. If not beer parlor, there's no beer parlor discussion. It's a matured one. It's a learning process. It says show that the farmer that when you go to Benue and farm is on internet farming. I don't know if I own or the remedy show. I don't understand. So that's just what I come to say. And then I just want to be here. Let's keep the team busy. Thank you very much.
Uzo, thank you for your submission. You know why show? When we're talking here, we're talking about polygamy and how back in the days our fathers and mothers they were doing polygamy because the men they need a lot of kids. If you have a farm, you need like 20 kids, right? That's how because of you need to farm, right? There's no machines and everything to farm. So Sho said he wants to be a farmer. That's why. So he can marry multiple wives. And I'm like, go and buy machineries.
You need to farm, yeah.
2025. You don't marry multiple women because you need help in the farm. That's why Sho made that comment.
Okay, let's welcome Mr. Jagun. Jagun, you're welcome.
Unmute yourself. Oh, Rudolph said I called the damages. He said he's still trying to reach Shehu. So just give us a
Shehu is not coming. Shehu is not coming today. I knew he wasn't going to come.
Shehu.
Thank you, KJ, for inviting me.
Sure.
But the person who actually invited me was this Dr. Dominic, who can't take ordinary comments without blocking man. Why did you block my commentary now? That's not fair. That comment I made was accurate. When do you see women coming on this show freely? They don't do it, or they come when they want to come. They don't need you pushing them. My comment was rounded. It said that women commentary are largely bland, largely indecisive, and nonsensical, except those who are not. It was a full sentence, but you decided to take the part you didn't like and then castigate me. Nonsense. As a doctor, I repute you for that. You understand? I can't take that nonsense. So that's your first telling off. Continue, because I'm here now. I will defend myself from this point. If you're not allowing me just to watch.
My honorable sir, I agree.
Thank you.
If you notice in the comment section, there are people that have wrench next to their name. Those people are moderators.
And I know the person who did it. She's another damn fool, but I can't help that. My comment is my comment.
No, Jagun, please.
My brother, as somebody, look, if somebody's gonna slap, look,
not people now. We're nobody's here benefiting anything. Let's not.
I understand. But if someone slaps me in my face, I'm not one to turn the other cheek. I'm slapping them straight back. So that's my own policy. We're speaking religiously now. That's my religion.
Okay.
Hold on, Dominic, hold on. But our policy here is that you should not say things that you're not sure of. If the person who have been giving
who's not sure?
Hold on.
I'm very sure. I'm telling Dominic, I'm very sure of what I'm saying.
But
I'm very sure.
Had the right, because that's what the person is supposed to be doing, to moderate the comment sessions.
They're not doing their job well, is what I'm saying.
What do you know? What do you think is the?
What do you mean? What do I know? Am I not sensible? What are you talking about? How do I know? Yes, sir. Yes, Chim.
Good to see you. How's your?
Better to see you.
Okay. So I was just going to say, listen. So you agree. I believe you understand that in every society there are people who manage to make sure that we, not necessarily to force us to confirm, but to avoid that we don't injure one another, especially like the police, for instance. So if a police officer feels that Chim is about to harm Jagun, he has every responsibility to rein me in so that I don't inflict injury on you. Now, when it comes also to moderating our comments, Dr. Damages has said this over and over, and I'm sure you know this. There are certain comments and speeches that some of these social media organizations flag, and it might lead to them either issuing a warning to the person who runs that platform or shutting it down if they perceive that in that place certain things are going out of context.
I understand you.
Yeah?
I understand you.
All right,
I don't see what that has to do with my comment.
Let me land on my thoughts, please, if I may. So, because Dr. Damages or the panelists cannot do that at the same time, whoever is hosting cannot, while he's interacting with us and moderating what we're saying on screen, he's also monitoring what is being written. There is someone who goes to monitor those things. And if those things enter the realm that is not acceptable, that person has a duty to remove those particular comments. It's just the same way if I played any video, for instance, that I do not have a right to play, either for copyright reasons, StreamYard or YouTube will take it down. On Facebook, I have posted certain videos that were removed, not by any individual, but Facebook says this content belongs to so and so person and is monetized, and I do not have the right to use it. They remove those comments. So please, nobody.
Thank you for the lecture.
Yes.
Thank you. But I didn't need it. If you read the comments, the person who I thought blocked me is the person who blocked me. And I'm thinking, what did she have to do with my comment? She has nothing. I don't talk to her. I don't even recognize who she is. Why should she comment? Why should she block me? She's always, no, it's not right. It's not right. I don't like it. I'm offended. I'm the person who's offended here. You people are feigning offense, but I'm offended.
All right.
I'm the person.
Let me say something important.
Seriously, if I say to you that I am offended, you want to now come and correct me for being offended. Rubbish.
Allow me to interject. I think this is very critical.
Please don't lecture me. I don't need lecturing.
All I'm saying, all I wanted to say is, Dr. Damages, I know his style of doing things. I have my own style of doing things, but we all at the end of the day have meetings and whatever. We all moderators talk to each other, we interact, and we know what the lay of the land is in terms of what Dr. Damage thinks and what we suggest. He personally always tried to keep the comment section separate from this from what we are saying here. I personally try to carry people in the comment section because I feel that there are people who are timid. Just like me, for many years, I was listening to this and I was timid. I didn't want to come up online. So for me, I feel it is a privilege for a comment to be brought on stage so it can be discussed, not necessarily a right. If you show up and want to voice your opinion in video with your full face and chest, that's fine. All I'm just saying is in this particular situation, I was the one that brought up the comment. So I didn't expect that you would come from the comment section and discuss it on
why not?
Because
I'm watching because I'm interested in the subject.
Comment section.
Wait, Ejo, please, as I said, I don't want lecturing. You make a comment.
Please, can I say something? Can I say something? Who is the moderator, please? At least, can I get to say something, please?
Madam, give me a second. So,
all right.
Well, long story short, there are rules to this platform. I don't, and Rudolph probably agrees with me. There are certain things we don't fight about in the forum because we're here to make sure that people learn and do stuff. And so if you want to discuss logistics,
Ross, let me just say this as the last comment. Let me take it. I've heard and understood.
Yeah.
Let me say this as my last comment on this matter because I'm not here to spoil the show. I was listening to the show, enjoying what I can. Obviously, I came on for Shell. Shell's not about. I like Chim, expected that a kerfuffle may happen, but I'm here enjoying the show. As I'm enjoying the show, I'm in the comment section. I'm enjoying myself there. Didn't mean to come on. You and the way you guys run this gamut is why I came on, because it is unfair to block my comment if you don't understand it. It's unfair.
But Jack, when you've
No, I'm sorry, madam. I'm sorry,
you
man.
can't do that.
I'm sorry.
You cannot speak to people anyhow. This is why you get
this is what I'm going to ask you. This is what I'm going to ask you. That comment that I made, did you read it?
The point I'm trying to make, if you
you didn't even read it. She's coming on to tell me what.
Can I speak? Okay.
I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it if you're going to engage?
If you're going to talk, you just insulted a woman on the live.
Which woman?
Just because.
Which woman did I insult?
They told you you said you know the person that blocks you. You just posted and
no, because she wrote it.
Women. No,
because
Jack,
she
this
wrote
is what
it.
I want to say to you. I came in as a woman to tell you this. Stop
you're telling me nothing.
On this platform.
Because you're a woman.
Like it. Sit it off. Why don't you stay off of whatever you want and just watch on the side? Must you comment on everything?
Well, I'm commenting.
Comment section? So
I'm commenting from the rubbish. What you're talking is rubbish.
I'm moderating, I will block you, and you're not going to do a damn thing about it. Okay?
Well, okay, you're showing me your power.
So do me a favor. It's not about showing your power. Learn to respect people.
You're showing me your power now. It's okay.
Respect. That's all
but
I'm
at least you came on.
Your nonsense.
At least you came here.
Come on and tell me to your face. You are losing.
Me, I can just ask you to go far away in a nice language. I don't care what you have to say. I care not. I care not what you have to say. Nothing. Not one inch. There's nothing you said that has affected me in any way.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. Thank you for sharing your opinion. I think we can move on to something else. I only mentioned this comment because I wanted to make sure that people understand that we don't support misogyny on this platform. I never expected a comment section to be brought in the full front on the stage for everyone to discuss. That's not how we do things. So
no problem. No, but I remain calm. Everyone else remains in a stupor.
I didn't know when you wrote it till you came online. So if you never came
online, I'm not blaming you.
The women are coming.
I'm not blaming you for anything. But I can tell you, what I can tell you for free is that I am the one. I am the cause of a woman coming on the show now. I'm that cause. Very ironic. You people can't play with me. You're jokers.
I beg, let's move on. I beg.
Jagun, I'm going to come from this angle. You see, sometimes you guys, especially some of us who are more familiar with others, you behave as if the show doesn't have people who control it. It's not a free of all. Somebody is responsible for the show coming on and closing. And there is rule for every of this activity. If we refuse to follow the rules of the activity, how then do we coordinate ourselves? So if you just jump in and because somebody said, and we are trying to, placate you by saying this is not actually against, but you're still insisting. You're still, I mean, how then do you want us to go about having this show? How?
I insist because I disagree. That's why I'm insisting. I have a disagreement. That's it. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you people the way you do your stuff. I
Okay,
do
can
not.
we move on? We're not supposed to be
Just
discussing this on the live.
10 minutes. We have not learned anything. We just keep on.
You.
I tried to stop
Nonsense, you
it
do. Jabba,
before this
please,
mad
do me a
woman
favor.
came
We
on. I
don't want
tried
to
to
hear
stop
you.
it.
No,
I'm not a
you
mad
can't
woman,
start
Jabba. You're not in
insulting
my
people.
intellectual
Yeah.
level. So why would I want to entertain your
That's very good.
nonsense?
Adama, give
Yeah.
Adama, give me a second. Please.
Take a jargon
We don't talk
down,
about mad woman on this show, and we don't.
Can we take him out? He's insulted women several times.
on.
What is he doing here?
Adam Miles go. It's all right. Let's move on. I beg.
All these rich Nigerian men, they all have their personal chihuahua. I'm not telling you this thing before. To these rich Nigerians, to all these so-called billionaires and business moguls and all these people, they feel saying that them be the only human beings for Nigeria. The rest of us are animals to them. And they tell you, let me repeat to you, the rich people, politicians and business elites of Nigeria, they feel like they are white. And the way the white people feel towards Africans, they feel that they have used their money. They feel they don't take their money by whiteness. That's why they always want to access anything where white man do. They want to buy the best expensive waiting white man. Because they feel, say, that money is whiteness. So the rest of you are animals. They are the only human beings. That's why they treat us the way they treat us. You don't see the road network of Nigeria. I tell people, say that road where they use, the road of Nigeria, is it for human beings? Look at the road. It's for goods, for animals. Look at our public schools. Some schools don't get roof. People they train it's animal. They think everybody is an animal. I swear. But among all of us will be animals. They have some pets. But you see the thing about those pets, Malcolm X called them, say they be house Negro. Malcolm X, they use the analysis of field Negro and house Negro. But that means when we were slaves. We don't free now. So when free people see they behave like, that's animal behavior now we get. Not be slave behavior again. Because they don't free you now. Why are you behaving like a slave? Because you are an animal. They believe you're an animal. That's their way. So in the where they use animal and pets, because I see what they do in Africa. You understand? So these pets, they say, even though they say you be pet na still waiting, pet na animal. So because they allow all these pets, they near them, give them small food, make them chop, chihuahua. So anytime when they need chihuahua to bark, they will call them outside. You understand? So last week when Polo say make a whole me, she won't come. That be 2 weeks. Say I must choose who be my oga for Lagos. I refuse. Their chihuahua come outside. You go immediately. Their chihuahua will come outside. I they do my live now. Person say in Austin they make car. Say Nigeria they make car. I say Nigeria they make car with the assemble car. See, and the car is even too expensive. Next thing. They release their chihuahua.
Well, KJ, you played the video, right? Well, thank you for dousing the temperature. I want to apologize because this if this wouldn't have started if I didn't try to point out what I felt was a misogynistic comment. But at the end of the day, I feel that it's important to bring people along in the comment section. That's why people who support us here, they put $10, $50, and sometimes they do it because they want their voices to be heard. And so I sometimes would even put comments at people who don't drop any money because I feel like opinions should be free. You should free your opinion. But I will state it again. Your comment being brought up here to be talked about on the stage is a privilege, not a right. So if you decide to come from the comment section on the stage to talk about things, and the moderators are like, this is not the forum to talk about it. If you have personal issues with the way things are handled, please speak to us that handle things. And you still decide to go off and draw away from the main topic we're trying to discuss. Then, if any of the moderators decide to take you out, that's fine. At the end of the day, Rudolph, in his wisdom, gave a number of people here the privilege or the right to take out people. And some of us have the way we think. We don't think in a monolith. So I may decide to remove you. Someone else may decide. Some other moderator may decide not to remove you. But I'm not going to question the judgment of any moderator. We can talk about it later and say, "Oh, why did you remove this person?" But at that point in time, even if I don't agree and they remove you, they have the right to do that. So, not to be disrespectful. At the end of the day, the important thing is to calm the temperature. So, Mr. Dragon, you're welcome to join in if you want to, but we're not talking about this anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I stopped talking about it a long time ago. Long time.
My apologies, then. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone. We're still waiting for Seun Kuti, and he's not yet ready, and that's why we're not seeing him. We're just trying to hold between. In other words, if you did a little bit of study, you find out the real meaning of entertainment is hold between. So we are here as hold between for the time that this will come to be. I haven't said that. Chim, what do you have to say? Oh, sorry, let's welcome Jonaba. Chim, just hold on. Jonaba, you are welcome. I see that you are just coming back from a sermon. Which part of the sermon are you going to give us? Uzo, why are you showing us your traditional music?
You know what? Jagon entered before John. Jagon, can you comment on what we've talked about? Any topic you want to discuss?
He had made his point. Jagon made his point. Yeah, let's move on. Sorry.
Something else as well. Okay, no problem.
Why won't you allow him to do that? Why won't? I don't know how do you guys work your things, man. The guy wanted to bring me in. You're telling me not to bring me. What I said was a complaint. It was fair enough for him to come back and say this is not where we complain. I don't know where else to complain, but fair enough. We've had that discussion. It's now put down.
You see this is why I didn't want you in the first place to comment, because
I wouldn't have said that. I wouldn't have said that, bro.
You're going back there.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to say that I haven't had my anyway. Do what you want, because that's what is deeply in the heart of the people that moderate this show. Is for them to just show power.
Sorry. Okay, Jonaba, can we go ahead, please? I don't know. You guys find it difficult. Somebody is controlling the thing. Now, if the person says, okay, it's not yet your time, you wait for your time. I saw him, and I was the one who brought him in. But I said, for the purpose of cooling down, let Jonaba speak. It doesn't mean he's not going to speak. It's just between him and then, Jonaba, then him. Come on, guys. Let's
Sorry, can I say something on this, please? I'm not here to make enemies. I think everybody can speak for themselves. But I think if we're going to have rules and respect each other, then those rules have to. First of all, you can't say what people are saying here that we're all nitwits or use all those very strong words. You're not feeding me. And if somebody is saying what is not right, the whole idea is that if you go to a CNN or whatever and make certain comments, the producer will end the show immediately. They will either call you out or the producer will end the show. But if somebody is refusing to accept that they've overstepped the bound, there are rules everywhere. And we're bringing that person back in, then we're making a mockery of what we're doing. I need to say that I'm sorry. I want to be as cordial as possible with everybody, but certain boundaries are not acceptable. And we cannot feed and allow people to do that. If you give somebody a platform to come and make the derogatory statement, then you're encouraging that thing. It's very simple. It means you're encouraging it. So if somebody is making a comment that is not right, remove the person. There's no apology to it. When the person feels they have changed, then it can be brought back. But if somebody's going to insist to disrupt the show, then take the person off. It's simple and basic. Some of these rules are very simple. So let's let until the person accept that no, you can't come and just be. You can keep your tendencies. That's fine. That's who you are. But your tendencies must not come and run everybody else's. It's not acceptable. So please, let's move on. I don't think that's proper for us to encourage somebody to come and use derogatory words on anyone. It's not right. I don't need to like you, KJ, to respect you. It's very simple.
Jonaba.
Thank you. I learned from the elders.
Thank you, KJ, Chief, Dr. Dominic, Uzo, and stay humble. It's nice to be with you guys. I've been watching in and out, but I I see KJ Punk is the old one. It remind me that life is still good. So I say, let me join to see him and to say hi to everybody. Hoping that she will join us soon. It's a good thing, and I know that there was a question that. Chim asked Dr. Dominic about Catholic. I do not even know he's a Catholic boy. He's a good Catholic boy. To me, Catholic is nothing than advanced paganism, or it's a pagan institution. But he's a good pagan. Everybody practice what they like. So, so you know. And the other thing, and I pray that the prayer of his fathers and mother and guardians, we connect him so that he will not make mistake and get stuck with anybody that he will go and do bad surgery or give bad medication. So hopefully, hopefully Dominic has been a while, see him.
You see, if you show up to where I'm the doctor, I'll kick you out.
Don't worry, I don't need your medication. I'm taking a go already. so, so it's nice to meet you guys. Like we said, I don't want to repeat bring in any negative energy. Hopefully, Shea will be able to join us and we'll have a good interaction. Well, everything about Nigeria. We are the beautiful people. It's like go and buy George from Brazil, and we sew it to our own style. All those clothes are not made in Nigeria. It's just like panda fish. It's a nice food, although the smell may be bad, but it's also something abroad. We always like something abroad and forget ourselves. But we are good people. When I see good mind like you guys, I always want to come from a different perspective. Sometimes, just like even though it was a negative thing, but Jagan was able to brought two women in, which in all the thing, you have to see the other good side of it. So people have not seen for a while. But then KJ, I've met with Tukwe. Tukwe's live close to me here. So, and to see her on the show today because of Jargon is a blessing. So let's count everything all joy. I don't want to preach too much. My summer, I want to make heaven temporary, even if it's not going to be permanent. Thank you.
Jonaba had just quietly dropped something that also forced me to do more research, and I will say that before I call stay humble. The prayer we pray, we say, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as done in heaven." At the end of that statement, we say, "War without end." If the world is not going to end, then what are we? I don't know if you understand. Let me leave it there. You go do your own research. All right. Stay humble.
He bring more to this, man.
Tell us what you mean. Stop speaking in parables.
No. You see, we are at different level. Some people they class 1, some people they class 2, some people they class 3. No go bring something when we come make the class 1 person they say, and I saw the thing hard rich. So just leave it there. But if we pray war without end, think of what Jonaba said, then just oppose it. You will get something inside. Go and do your research. Stay humble. Are you for us or you against us?
Yeah,
Anyway.
for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been
stay
a while,
humble.
really, because
Stay humble.
each day I would want to join. I probably will be at work or something else will overtake. But I'm very happy I'm here. I think I can see some faces who had not been coming regularly to church. like me. Dr. Dominic, Uzo. You know, I think
I they go church
those
nowadays, I they go church nowadays,
Dr. Monk.
yeah. So over the weeks, you know, so many things have happened, which I tried as much as possible to follow, and you know, maybe speak to myself and other people around me about my opinion. There today, I don't really know. I think it was Seun Kuti, right, who appeared. I didn't know whether he came or not because by the time I joined the program, I didn't see any guest anyway. I think he had gone.
No, he didn't show.
But
we kind of delaying to see if he will show up, because he has this political party activity, so he kind of forgot mixed up the time. So we're still hoping that he will show up, but I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Because when I saw you and few other Showore boys around, I knew that you know it was going to be a big
Which one is Showore boys?
festival.
Which one is Showore boys? You know, I call you. Which one is Showore boys?
Yeah, you support Showore, don't you? Yeah, I know. You know, you guys as well. Even Dr. Damages used to be a Showore boy, but you know that's by the way. One of the reasons why I joined is that I overheard, you know, someone talking about the church and worship. You know, the designated days of worship. So I thought that what I heard wasn't correct. You know, wasn't that the information that was being passed wasn't so correct because we had someone saying that that the early church used to meet on Saturdays and that it was one Constantine or so who changed it to Sunday. You know, regarding the name of the day, I wouldn't know because this nomenclature is just not it's not an ancient stuff. It's quite modern anyway. But clearly, the early church met on the first day of the week. So the early church met on the first day of the week. Nobody, wasn't any Constantine or so. Why did they meet on the first day of the week? Because Christ rose from the dead on the first day of the week. And there is I think there are Bible verses to back this up because when you're talking about Christianity, the single most important book in Christianity is the Bible, right? So when you go to First Corinthians chapter 16, you know, when Paul was addressing the Corinthian Christians. So if you have your Bible, you can open. If you have your Bible, you can open to, because the reason why I want to say this is that there are thousands of people who listen to this program and watch this program. I don't want people to run away with information that's not correct and that can easily, some debates that can easily be extracted from the Bible very easily. So if you have your Bible, you can open to First Corinthians chapter 16. It says, now concerning the collection for the saints, as I have given order to the churches of Galatia, even so do we. Then verse 2, upon the first day of the week, let every one of you lay by him in store, as God had prospered him, that there be no gatherings when I come. So Paul had written to the Galatian Christians, before that epistle to the Corinthians, where he advised them. So usually whatever he said concerning the collection for the saints, it meant that there had been questions that they threw to him, previously that he needed to address. So they met on the first day of the week, and that was when he wanted them to do those gatherings, those charitable gatherings for the saints. So it's clearly on the first day of the week. Whatever name they called it. So whatever name they, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So whatever name they called that first day of the week, is up for debate, but clearly not on the Sabbath day. Paul himself did not have any issue with certain days of meeting. Even when he, even when he also, he wrote to, just give me a second. 1 second, sorry. So even when he wrote to the Colossian Christians in Colossians chapter 2, verse 16, he said, "So let no one judge you in food or in drink, or regarding a festival or a new moon or Sabbath, which are a shadow of things to come, but the substance is of Christ." Paul did not have any problem regarding particular days of meeting, but clearly the early church was meeting on the first day of the week. So if you have anything, to say, you can say before I go to the next things I want to talk about Nigeria and the rest.
That's fine. Thanks for sharing. I think I can't remember why this came up, but I think KJ or someone had talked about Constantine, and I had mentioned there was an edict of 320 something, I think 326 AD, where Constantine made Sunday a holiday, and it so happened to also coincide not only for the Christians but also for the pagans who worship on Sunday. But one of the things I mentioned was that Christians was already, at least up until the first century, were already worshiping on Sundays. But thanks for going a little further back into the.
Okay, no. Let's go a little bit backwards. See, I like I said, I do not like to come to open space and begin to think out these things, because some people may run away with the things that are not correct, and you may not have enough time to be able to actually make it very make them understand more. But let's go back. If you go back to Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, and there's something called in the study of the Bible, excuse me, the law of first mention. In other words, when a thing is mentioned in the Bible, once it's mentioned, anytime you want to refer to it, you have to go back to the first time it was ever mentioned. It's called the law of first mention. So if you go back to Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 and you read through the creation of the world, in the first day, God created. The second day, God created. The third day, God created. The fourth day, God created. The fifth day, God created. The sixth day, okay, what did he do? God created. And then on the seventh day, he did what? He rested. And he blessed that day. Now, if you count those days without looking at the Gregorian calendar, you will find out that the seventh day, which is the Sabbath day, he said the seventh day, the Sabbath day, you will do no work. You will do no. This is history that you can check through it by history and by also the writings of the Bible. There are people, you see, sometimes when people come and talk about the Bible, I laugh, because some of them say these are storybooks. It took 1,500 years for the Bible to be put together, from different generation to different generation to different generation. And the question I ask is, if you are all lies, how come they are consistently talking about the same end? All of them talked about the story of Jesus to the end of it all. But you see, like I said, these things are something we need to sit down. You bring your own facts. We'll look at it. We'll look at everything. That's the way we study. And I'm not trying to discontinue what you've said. That's your understanding. I also have other notable books and references that will refer to the fact that Constantine is not a new history. Who woke up one day and said that he saw a vision, that the sun, the cross was under the sun. And because of that, he's going to move the worship from Sabbath day, which is normally Saturday, to Sunday. And we still have some Christian denominations, including the one that I used to go to in Nigeria, that go to service, go to worship on Saturdays. The Seventh-day Advent is one of the ones that we can all refer to, because they are still doing that till tomorrow. They are only laying credence to the old tradition, which was what was given down, what was brought down by God. They don't agree with some of the things that have been changed, and they still do their own in the way that it's supposed to be done, or they think it's supposed to be done. My challenge with those ones, not because of that, they don't also believe in the speaking of tongue, because they say if you're speaking in tongue, you have to speak what somebody understands. But that's just the primary point of speaking in tongue. If you go to other places, speaking in tongue has different time. The first time he came, they spoke in other people's language, but subsequently they spoke in a language that no man understands except the heavenly angels. So you see, look, Christianity have come a long way. There were a lot of distortions, but God had been replacing those distortions. Before it used to be after every 50 years. Then it moved to every 10 years. Then now it's every 5 years. Now it's almost like every day there's a truth that has been taken away by men like me and you that God is restoring through other people. Remember the Aziza, this thing. Well, just yesterday, the last of the Aziza people who brought back the speaking in tongue was Pat Robinson, who just died last year. That was one of the people who saw the move of the Holy Spirit in the Aziza Street.
Aziza Street revival, yeah.
Okay, he just left this earth just last year. He was one of those people in that meeting. So what am I trying to say? God has a way of restoring truth. Not because somebody is, you can be praying now, God will decide to bring that truth through you. And he will give you understanding. You're sitting here. I am privileged to have heard the voice of God. Because I used to think that God cannot see me. I mean, I'm too small for God to see me. Okay? But an event happened, and I could hear. He told me clearly, and I've said this before on this channel, if you have died now, you'll be standing before me. That's what he told me. If you have died now, you'll be standing before me. In that accident, 2 dead bodies were sitting by me. And I heard the voice of God clearly. So when somebody come and tell me that there's no God, those things are just nobody. Why? I had an experience. That voice was in my head for 2 weeks. My brother, stay humble. 2 weeks. I kept hearing the echo if I close my eyes, that's what I was hearing. So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm trying to say that these things, if you want to refer to that, let us take it from the law of first mention, which is the first time it was ever mentioned in the Bible. And what does that say? Thank you. I see Chim putting up your hand.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say, when it comes to this date thing, selection of a specific day to worship and all those things, Uzo, your Uzo, can you mute yourself? Whenever you put your stuff on, there's echo from your distance.
I mean, he too big. Come on, block your ear.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to say with respect to this whole date or something, from my own little understanding of scripture, there's nothing wrong if you want to worship on a Saturday or on a Sunday. That's fine. But I also think for a mature Christian or believer, the injunction is that not to make any particular day. Don't be beholden to any specific date. So it has to be Sunday, it has to be Monday, it has to be this day or that day. Those things are not.
Chim, I do apologize, but where did you get what you are saying from? Because it doesn't say anything like what you're saying anywhere in the planet. What it does say is to remember. It's the only commandment that says remember the Sabbath.
All right, thank you.
I was wondering where you're getting what you're saying from.
Jago, let's have let's have a conversation.
I'm cool. Stop trying to say that I'm being erratic.
You can't keep saying stop saying. Let me talk. You keep.
Okay, calm down. So okay, it's you that is erratic. I understand.
Okay,
I'm just putting the question.
Why not remove Jago from here?
Why not
remove Jago from here?
It's a question.
Being disruptive. I'm sorry, and whoever keeps bringing him back is doing a disservice to us here.
Why do you? Please, I need this.
Jago, let him speak. After that, let him speak. All right, please.
Jago, please, more. Jago, just chill. Make him talk.
Let him speak. After that, you can speak, Jago. Go ahead.
Let him.
Now, I'm not against what he said. He said something. I said, okay, let me bring my ref. He asked a question. Was he asking that in hypothetically, or he wants an answer? If he wants an answer, then let me go bring the record and read it to you. That's what I was trying to let him man. He didn't even let me land. He just jumped in again.
It's okay. It's all right. I'm calm. You be calm. I'm the same normal subject.
I won't fall for your level. That's okay. So you asked the question. I want to answer it. Just
While Chim is trying to bring the evidence, I wanted to make
these people, man, highly reactive.
I wanted to make a quick comment. See, you can make an argument in this argument in two ways. You can decide to go into the merits of certain things, talk about the spirituality, the theology, which is what KJ did, which I am not going to do. All I just wanted to point out was before Constantine, there were Christians worshiping on Sunday. So that's all I wanted to mention. Now, whether or not Sunday is the correct day to worship as a Christian or Saturday, I will not dabble into that argument because that's a purely religious argument. I'm just talking about historical context. That's it. Like I said, I try not to get tempted into talking about merits of spiritual arguments because what's the point here? Am I trying to convert you or to something that you're not? I'm never going to do that. So if you want to talk about historical stuff when it comes to religion, I will dabble. But if you want me to talk about the specific spirituality or merits of things, whether or not as a Catholic I believe this or that. For example, if I speak to someone if you bring someone who is Jehovah's Witness here or Seventh-day Adventist, if they want, they can talk from now till 1,000 years. I wouldn't believe half of what they say. Same way, they wouldn't believe half of what I say. So the argument becomes irrelevant.
Dominic, am I allowed to speak now? Okay, so now this is not a religious event. We're here to discuss. We only started talking about those things as a placeholder while we wait for Seun Kuti to arrive.
You know, they call just smoking for one corner.
That's fine. That's okay. I won't say any word about that. I'm just going to leave that. The essence of having our conversation is that we educate each other. I believe in the concept of iron sharpening iron. You educate me, I educate you. If I feel you said what is not wrong, I respectfully call you out on that. Respectfully. I don't get a gallant for being disruptive. No one's going to get a gallant for that.
Right, bro, stop this thing now.
I'm not talking to you, Jago. You will let me speak, please.
Yeah.
When it's your turn to speak, you can use whatever words or language you want to. Just let me speak. Now, you see, this book called the Bible has all sorts of things in it. We must always, when we're reading it, read the context. When I made my expression, I said that neither KJ nor Stay Humble is wrong. But there is a third opinion to that. And that third opinion is that don't make any particular day of big essence. The scripture where we're all putting it from, it has it here in the book of Colossians chapter 2 from verse 8. And I will read that if we have the patience to listen to me. Listen, it says here, see to it that no one takes you captive through philosophy and empty deception according to the tradition of men. According to the elementary principles of the world, rather than according to Christ. Now, if you go to 16, I'm just trying to jump because I can't read everything. It says here, therefore, no one is to act as your judge in regard to food or drink or in respect to a festival or a new moon or a Sabbath day, things which are a mere shadow. If Dominic, as a Christian, wants to worship on Sunday, but Dominic, because he has to go to hospital and save lives, he cannot go. His schedule demands that he be at work on Sunday. Now he's going to lose the opportunity of going to church. If his church decides to say, you know what, we have lots of people who are busy serving God in the marketplace, we're going to have services on Monday for them. And he goes to service on Monday. He hasn't broken any rules. There's no hard and fast rule. That's the point I'm trying to make. There is a church in the city where I live that holds service on Saturday and holds service on Sunday. Some people, maybe like newscasters, people who work in the media, who on Sunday have to go out and work. Some of them choose to go on that Saturday service. They go serve, and then on Sunday they go to work. Now, there is no regimental process that says Sunday malls are shut down. Some of us have to buy groceries on Sundays. If you have to follow it religiously that way, then it becomes a taboo to go to any particular grocery store on a Sunday. But the world is changing. And let me say, I believe that God in his wisdom is actually ahead of us in everything. He sees the fact that there's going to come a time when people might not be so tied religiously to say, oh, it has to be a Sunday or Saturday. And this is Paul writing according to the Spirit of God, saying, don't let anybody hold you down to this. If it's not on Saturday, if it's not on Sunday, if it's not, listen, the essence is have a relationship with God. Have a relationship with God. That is the basis. And then if you want to begin to do some religious activity, you can go on Saturday. If you find a place where Saturday is the day they do it, you can go on Sunday. Personally, that is the way I see it. I go to church on Sundays. I didn't go to church today because I was tired and I was sleepy. And I slept in. But I have family members who've gone to church and they've just come back. So my point simply is, this God that we serve, that we tend to come to defend sometimes, I believe sometimes sits in his heavenly throne and just shakes his head at us and says, look at these characters. Something I institute, they just keep jumping and putting things the way they like. That's the point I was trying to make before I was cut out. Anybody has their views, hold your view. I'm not against it as long as it's respectful. That's my point.
Can I talk?
Okay.
Can I respond to that?
Yes,
my turn, Dominic.
Dominic, hold on.
Say something?
Let Jagun talk. Chim did not even listen to me at all, I think, because the Colossians chapter 2, I quoted
They've asked me to speak.
I listened to you, stay humble. I agreed with you. I was just saying to my response was not to you originally, it was to KJ. So I heard you very well. I'm only re-emphasizing what you had said earlier. That
okay.
From my perspective, you should not be picky on a particular day. That's
okay, can we have Jagun say something?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Can I ask the three normal moderators who is actually moderating? Can I know this?
Let me answer that question.
Because I'm moderating.
Sorry?
Go there, moderate. Just come one person, or do like confuse yourself. It's Dominic or Jim or whatever. Just come one person.
My brother, I'm not talking to you now. I'm talking to the moderators. I need to know who is moderating because it's like three rules are going on here, and I'm not quite sure how to direct my speech. One person is constantly lecturing me about what happened yesterday. Another one is saying that it's difficult. I need to understand because I'm not here to be shy or to be modern. I'm not here for that. I asked a simple question. My man reacted almost violently. And I'm thinking are you dwelling in the past? I don't understand. Please just let me know who of the three of you is the moderator, please.
It's Dominic. It's Dominic.
I'm moderating because I was the first. I was the first person to join.
It's Dominic.
But
fantastic.
I didn't enforce that because let me finish. But I didn't enforce that because I was actually quite comfortable with KJ and Chim kind of going seamlessly, all three of us. If you look back, it was mostly three of us having conversation before.
Can you? Okay. You don't have to say for an hour. Can you see the confusion that may lay on the people listening and the people that you are moderating? Can you see if there's any confusion there? I don't know. I'm perplexed myself because I want to be simple. I know that people are very reactionary and very shocked that we're living in the same planet, but we are living in one planet. And because I don't behave like Nigerians who are very awkward as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't mean I'm not a Nigerian or I will not pronounce myself because I'm not typically Nigerian, who to me largely are block-headed. So with this pronouncement, I would like some clarity, please. That's all. That's all. It doesn't need kerfuffling. God. Anyway, let me. It seems to me that I would respond to KJ as the senior moderator. I am not confused. In that thing, everything that Chim has just put to us is understandable. I listened to him. The passages that he read, I can't say that I know them very well, but I did listen. And in my listening, I put it to the when I lived in Spain, the word sábado was known to me. The word sábado means Saturday. In that meaning, it could be that instead of using the word Sabbath, in the UK and English-speaking countries, they can actually use the word Saturday. Now, I'm not worried, as Chim is not worried, about which day you decide to raise your praise. In actual fact, it should be every day. At the same time, when only one commandment says, remember, this is the word I'm particular about. Well, it's only about to land because I was being told off for yesterday's crimes. If the word remember is there, can anyone explain to me why the word remember is there? Or should we take it seriously? Or is it another thing that as Christianity can dissolve itself and morph into something else anyhow? Is this what we accept? I'm perplexed. I would like to know.
Okay, Jagun, I don't have all the answer. All I will say to those like what Dominic said, I've gone to look at what he said and the references he made. The references he made was that Paul was speaking to the early church and said to them, Sunday, now worship on Sunday, okay, and they take it as the Lord's Day, which they refer to the resurrection of Christ. Now, that's why I said this platform is too small for all of us to look, holistically how these things came about, because it's just not just going to be, solved by just one scripture, okay? Because if you even count, if Christ died on Friday, okay, then Sunday is not going to be the resurrection day. It should be Monday, because he spent 3 days in the grave. But I don't want us to go there. These are deep things that we all need to sit in one place and, maybe in a private conversation and look at, more scriptures. Now,
Actually,
I also hold on, I'm coming.
They're elementary. We shouldn't be disturbing ourselves about that.
I'm coming. No, they're not elementary, because if you say elementary, that means that there's going to come a time when a woman's gestation period go from 90 days to 60 days. It's not going to come. God moves in 3 ways. The God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. He always moves in 3 ways. The sky, the earth, and this thing. Always in 3 dimensions. So, but that is a teaching that is totally beyond this forum. So I come back to what Chim is saying, and which Dominic seemed to also allude to. If Sunday is good for you, use Sunday. But it doesn't mean that there's no particular day God mapped out. No, that doesn't mean that. There's a day he mapped out. But if by the purpose of your service to mankind, you can now not be able to sustain that, God will still hear you if you go to Wednesday, if you go to Sunday. Even if you don't go at all and you pray in your house, God will still hear you. These are traditions of men that hitherto shouldn't stop you from worshiping God. That's the way we should look at it. Nobody's going to hold you to say, because you didn't come, okay, this prayer you prayed on Saturday, I will not hear because it's not prayed on Sunday. But again, if you go to pray on Sunday, nobody will say because it's prayed on Sunday, God will not answer you. Let's be open to it. But whether God has a particular day, just like Jagun have said, yes. He said, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. That is why those in 7 days Advent church, like my mom, they don't do anything on Saturday. They cook all their food before 6 p.m. of Sunday, of Friday. And that the only thing they do on Sabbath day is to warm the food they eat. They don't do any other thing. That's how I grew up, growing up. She was a Sabbatarian. My father was a Catholic. Okay, so you can see why I was able to juxtapose everything and be able to glean from each side what is the best or what God is saying in the process. I agree with Jagun.
Thank you, brother. I would just like to say this, that it was only a question. It was only a question for further understanding, and because these kinds of conversations are edifying. They can be good to the heart, and they could be good for learning. Some people carry a lot in their heart, which causes them to think that they're always under attack, which is not what I'm doing. Some people can't see me as being a reasonable person because at times I'm a justice person. I'm a man of justice within myself. So when people are being unfair, unscrupulous, divisive, and shege where they're doing that, was the practice of Nigeria. Me, I don't practice things like that, and I have no fear of those things. What I'm trying to ascertain is growth in any conversation we have. It's an opportunity for that. Some people like to punish me and put me to death because of one whatever they see as crime or whatever, because they are holier than thou and no better than everybody else. That's not my consideration. You can behave like that if you wish. Mine is simply, is there knowledge in this? Is there basis? Is there growth? Can we ask and answer difficult questions? Because I just like you said, KJ, difficult questions have to be challenged. Thank you.
Okay. As I said, just to add to what KJ said, my own understanding, there's no day of the week that you cannot worship. You can start on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Remember to keep the Sabbath day holy. That's a commandment of God. So that means nobody's keeping it holy on Saturday. All of us are going to hell, though. All Christians, though. 80% would go on hell. Because we don't keep Sabbath day holy. But my understanding, just like I'm a Catholic, so sometimes on Saturdays, if I have a work on Sunday, if Reverend Father allows you to attend the service on Saturday, we have service on Saturday evening. So if you attend service on Saturday evening, we'll not attend service Sunday morning. All right. So it doesn't mean that he didn't go to church. So any day you choose to go to your church, go to your church. If Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, any day you feel like you go to church, you go to church. It doesn't matter, okay, it must be Sunday that you must worship. If I don't go to church on Sunday that month, I've seen. When I was growing up, that's what I've grown up to be. If you don't go to church on Sunday, that means you have seen. But when I'm going to grow up, it's okay, going to church is of your heart, it's of what you are doing. It's not about you don't go to church on Sunday, you have seen. No, Saturdays we also go. So we go to church from Monday to Sunday. We do morning mass, evening mass, every day, Monday to Sunday. All right. Sunday is the same thing. There's no different. The Bible, everything is the same thing. All right. So you spend your hearts the way you feel, the way you want to worship God. That depends on you and your God. It don't depend on anybody. As everybody is saying here, we are all saying the same thing, or with the same explanation. 80% of what everybody is saying here, some more the same thing. All right, we are just you're just going around it. Just like St. Augustine said, if you're going to trace the history of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, all days of your life, you will keep on looking for it. You won't find the end at the beginning. So if you continue talking about Bible here, then KJ said, see, that to 100 years, we won't even get at the end. All right. So that's just my own point. Any day you feel like I'm worshiping a God that is good for you, do the good things. Let's do it. I forget Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So if you say Sabbath day, all of us Christians are going to hear fire. We don't keep that Sabbath day holy. We go, nobody keeps it holy. All right. So and I don't know the Igbo former case days. The Easter on Sunday, our first of the week. Let me add that I've done that one. I want to know, do the Igbo first of the start on Sunday? That's what I don't understand, because if you are to say that, that means I don't know. I don't understand, because I know we have 4 days of the week.
Oza, please, question for you. I was going to ask a question, then somebody has also posted it on this comment section. Since we're here to educate ourselves, everybody keeps saying keep the Sabbath day holy, keep the Sabbath day. What does it actually mean to keep the Sabbath day holy? I mean, that's something we need to understand.
What I was trying to say is that if all of us start saying keep the holy, so we keep it holy, right?
I know, I heard you. Don't worry, don't go back to that. That's not the question. The question is, what exactly does
what does it take to keep it holy? What do you do to keep it holy?
Just like KJ said, he was a Sabbatarian, 7 day Adventist, all right? On Saturdays, they do nothing. They cook all their food before 6 p.m. on Friday. Anything for 6 p.m., they don't light fire. They will just remain one food, eat, no farming, no working. So that's what it takes for them to keep it holy. All right. You are not going to work, no work, nothing. You just eat, relax, I read their Bible. That's what I understand by that. And when I've been to Sabbath, that's how they operate. They don't on Saturday, not 6 p.m. That's over. If you cook anything on 6 p.m., you go in their garden and then they go flog you like 7 lashes. If anything, you do every 6 p.m. So only Sabbath people that I see that maintain that. I don't see another people that keep Sabbath day holy and what it takes. But for me, keep Sabbath day holy is what is holiness. Is much like staying absent.
Which is impossible. So relax.
Can I say something?
Everybody will go to hear fire if you say
it's a lie. Everybody is not going to hear fire. Where do you get that from?
Okay. Tony, hold on. Local PSR have been up. Let him speak, then we can come to you, Tony, please.
Ogatitu, Aelio.
Don't forget Prince Akwachi. He's been waiting too.
That's sequentially now.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Prince. Oh no, Akwachi, come back. No vessel.
No.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Excuse me.
Jesus Christ.
Hello, guys. Yes. Our guest has finished and he's ready to join us. Also, I'm sorry, it took a long time. I was coming to. So what we're going to do now is that we have to make room for him to join. The stream is full. So in any case, I will talk to him for maybe 10 minutes. I'm sure he's tired. I'm sure, it's a long day, but he wants to show up because he's a man with integrity. So he's ready to join. I had difficulties joining because the studio is full. So let me remove some people so that he can join us. All right. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry about all this.
Rudolph, remove me. I'll come back later on.
Okay. Chim, I can't remove you. I can't remove moderators. So I can only remove those who are not moderators.
Put me in the background, please.
Okay. All right.
Rudolph, do you want us to go in the background?
Yeah, I will eventually. Let him come in, and then we'll move everybody to the background. I'll talk to him just a few minutes so that you guys, it's really for you guys to have an opportunity to interact with him. Okay. I think we have room now, so let's get him to come in. Again, thank you all. I had the comments you all make about me, those people who said Shores boy and all those. We'll talk about that at the other end when we are done with this. Don't worry. Even KJ, I had some of the things you said. I had issues with some of them. You know. Yeah. Hello. Okay. So we are ready. Yeah, we're ready for you. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so who will join us just as an intro, I will play a video of him. All the prepared notes we have to put them away. We'll play a video of him and then I'll let him come in 2 minutes.
International Egypt Haiti, as you can see. Bonjour. I would love to introduce to you all the beautiful members of this family. Egypt Haiti, in case you don't know, is born by the legacy of Fela Anikulapo Kuti, father of Afrobeat. Everybody say yeah. From Lagos, Nigeria, our beloved bandleader. Show your love. On bass, Kunle Justice. On guitar from Algeria, Anis Benadak. On drum from Martinique, West Indies, Mario Orsine. On baritone saxophone from Paris, France, Nicolas Sakelario. On trumpet from Paris, France, Valentin Pellet. On tenor saxophone from Martinique, West Indies, myself, Fab Smith. Now it's time to welcome the African Queen who's gonna dance and sing for you this afternoon. Ladies and people, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Blessing Etiette, s'il vous plaît. Show your love, show your love. Wow. He's here. The chief priest of Afrobeat, the man from the people, for the people, by the people. He's my brother. He's your brother. He's our brother. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your love to Seun Anikulapo Kuti.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Seun Anikulapo Kuti. Thank you so much.
You, my brother. I can't believe I finished so late. I'm sorry, man.
I know.
Keeping you waiting all day.
I know.
But today was our MOP grounding, so man, it took forever to finish.
It's all right. It's all right. We understand. Our people have been waiting, and they stayed because they wanted to hear from you. Thank you so much for. I know you're tired, but it's wonderful that you showed up, and you're a man of integrity, and your words I believe you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother.
Let's start. We had. Let me show you, just so you know, we had like 100 questions for you.
If it's 100, ask me the 80, I beg.
I know you're tired, but so let's start with the party, MOP. Are you registered? Are you going to have people run for office? What direction are you going now?
Not registered yet, but hopefully we want to register with this new batch of parties that INEC is about to register. But so far, they are playing their usual imperialist games. And we are actually, tomorrow, Monday, we should be visiting INEC office. You know, me and 30 of my state reps. You know, and I dare INEC to even show me out of any of the parties they are acknowledging. anyone that can show them 30 individual reps from all the states present in Abuja as we speak. You know, so I will not let them use their juju to their reggae to spoil the people's blues. The movement of the people must be acknowledged and formalized to bring the people closer to their full potential and a restoration of our dignity as African people. You know, we don't tire.
What made you to reactivate MOP? Do you feel that at this point?
And wait, make I correct you, my brother. Not be me. It is the people that reignited the movement of the people.
Okay. Under your leadership.
Yes.
Okay. I got it. Yeah. What led to that? Are you trying to do what Bobby Wine is doing in Uganda, in terms of not just going into music and activism, but also getting into the political arena?
Bobby Wine is a friend of mine, and the rate at which his party is growing and registered and formed shows that as people are saying Museveni is bad, obviously people in Nigeria are worse. At least he registered Bobby Wine's party. You know. Anyway, yes, Bobby Wine is a great example. You know, I believe that we as young Africans in MOP, our motto is the liberation generation. And we say liberation, not just one word, victory or power, but a generation to put a point in time that we want to see this thing happen. You know, and I feel that we as young Africans and African professionals must decide at some point, you know, what we want to truly use our gifts and our talent to truly represent. You know, it's just materialistic consumption. Does that truly fulfill our ambition to load some things we have that our brothers don't have over them? Does that truly make us complete? BDM, when they do interview, leave me. You don't go. Okay, I'll call you now. Bye-bye. I have famous friends. Don't be jealous. BDM, just leave him like this. BDM, come.
Bring him. Let me. What are you saying? I like famous people.
Even the rest of they do audio. Look, who is this? Who is this by the door here? Who is this?
Wow. DBM, how you day?
I did find out.
I did greet you.
Greet you too.
Okay, I'll call you now.
Is he a member of the party?
For today, bro. Tomorrow, 12. I'll call you like 10 o'clock in the morning. May you give me ginger. What you did look inside my bag?
You not come with some euros?
Euros, care. And you get euro na VDM. And what with that China money? RMB. No go far. Drop some RMB for table. Very good.
So is he a member of your party, the VDM?
I can neither confirm or deny that.
Deny. All right. So obviously, you are now going towards that direction. If the party is registered, you are going to field candidates. I guess that's where we are now.
Yes, for sure.
But if you look at what Bobby Wine did, you know, in the case of Bobby Wine, the political party, National Unity Platform, he didn't form the party, but he went into it and became a leader. If for any reason INEC they failed to register your party, will you try that direction? Like join?
No, we don't really have any party in Nigeria that carries the ideology that MOP wants to operate on. We don't really have any Pan-Africanist, socialist, really socialist, leftist organization. You know, and I believe that this is where we as MOP have a true vacuum to feed. You know, something special, something coherent. You know, because most of the ideologies that people preach, many of the manifestos of the party that exist lacks coherence.
Are you saying that Shore's AAC, they don't have it? Some people are comparing MOP with Shore's party.
Well, I think Shore's party, they mix a bit. Shore is a Pan-Africanist for sure, but I don't think that they believe completely in socialism like we do in MO. I think that is, where we have a bit of ideological difference. Not in the Pan-Africanist aspect, in the socialist aspects.
So, looking at Nigerian political scene now, what is going on today? What do you make of it? I wanted to start.
That being said, if for any reason, and there's no reason, that MOP is not registered, I've always been a supporter of Shore's candidacy.
Can you go into the party and take over?
No.
What if the people want you? What if the people, if you join the party?
Because it's not easy to, move the ideology of the party. What we need in Nigeria is a battleground of ideas also. Through oppositions that all mean good for the country.
I was watching one of your live performances. There was this song you were singing and you were talking about follow the person where no road. And I was thinking, how are we going to know the person where no road? Because a lot of people in Nigeria, and you talk to them and you see that they don't know who know road. Everybody claims to know road, but how do we know?
You see, because this is, okay, so that's where precedence, antecedent, and using your own brain comes into play. Like you need to have your own consciousness on lock. You need to have it on lock, like when young people say on lock, not on lock and key, but on point, Like you need to be on lock, So on that aspect, I think if you understand what you need to be doing, what your mission is in the process of our liberation as African people, then if that is your true goal and your righteous ambition, your ambition, and it's the righteous ambition anyway, then you'll be able to identify who is on that path. You'll be able to identify who is on that path. One of the things that people, hide under here, which for me, I think, they just hide under it, and it's very flimsy, is their inability to be definite about what they are about what they stand for. People waver a lot here. They have no positions. The only position is the position of self-interest. There's no true position that, overrides self-interest here. There are no values dictating the positions of a lot of players in our society, that control us. Wait, let me put my listing here. Let me advertise my party.
I like that.
I beg, it's very important.
Your party doesn't need advertising. Anytime you want.
I beg.
Anytime you want, you can come.
I beg. Dr. Damages, don't damage my PR stunt. Just leave my.
Anytime you want, come here. We'll go advertise your party. Now.
Thank you. Now you are talking.
Anytime. Really, I'm serious. No, so let me ask you, because looking at the political scene today, the actors, you have Tinubu, you have people like Atiku, you have Peter Obi, he still has a political party, And these people, I know you criticize them, you look
At
at
one
them.
time, all these three people have all been in the same party together. At one point or time or the other. Obi and Atiku have been in the same party. Tinubu and Atiku have been in the same party. At one point in time, they shall have been. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. So if you look at them and look at when you talk to Nigerians, and I do talk to Nigerians, they will say, it's only that other people like Shore or maybe yourself or anybody else that they don't have any option, they can't win. They even told Gani Fawemi, he should go and run for Senate. He cannot win the presidency. Have you been able to convince Nigerians that they are the ones that will determine who should? And do you understand why they feel that they don't have a say really in all this? Because that's the fundamental.
Well, one of the things that we must understand is the political immaturity of Nigerians due to lack of political participation over 40 years because of military dictatorship. That separated us from political participation, that turned political thought into taboo. People were being arrested, killed, jailed for airing the slightest of political thoughts. For many years, parents even warned their children not to think politically, or talk less of act. And in these last 25 years, we've been relearning, and our political thought has been reimagined, albeit it is still in its infancy. But I believe that the rapid declination of our style of living has led to a rapid sharpening of our people's political understanding.
I hear you.
That in the time of Gani Fawemi, people like Obasanjo could tell the feeble lies that they could tell to deceive the people. To claim that they had some experience that Gani lacked, and they had some structure that Gani lacked, and most especially they could control the media in a way that Gani couldn't. But social media has balanced that out. Our sphere of influence among young people especially surpasses theirs. They don't even come close. So we believe that in that way we stand a better chance today, because the pillars that held up this castle of death, this castle of domination and extraction and disenfranchisement and all sorts of negative things that have been happening to us in this country. These pillars are crumbled. It has no leg to stand on anymore. Their house of cards has finally, lost all its significant pieces, and it's shaky and wobbly and crumbling itself in some parts. All the parts of Nigeria that they have not developed has risen up against them. Instead of them to tell Nigerian people the truth, they are calling all sorts of names and hiding all. But I believe that with the movement of the people, we can restore, that vision, that resonates deeply with Nigerian people towards our reconstruction, not just of national development, but of ourselves as people. Remove ourselves from the narrative, the wicked, separate, divisive narrative of these people. It's about time.
Let me share with you some headlines in the news and get your quick take on them. One of them, one funny one that just happened a few minutes ago, or maybe an hours ago, is Benin Republic. They requested for Nigerian Air Force to come and help them dislodge the coup plotters. And I wanted to know what you think about that. You know, I was just thinking that you are coming here today, and if your dad is watching Nigeria today, he'll be thinking, did anything change? I mean, these were things he was complaining about. We have our Air Force being requested to come and help them when we can't deal with insecurity in Nigeria. What is your take on that?
It was only 14 people they need the Air Force for. Our Air Force is very efficient. If you people are between 10 and 75, Nigeria Air Force is ready for you. But anything above 75, then the crash, like the one that crashed, they will crash, like Benin Republic. Please don't even tell me. They ask, you see, Benin is asking us for help. We were asking America for help. See, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I mean, did we answer? Did you know if we sent a plane? Was
I
there
don't know.
fuel
I don't know. We are watching. We're watching
Was
it.
there fuel for the jet to make the quick trip?
Now, seriously, I read this one also. 17.5 trillion spent by Tinubu to protect the pipelines, oil pipelines. 17.5 trillion.
It's Christmas time now. Our election is also coming. Boys must cash out now. The Creek boys. Watch, you see that there will be a big show in the Niger Delta this Christmas. Big artists will perform in a few towns and villages in the creeks. That's the way our pipeline can stay functioning. We don't need the National Coast Guard.
Now, looking at all this, and how do you assess Tinubu's performance so far?
I mean, I don't know. I think for Dangote, he has done very well. I mean, if Dangote was the one on this other side, I mean, if you ask Dangote, what do you think? I mean, he would be like, wow.
No, he says it. He says it that the government.
What an incredible administration. What an incredible administration. This is, if you ask the terrorists and the bandits and all these people, they'll be like, wow, we thought Buhari was lenient, but goddamn, this new president is merciful. Allahu Akbar indeed. But the remaining about 175 million of us, will just be like, man, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. This is terrible. No, the government is really bad. But in a way, this government is not bad because it's terrible. Right? It is bad because it is fucking up the fuck up. Let me explain it. It's the term I use only. I've never said this thing publicly until today. It's the term I only use for my friends because this is how they offend. This is the only way to truly offend me. When you fuck up, you fuck up. For example, you steal my money or you are owing me money. You've not paid me back. Police now arrested you where you are going to party. You now called me. You see, you fuck up by not paying me back. But then you fucked up the fuck up by getting arrested while spending the money that you have not paid me back.
And you calling
you couldn't even, oh my God, that's fucking up the fuck up. Or even the simple, you offend your friend, you fucked up. And then you refuse to apologize, you fucked up, you fuck up. So this is the government, this is what is happening in this government. You fuck up. The previous administrations have fucked up. Then this government entered.
But they support us. There are people who support this government, and they
yes, because they benefit. The only way to support is because either you benefit. That's why people supported Buhari, people supported Jonathan, people supported Obasanjo, people supported Abacha. Have you forgotten Arishekola? Have you forgotten that man? This Nigeria. Sule Gambari, you remember all these people?
Yeah.
Anyway, People supported Babangida. So they will always have supporters because they either benefit or seek to benefit. You know.
So when you look at the political landscape, is there any hope? Where do you see hope for people who are looking for? Because most people have seen. Okay, I agree. I know. I had.
You walked right into that one. You walked right into this.
Okay, all right. So I take it that you are saying that young people should, especially young people, because when you talk about all these people who go around during elections, supporting and helping they are young people most of the time. So you're saying that there are opportunities for them, because sometimes they tell me that they don't have anywhere else to go. They have to survive. They have to make a living somehow, and so you are offering the alternative.
Of course, I think Nigeria has the three things it needs to offer to remove its people from poverty, to offer a vision that will resonate with young people. Three things any country needs for that: to give people avenue to fulfill their potential, to engage their imagination. Nigeria has a big population, natural resources, and most of all, underdevelopment. You see, Europe and America are stuck in terms of growth. Why? Because they are developed. Japan is stuck. They don't know what to do anymore. There are no ways to, they're just cooking up numbers in the stock exchange that is not transmitting really in the lives of their people. They're just trying to do something. But Nigeria, we can do everything. We have to do everything. There's millions of jobs in healthcare, millions of jobs in education, millions of jobs in infrastructure, millions of jobs in transportation, millions of jobs in our mining industries that have not been developed. In our steel processing mills and industries that have not been developed, that have not been invested in. But everybody is concentrating on the extractive industries. The quickest way to extract wealth, to dig into the ground, to plant on the ground, to build on the ground, to charge rent, to export raw material, export resources. But nobody is really willing to do that work needed, that will really bring about a true cultural renaissance of Nigerian people. Because developing our national culture will come from the process of our national development. At least Franz Fanon has made that clear. Every culture, every national culture stems from the development of that nation. And until Nigeria embraces the process of becoming a culturally viable nation that is secular and embraces its people's ambitions and potential, then we'll continue like this. And without development, that can happen. We allow our talents to waste away because we have no plans for them. Everybody has to run abroad. Yeah. Because nobody educates us that our development is tied to our talents. No nation can develop devoid of its nation's talents. How can it happen? But the nation must want to develop, meaning the nation must want to invest in those talents and those talents to reciprocate. But when you can see that your nation is not interested, what are you going to do? So this is what we see as bringing hope to all those people. I mean, imagine if you are a gifted rocket scientist, for example, and you are in Nigeria. Your life never spoiled. Where is the government program? Who is investing here in this country for your rockety brain? If you don't rocket yourself out of here, if you don't rocket yourself to Switzerland now. You know, nuclear scientists, nuclear physicists, theoretical physicists, a gifted historian. All the good writers I know have ended up writing fake autobiographies for failed leaders. Do you know how hard it must be to write a book to make a Nigerian governor look good? Imagine the talent that these boys have, man.
I saw where you are dealing with writers and people who attack you. But let's talk about African unity, which you talk about a lot, and Pan-Africanism, that understanding that this is what we're dealing with, like in Nigeria. It's not just a Nigerian thing. But you also know that, Berlin Conference that happened 1884, 85, 150 something years ago, 150 years ago, that right now there is a second scramble for Africa. And that's happening.
Are you sure you not send spies to to MOP's convention today?
No. No, I didn't know what you discussed.
Yes, because we were discussing about this second scramble. No, you two are bringing it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've written about that. It's something that I'm interested in knowing what you think, because while you are talking about what happened to us in the past and how we need to turn back and take control of the continent, a new one is happening. The Chinese are here. They are all
The
over.
Russians. The Russians.
The Indians are there. Lebanese are there. So there's a new group of people who are scrambling for the same resources in Africa. How do you convince Africans who are still dealing with internal issues? If you look at Nigeria, we're still dealing with issues that are ethnic, religious, while there's a big power that is, power's not even one, coming in to take resources, just like they did 150 something years ago.
Exactly. Sorry. You just made the point, because most of these things we are dealing with stems from our own compromised compradors having to distract us from their own involvements in this business with the new colonizers. Many of our leaders are so-called, many of our ruling class are involved with many of these multinationals that are fueling many of the most of the insecurity that we are experiencing. Not to talk about the fact that their inability to develop many of the nether regions of Nigeria alienated so many people and made them feel like they do not matter, they do not have hope or a future. And those people are easily co-opted into all sorts of nefarious activities by people who do not have our best interests at heart as African people. So a government that is going to reverse that trend, that will be willing to work and build those neighborhoods. What are we talking about? Rural areas in 2025. Development is our biggest protection from this kind of exploitation. So we need we need real leadership with imagination. We need to work for the people. As I was telling you before, those things that we need to do to bring Africans to a life of, 25 years of this democracy, how many affordable housing projects they believe they say they build affordable housing? Flat is 170 million affordable housing. And you know that the minimum wage you pay in that country is 70,000 naira. You do apartment, you say one flat is 50 million, and you say it's affordable housing. So until we as a people understand the need to begin to see ourselves not the way our politicians portray us, but how we supposed to see ourselves. These are the things that we need, that we believe that the people need, that we can bring to the table.
Thank you. I know you are tired, and today you've been very busy. So I'll quickly, and hopefully you promise me that you will come back, because
I'll come back, I promise.
we prepared this. This is really, we had wonderful things we wanted to do, but we'll get you back. But let me ask you this. An issue like insecurity in Nigeria, when it comes up, there's a big difficulty that most of our people have in understanding it. So let's look at what Trump did. He tweeted about Nigeria and called it genocide against Christians. And immediately he divided the country into two. There were people who were encouraging the Americans to come. There were people who were saying that they were coming because of what they would get from Nigeria. We shouldn't let them come. But reality is that people are dying, and these people who are dying, who are victims, are looking for solution, looking for someone like you who is a Pan-Africanist. What do you tell people? What is the solution when your government is not able or willing to save you, and someone outside is saying, I'm going to come and save you? What do you say?
You know a group that actually went through genocide in Nigeria, and we all acted as if we didn't even know anything about the Shia Muslims in Nigeria under Buhari. How many of El Zakazi's sons did he kill? How many of the man's wives? How many of the followers of this organization, of these people, of this religious organization? Buhari tried to wipe them, off the face of the earth, man. So all groups of people in Nigeria, we are going through immense violence by the hand of the same people that have been killing us since 1960. I will implore that Nigerians go and read a book by Karl Maya called This House Has Fallen. And there's a chapter there where he's talking about our internal violence in this country. And we will see that these things that we are now, that is coming close to us on social media, that we're all seeing, are things that have been going on for decades in this country, that have been fueled by certain people for the same reason, which is power and resources to land grab. We as Nigerians, one of the things I don't like is that we don't want to afford ourselves, complete humanity. We want to see ourselves the way our oppressors have described us to ourselves, And then our ruling class, they cement it. Not only the educators, they say no money. They need to make the amount their education cost. So to educate us, they must make profit. Without profit, we can't have education. Nobody will say, no, we must create education because African kids must be educated. So we don't have that feeling. They don't instill that worthiness in us, that self-worth. We don't have hospitals because we need to be healthy. Until the hospitals can make profits, they will not appear there. So Africans have never been made to feel worthy. And we ourselves, we have now lost our own self-worth, and we address and see ourselves only through the eyes of those that mean us harm. You understand? Because if there was truly Christian genocide in Nigeria, and the Christians in southern Nigeria have not mobilized once, even if it's 1 million, 10,000 man march across southern Nigeria to complain that their brothers and sisters are being killed in the north, until Trump spoke, I think we should question them. Even more than we question the bandits. Where is their humanity? If truly there's been a Christian genocide that we all know of going on in Nigeria, other than that, that means everybody knows it is all Nigerians that are being killed by the ruling class of this country. I mean, Dangote is not a terrorist. How many Nigerians does this truck kill every year? How many of us have mobilized? How many of us pick up against him the way we should to end this? This has been happening since I was a child. And they'll tell you the man is a prisoner. But only for his trucks to move on the road Nigerian lives must be lost. I want Nigerians to see the full picture of what our insecurity is about. Look at the people of Oroshoki. They are being removed from their homes, even though they have governors on consent, certificate of, they have certificate of occupancy, governor's consent. They even have court order. Yet the government is forcing them off their land because they want that land. These people are forcing these people. They are even setting some houses on fire to force them off their land. This is in Lagos, where we can see clearly. They can protest, they can shout, people can hear them. So imagine when they want your land in Benue, where nobody can hear you in one bush. That's why they refuse to develop this country so they can have all these people in silence. Imagine you in Zamfara that they've seen from space that there's gold under your village. The people that can do that kind of thing in Oroshoki, how do you think they will behave in Zamfara? How do you think they will behave when they try to steal people's things in Yola, in Yobe, in Kebbi, in Kwara? The insecurity of this country stems from the neglect. In fact, it is the insecurity of Nigeria is directly related to the billions in the pocket of the ruling class. Yes.
Okay. Let me. Your album, 2025, the one 2024, the one called "Heavier Yet." The Financial Times described it as "Sound of Rebellion." And I wanted to know, and I know that Lenny Krevis and other people were producers and they helped to put it together for you. When you see Afrobeat, I'm saying this because there's a story about Burna Boy. He's also touring. He's touring America, and there've been so many instances. For example, there was this incident where some people were sleeping when he was performing. I don't know. Has anybody been sleeping when you are performing before? And he ordered that they should be removed. What do you make of Afrobeat today and the commercialization? The fact that what your father set out to do.
Afrobeat has not been commercialized.
Oh, what happened?
But the Afrobeat is still there. Afrobeat. You know, I'm playing Afrobeat music. My brother is playing Afrobeat. My nephew has joined us. There are so many great bands all over the world. There's Fresh Smith in France. There's Antibalas in America. I mean, so many great Afrobeat bands out there. You know, there is Afrobeat. You know, the names just sound alike. You know,
but they sample your father's work in most cases.
Just like hip hop samples Fela too. Hip hop music samples Fela a lot. Does that mean it's Afrobeat?
Okay.
There's a lot of Fela sample in hip hop. A lot of R&B musicians too sample Fela. You know, it doesn't mean it's not Afrobeat. It's
so
just
what they're doing is different.
It's a different thing entirely.
Okay. So do they have responsibility to be politically conscious the way you are, or are they free to?
They can't. They don't have the swag. The intellectual swag for that is different. You get me? The women don't have the intellectual swag to do pop music, or at least to do it well.
Okay.
You know,
I got
so
that.
I think, you know, what people need to do is to stop trying to look for an elephant on top of it. You know, elephants do not climb trees.
Yeah.
You know, these are pop musicians, and it is not in their place to make overtly political music. If you want political music, listen to me. Come on, listen.
Very good. I mean, most reviewers of your album they say that, and that's what people who listen to you, and I did listen to you a lot, and I get that. Do you know the person in this picture?
Yes, I think her name is Oma. I can remember correctly.
Do you know who took the picture?
I can't remember who took the picture.
Okay, that was a friend of mine. Okendibe took the picture. He sent it to me, and he said I should show it to you when you come on the program.
This was like 30 years ago.
More than that, most likely.
Yes, and he must have taken this picture in Europe somewhere. We're on tour or
Okay.
something.
I don't remember. I didn't ask him where, but yeah, he said I should show that to you.
Yes, oh no, I think it's my dad's house. We're at my
Yeah.
dad's house or something.
Yeah,
After
yeah,
a
yeah.
show.
Yeah.
Look
So-
at my hair. Young man, bring back all, give me all this hair, young man.
Let me ask you, are you tired? I mean, I know you are doing something that someone like Ziggy Marley is doing, which is trying to chart your own path, at the same time honor the legacy of your father. How difficult is it? And do you get tired of people trying to compare you and your father?
Not really tired, you know, because I guess, you know, after you understand, people are wired to compare things because they are wired to compete for everything in society. They are capitalists. Capitalists need to compete. The value comes out of being the best. You know, they can't see value in just being. You know, that's the pressure of the capitalists. There's no value in them just being. You know, so they must compete and so everything must be compared. There must be a list. You know, I don't really believe in those things. I understand the value of everything and how everything can coexist and doesn't have to be better than each other. You know, you don't have to compare something. You can just experience it in its own moment and be. So I'm not really drawn into those capitalist thoughts of, you know, comparison really.
So someone gave me this picture to show you. This is an image made, I'm guessing it's AI, of your dad blessing you, saying, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased." They call you the
I
chief.
can't see the picture.
You can't see the picture. Oh, okay.
It's
maybe
just me and this.
It's an AI generated image, I think. But the question,
Really?
yeah, but it's of you being baptized by your dad, and it says, "This is my beloved son in whom I'm well pleased."
That's a quote from the Bible. Tell that person that if my father catch him, if the Lord catch you putting a Bible word in his mouth, oh my God, you will explain, oh, you will explain, tire.
All right, but you know, do you think, I saw where they called you the chief priest? Someone was been introducing you at where you were performing, the chief priest of Afrobeat. Do you think that you are the epitome of that original beat of your dad?
No. I think my father's legacies, musical legacies, globally, it's spread globally. His music is in so many other people's music, and you know, I don't see, as I said, like to see myself as the best means I've put my music in comparison or myself in comparison to other people doing Afrobeat all over the world. There's a great band in Chile called Nuen, you know, that are really, really good. You know, there's an all-female band in Brazil I like also called Formula U Afrobeat. And Fela's influence is in so many other great bands all over the world, in Australia, in Germany, in France, in Holland, you know. And many of these bands come and they open for me when I play, you know, or they come and jam with me when I play. So never really seen my music as something to compare with, or my craft as something that I put in comparison to somebody else's. You know, so I don't know if I'm the best, you know, or anything.
Egypt 80, I saw this performance I think in Paris. The people that were playing with you, they were not Nigerians. So do you travel with your band?
I have a global Egypt 80 now. I travel with some people from Nigeria, like my dancer is Nigerian, my bassist is Nigerian, you know, but my drummer is from Martinique, my tenor saxophonist is from Martinique, My baritone saxophonist is from France. My trumpeter is from France. My guitarist is from Algeria.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And my bassist is from Nigeria.
Oh,
you know.
That's wonderful. So I know you're tired. We're going to let you go. But before then, there were a lot of people who wanted to talk to you. I mean, they've been here since 45. So if you don't mind, I will let in maybe 4 people to just say something.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Let them say nice things to me, shall.
All right, you guys say
I'll
nice
buy
things.
somebody this
If you want to join, you have to be one of the people that will say nice things to our guests. So let me bring in. I don't know who. There are a lot of people. Just let me just bring 4 people in. Good people. If you are nice to me, I will bring you in. Okay. So our guest, Seun Kuti, is here. I will. Let's see. Let me start with you, Jide. Jide, welcome. Just quickly, a question or a comment.
Seun Kuti.
Jide, how you doing? Baba Jai, Jaido, Jidesi, Jid Salka. I know many Jide. I still know Jide law, Jide the law. Mo Jide pupo.
I'm one of
God
them.
damn.
How are you doing? Honestly, like seriously, like I said it earlier on the panel that you are the first person that opened my eyes to politics. Like you are the first person that opened my eyes to understanding imperialism and a lot of the things that I'm into now, like politically, understanding like how geopolitics influences Nigeria's development and how, like, from an historical context, and how my mind has moved towards the left and into revolutionary thinking. You are the one. Like I listen to you.
It's not me, oh. It's not me. It's the ancestors. They just use me. I'm just a conduit. It's all you. It's all you, bro. Trust me. It's all you. I just spark something. That thing is in everybody. If I'm not able to spark it in you, maybe something else. Maybe one day army man go slap you, it go spark. One day, sharp. It will spark in everybody. So it's all you, bro. Don't worry about it. It's all you.
Yeah,
But go on.
I'm so happy to talk to you for the first time. Like I really, really appreciate it. I'm privileged and I'm glad I'm talking to you. Yeah, I have this question I want to ask, like talking about the MOP movement. Like my major concern is like I know there are challenges with the MOP movement, but like looking at what is coming up, like the incoming elections in 2 years' time, like I'm just wondering, let's assume that the goal of MOP is reached, but the Nigerian states like reacts with violence, because this Nigerian state, we probably all know that it's a very violent state. It always embark on violence, its policies are violent. So when it's realizing that the people's movement is about to take power through a vote and they react with violence, what do you think the next step would be for Nigerians? Would it have to be the revolutionary approach? And even if it's the revolutionary approach, what steps would you require to make that happen and make that work?
Let me first correct the premise there. That I'm guessing you're saying if we are attacked and our retaliation, that means we are now revolutionaries. So many people mistake revolutionary for the armed struggle. That is not a revolution. Revolution is anytime an ideology is in motion. Once an ideology is in motion, that is revolution. Revolution has started. The gun part is many times never even reached in a revolution. But most people see a revolution as a violence. No. Revolution is ideology in motion. Once the ideology has started to move, the revolution has begun. That being said, the only thing that can protect us from the violence of our oppressors is our organization. That's why we must be organized. We cannot rely on mob action. We cannot rely on emotional outbursts. We must have a cohesive and coherent organization organized for this purpose, meaning it is looking and willing to reach the goal of liberation by any means necessary. That being said, it means that we're organized not only to win in an election or to win by any means necessary. So organization is the key. Once your party is well organized, you are definitely, through understanding the positions of the oppressor. Because one great thing about any revolutionary movement is that it must understand the pulse of the nation. You know, so as you have your revolutionary movement, if there's a threat of violence, the revolutionary movement will also have a militant side that is prepared in case things turn that way. You know, one of the great mistakes the Black Panthers made in America was that the armed faction was also the political faction. So when you are that way, it is easy for the government to clamp down on the party in the name of clamping down on the militants. So we have learned over time that rates in that kind of manner, you know, like even the Nation of Islam had the fruits of Islam, which were the militant wing. You know, and many organizations develop their own militant wing if the need be, if push comes to shove. You know, but me, I believe that our ruling class are too cowardly to be as violent as people think. But if you remember very clearly, during NSAS, they all ran away. Everybody ran away. Nobody stayed to mobilize boys to go and do any violence, any guidance. Everybody packed the small electric park, we remain on that bed. Everybody ran away. So, you know.
All right, thank you, Jide. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you're next quickly, because our guest is tired. We want him to come back another time. Chim, go ahead.
Hey, Seun, nice to meet you, sir.
How you did? I know, sir. That's Samuel. Just Seun is fine. Seun is fine.
Okay, Seun, how you did?
I did, my brother.
Okay. Well, I know, but my question is not much. I wanted to speak it in pidgin, but anyhow, Sha. So, I've listened to you, and many people who are into revolutionary activities, or you know, the kind of things you do, which is, by the way, good. Usually, are always anti-capitalism. So my question is, I don't know what country where that has practiced full-scale socialism that has really progressed. And nobody should mention China, because China is not a full-circle socialist state. You know.
So which country is a full-circle capitalist state?
Well, okay. So let's talk about the US, for instance. That is majorly full-circle capitalist, but they also
have
allow
SNAP. You have SNAP. You have so many government welfare programs in America coming.
I'm coming to that, sir. So
anyway, I'm not going to argue that with you, but go on.
Yes. So like in the US, for instance, they literally allow, there's a socialist party in the US, but whether they will ever win election is a different thing. They make money from their capitalism, and then they channel it to taking care of their people. So if you refer to that as socialist activities, that's fine. My question is, which socialist, full-scale socialist country that is anti-capitalist money-making has really produced anything?
Socialism, first of all, is not about... So let me first of all correct a premise.
Okay, sir.
Socialism is not against making money. It just means that making money is not the reason for society. You understand? The society is not driven by the profit incentive. That capital will not have the biggest say in policy in that country. That is what socialism means. This is why the capitalist countries don't like socialist countries, because they cannot take their capital to that country and use it to influence the decisions of that country. That those countries that are socialist will decide on policy based on what is best for the welfare of their people. That is what socialism is. So that's why the Chinese are socialists, because the Chinese the China is run by the Chinese Communist Party. And why the capitalists keep lying that China is not socialist is because they are ashamed that socialists have proven to be better managers of the market than capitalists. Finish. No socialism theory has ever been against the market. What it is about is that the market capital can never be the defining authority in any healthy society. And that is what socialism is. And many countries in the world, Vietnam, for example, which was bombed. Nigeria should be ashamed, though. I mean, so many things should be making us ashamed in our country. Vietnam was bombed to rubble in up until 1970. Yeah. Not only have they rebuilt, they've surpassed us, they've developed, they are pulling people by the tens of millions out of poverty in Vietnam as we speak today. Many countries in Europe practice so-called democratic socialism, because without the welfare state coming in to secure the dignity of their people, then they know that their societies will not withstand any outside influence. You know, just like our society, due to its complete lack of welfare safety net for its people, any outside influence can walk into our country and influence our people. That the biggest protector of your country's identity and your national sovereignty is to give your people basic welfare, you know. So let's not misconstrue what socialism is and isn't. You know, no socialist country is against making money. What they are against is that making money should be the most important thing in the society. Hence, in America, the richest people in America can use their money to influence the American government. But the richest people in China are sent to the education camp when they try it. You can ask Jack Ma where he has been for the last 3 years. They released him last year. Ask him when he tried to use his money to start to do nonsense. They sent him to re-education. They had to retrain him how to be Chinese, you know.
All right.
So you have obviously forgotten how to be Chinese.
Okay, Tim,
you've been hanging out with Jeff Bezos too much. Come home.
Tim, you can hold off on your follow-up so that we can get out.
No, I wasn't going to follow up anyway. Okay. We will discuss that later. But thank you, brother, for answering.
Okay. So Sean, I don't know if you want to take 2 or 3 so that we can finish up. We have about 4 people in. I'm not letting anybody else in. I know there are people who are still trying to get in. So, Dr. Dominic, you are next.
Hi, Dr. Dominic, why are you young like this?
What? You know, I'm a doctor. I'm always very busy, but Rudolph will tell me, even when I'm exhausted, I still show up. I heard your name and I told him, Table Shaker is gonna come. I'm gonna be there. Not an insult. It's more of a compliment.
Thank you.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Well, it's a privilege to be here. You know, it's not every day that you get to rub shoulders with someone who you know, is related in some way to the great Fela Anikulapo Kuti, you know. So
I'm not related in some way, and his biological son.
Right?
Don't relegate me.
I know you are the biological
second cousin by the ex of the mother. No. I will not accept.
Okay. Forgive the drama. Okay. Let's do all that stuff. The question I wanted to ask you was, I think Jim has sort of preempted some of that, and it's basically trying to understand your transition as a musician activist going into politics. And the Nigerian, if we know very well the Nigerian system, all the parties that we have, there isn't any political ideology. And it's not until now that there's starting to be that sense of parties morphing to have political ideology like we have here in the US. I'm in the US or in the UK. I see that your sign has the sickle and the hammer, which is communist. And you're speaking like someone who is proposing socialism, but there's also multiple flavors of socialism. And you've mentioned social democracy. Can you, in the Nigerian context, tell us what is your political philosophy and what political philosophy is your party going to push? And how do you think it will fit into the fabric of Nigerian society and help us to a better place? I think that's important.
We at MOP are Pan-African socialists. We use the hammer and the sickle because it is an international socialist symbol. It is a symbol that all socialists all over the world recognize. And we believe in that international cooperation of workers being the main producers and value creators in society. Now, that being said, we are not imitating communism. This is socialism. This is an African style. Just the way the Chinese are practicing socialism, but with the Chinese touch to it. We as Africans, it's not rocket science to know that if the wealth from the resources of Nigeria is first of all directed to the needs of the majority of Nigerian people, rather than the needs of, say, Dangote or Tedola or Elumelu, any of these big wigs that continue to siphon the resources, the hard currency of this country that we can use to do great things for millions of people, to run personal fiefdoms. And they claim this same neoliberal style that's to trickle down. That if they are able to amass enough billions, that one day they will remember to build one school, build one hospital. But till today, with all the billions that these people, in a country where there's 70,000 naira minimum wage, that they refuse to pay, by the way, people are proud to say that they have billions of dollars. And yet you work in universities, you will not see their names on any hostel, on any research center. You will not see their names on any maternity ward. You will not see their names. So what is our resources meant for? Were we put on this earth so that a few people can use what is God-given to everybody, our commonwealth, just to enrich their own lives, while we are moved further and further away from our potential as African people? As I said to my brother Rudolph here while we were discussing, imagine being a historian in Nigeria, that you have a gift for retelling the experiences of humanity. Where is the program? Where are you going to write your books? Where is the archaeological research? Imagine you being an archaeologist in Nigeria. Where is the program for you to reach your potential? Who is putting money into these things? Imagine, that you are a nuclear scientist, nuclear physicist. Nigeria has no ambition. These men have lacked the imagination to be put in charge of such 200 million people's futures. Many people are expecting you to behave rightly or wrongly. But I say to them, this is a matter of life and death. You can't be afraid to offend people. You can't be afraid to offend people in a world where they have misconstrued inconvenience as an abuse of their rights, where none of them are willing to sacrifice just a few of their sovereignty for the benefit of everyone else in their country. That everything that they have claimed, they believe they must die with. even if they have not brought the thing to this country or to this world. All these people we hail in this country. See, no matter how much we hate Bill Gates, you can still see that he added Microsoft to America. Jeff Bezos brought Amazon. These people in our country, name one thing they've brought that if they did not exist, we will not have. Name one of them that have done something that if this guy wasn't here, nobody in Nigeria would have done this thing.
All right. Thank you so much. What you described to me is, I guess, democratic socialist idea. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I don't know about democratic socialist idea, but it's Pan-Africanist socialist in a democratic setting.
Private ownership is still allowed, things like that, but you still want to distribute.
But there's no socialist government that has banned private property. It's private ownership of the public means of production that is banned. We should not allow individuals profit of the things that allow us to be human beings. You shouldn't be rich so that your brother can be homeless. You shouldn't be rich because your brother is dying of cancer. You shouldn't be rich because your brother cannot eat. Because that's what they do here. Food prices so high. I tell people that when we talk about food prices in Nigeria, we don't understand why they have to make it so high. Because these people are so greedy. 70% of our arable land in Nigeria is used for growing cash crops. Crops that they are going to export. Only 30% is used for growing food. So the food is not enough to feed everybody. That if food was cheap in Nigeria and affordable for everybody that is a working class person, there will be food shortages. There will be food shortages. That's why it has to be so expensive. Make people feel as if it is the price that is keeping them away from the food. Because they know that if it was affordable, a person like me going to get more money if you don't see food buy by the time I reach market.
All right. Thank you, Dominic. Let's go to Two Nigerias, One Brain Cell.
Harudo.
Yeah.
Oh, why is it say? What's up, Sean?
Like the name we are seeing for there.
Yes, no.
Two ninjas. I mean, which are they see?
No,
Two Nigerias, One Brain Cell.
Okay.
So okay, Sean, I just want to ask you.
Don't shame me.
Sean. Yeah.
Seun. You know, you go man, Seun.
Right. So let's say, right, you could be properly described as a civil rights activist in Nigeria.
No.
I mean, well, arguably, right? You could be described.
I don't care about titles, really. So call me anything.
Right. Well, arguably, you could be described as one of the civil rights activists in Nigeria. So let's say, if you eschew corruption, like you've always said, because I listen to you quite a bit, and you definitely abhor corruption, which I think any right-thinking person should.
It depends on the.
Well, but why haven't, for example, if we know, because I saw you try to say, okay, listen, I'm not into the whole violence thing when a question was asked by the first person. So why hasn't, for example, if we know that corruption might be the single largest bane to the development of Nigeria? I mean, there are other factors, but let's just pretend it is mainly corruption. Why haven't yourself and other people that are of the same mindset call, instead of protesting the streets, right? And since you have a voice and so you're quite influential amongst the youths, why haven't you guys come up, for example, and said, the way we're gonna push this revolution, which you rightfully said, it doesn't have to be marching in the streets or fighting. Why can't we say, for a whole month, we're not going to pay bribes and we're not going to accept bribes all over the country. I don't think it's something that's not going to catch on. It might sound laughable. It might sound.
That will stop the petty corruption on the street between man and police and all that, but will not stop the corruption that is destroying Nigeria between Shell and our president. You understand?
Understandable.
Exactly.
But I'm saying the bottom
between the banks and the governors, those corrupt. That's the corruption more that is the matter. For me, it is not the fact that our cops take some lead. Which police department is not corrupt in this world? You see, we black people, when we're in America, we always feel American police are not corrupt because they will never take bribe from you as a black man. You don't know it's because of racism. But me, because I have plenty rich white friends in America, I know the American police are quite corrupt. And they take lots and lots of bribe. But they just won't take from us because when you first talk, we hear your accent. So you want to bring that your behavior to our country. Come on, get that the police vehicle, you're under arrest, bastard. Sorry. So, forgive my language. You know, so I don't think we can stop corruption that way because it's deeper than that. We need to seek political power and use the state mechanisms, you know, to fight corruption completely. That we are not going to give bribe. Me, for example, I don't give bribe. But all the police in my neighborhood, for example, are cops I knew when they were not even, they were all growing up. Now they are policemen, you know. Is it bribe we give area boys to on the street when they see you on the street, hey, and gather your car? It's not bribe. Am I bribing the area boy? What am I bribing him for?
But,
you know?
but and sorry, I don't mean to cut you off because I waited 2 hours. I pushed by business meetings. That's why I even have to rush. No problem. So, I'm saying corruption is endemic in Nigeria. So I do understand that I'm not talking about the large scale corruption between the governments, the conglomerates, foreign enterprises, not that. I'm talking the everyday man, because this permeates the society and is actually what I think is the single largest thing destroying the country today. If, for example, and again, this is just my suggestion, and I'm putting it to you because I think you have a voice. If, for example, and I think that could be a revolution, it could actually be the start of a revolution. If everybody in Nigeria today decided we're not giving bribes, I'm not going to the hospital to give bribes, I'm not going to the city hall to give bribes, I'm not giving bribes to a police officer, we're not doing it. And if we see anybody doing it, we're calling it out. I believe moving forward, this could be a cataclysmic change in the way Nigeria is being run. But if you're waiting to take power first, which, hey, I don't know your plans, but we know how Nigeria is run. And I think even you yourself will admit that it is a long shot for you to get power as the Nigerian political sphere is today. I just think social changes might play a large part in the way Nigeria is run.
Yeah. And see, trust me, I understand where you're coming from. I just don't think it will be easy, you know, to convince Nigerians to not pay bribe. Because everybody needs to move. They will delay you for 5 hours. Say, oh, today I'm not paying bribe. What if they just locked your innocent mother up in the police raid? What are you going to do? You're going to let your mother spend the night in jail because you've taken one oath. They're going to pay bribe to a police officer, you know. And really, in the civil service, people are not being paid. There are some states that have not paid salaries for months. People have to hustle on their jobs. The situation in our country, as I said before, you know, we need to see ourselves as humans and allow ourselves that full capacity to know that this situation in our country, we are not going to outstep it anymore. It's just like when people were doing the NSAS. I said to everybody, if we gathered our momentum like this, why do we want to fight only SARS? Let's end oppression in Nigeria once and for all. You know, NSAS. At the end of the day, it became end oppression because the NSAS, they end a lot of warehouse and liberated food, they liberated toll gates. You know, it went further than SARS because if we have step, we will find out that it's not enough. We must be willing to do the whole thing, is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that his idea was wrong, that there can be a program or a movement that just says, 1 week, no bribe. But I just don't see the viability of that when Shell will still be bribing our president and taking all our opportunities away from us as Nigerians, causing us, you know, more hardship. That will make us need to ask for bribe again the next week.
All right. Thank you so much to Niger. Let's go to Adama. Adama, you're next.
Greetings. Welcome to the show, Mr. Shell. I came in, I have 2 questions for you. One of my question is, I saw that you have a nail polish on and it's black and yellow. So I just want to know out
I
of
was going for
curiosity,
gold, but it didn't work.
does it represent anything?
What's the second question?
And the second question is,
No,
how
I just
can
want to
we in
answer
the
the two together.
Okay,
I want to answer both.
The second question
No.
is, how can we in the diaspora, how can our voice be heard when it comes to participating in elections? Thank you.
Well, first of all, you know, me, I believe in balance. So my right side is my feminine side. My left side is my masculine side, because I'm a lefty, you know. If you saw my infamous video, you know, you see the side I moved with was my left side. You know, I'm a lefty. You know, and in Africa today, many of us are being, you know, miseducated by this manosphere thing online, where we are being removed from understanding how to relate this gender wars that's going on, this hyper masculinity that is going on. Everybody got to be so tough. Everybody got to be so this way. Everybody got to be so that way, you know, and describing what it means to be a man by the kind of clothes you wear, what you do, and all of that, you know, is miseducating the African man. You know, the only masculine trait is service and protection. That you serve your land and you protect your family. And do those two things, then you are a man. Many of the things, people that are policing how men dress to claim who is a man and who is not a man, those are the people that are not serving their land in any way, shape, or form, and are not protecting their family. You know, they are all irresponsible. Their children are running all over the place. Their wife probably have not seen them. The last one, many of them are not 35-year-old single men. Not to insult any 35-year-old single man here. I'm just saying. So I just believe that the premise of what it means to be an African man is lost in the psyche of African men today, while we chase this European concept of what it means to be a man, you know. So yeah, that's why that is. The second one about how people in the diaspora can participate. I mean, the same way anybody else that is Nigerian participates, except that you are far away. But now that we have internet, you know, if you cannot be a part of the conversation, join the political movement, you know, and organize for your movement among other Nigerians in the diaspora, you know. And I think that is always a very strong way of always supporting and empowering grassroots organizations. I believe that right now all adult Africans need to join political movements. It's very important. It's one of the most important things we can do right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Adama. Let's go to Femi.
Thank you.
Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I met you while you were at, I believe you attended at Dimbayo Mokoli Lu College. So,
yes, I did. This is 2000, 25 years ago.
Yeah. You and my cousin have the same attributes. At the time, though, that I met you, I never imagined that your trajectory would be the way it's come, because like I mentioned earlier, prior to when you've joined the Dr. Damages show, I've learned quite a lot from some of your
But why did you think the trajectory? Wait, rewind. You're not supposed to throw that bomb and then just keep talking as if, because if you knew me in high school, then you knew I was the best student in my class already.
The show that I met, of course, you were not walking from the north with cows on that day, but you were walking, right? The show that I met at the time, you came across as very gentle, just like this your other elder brother. I forget his name, Kole. Is it Kole?
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I said the trajectory. It was I did not expect you to blow the way you have done. But anyways, more importantly, I have this idea of what do you think about this issue of President Trump, as an example, even America wanting to come and help us, in quotes, especially knowing what we know about, I mean, at least those of us that decide to look into deeper spheres, like to be certain that there's no other underlings, especially when you realize that a lot of how we got to where we got to, and I'm not saying it's also not our fault, is particularly due to other influences, principalities, and powers. So, who is going to help the helper that is about to go help, try to go help Benin?
No, first of all, what I said to a few people, when they tell me that, have you seen, it's not about even forget the nature of the help. Let's even accept that the nature of the help is righteous. Let's accept that Trump actually wants to come and help us, and his intentions are pure, and everything he wants is just for us to be rid of the killings and bring peace to Nigeria, so that everybody can live peacefully in that country. It just have to be a shithole. No more shithole. No more. No more. It will be beautiful.
Shay, when you can't do that, you have no hair. You have no hair to do that. You need hair first.
And red tie.
This guy.
Is that we must, first of all, question the quality of the help. We have to ask him, is it the kind of help he helped them in Iraq? Where, because they wanted to kill one bandit, they bombed the wedding with 700 innocent people there, claiming that they had complete intelligence that the bandit was at the wedding. And after all the smoke had died down, not only was the bandit not there, he had time to shoot another video to let us know that he wasn't at the wedding and those 700 people were just killed for nothing. That is the quality of America's help. Collateral damage up and down the place. So even worse than if it's the resources, they just come and take it for free, because they're taking it for free already. I don't know why they enjoy the elimination of black and brown people. I was still watching a documentary some days ago about a platoon in Iraq that killed the whole family, women, children, just because somebody blew up the account on the road. And they said the person ran into the house. They killed the whole family inside that house. So we must, first of all, question that quality of help. that sort of quality of help, because, you know, is that the quality of help that we need to stop this atrocity? And then we must question their actual results. We look at Syria, they did not stop it. They just killed a lot of innocent people and left. In Iraq, they did not stop it. They just killed a lot of innocent people and left. In fact, in Afghanistan, not only did they not stop it, in their process of killing a lot of people, the Taliban chased them out. We saw them running on live TV, helter-skelter. In fact, they forgot some helicopters behind. They forgot some planes behind. They forgot some tanks. It was a disaster, you know. So their result also in helping had not been very, very good, you know. So what is the precedence? You know, I don't even want to discuss politically because I know all of us know the political answer. I'm just saying, like, let's even assume that this political side, this our resources is inexistent, is not there, is inexistent. The quality, the results of their help, their precedence does not give for good reading or any way that they have gone to say they want to ameliorate or ease off any conflict. So I think we should reject it based on just that logic alone.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Thank you so much. We have Jagun. He's the last person, unless you want. I have two more people.
Jagun?
Yeah.
Is it Jagun?
Oh, boy. Can I say that? Oh, boy, great to see you on the show. We've been waiting for you for a while. It's just like your father. I was at a shrine at some time, and we waited 4 hours for that man. He came and he just began abusing.
Not be lie.
He began abusing everybody there.
I was working for the people. You see my Lagos State.
Now, so you know that I'm in London, and I saw you about 2 years ago at the Fox and Firkin. If you remember, in
my friend's pub.
Naim, your friend who lives for Nassau. We come enjoy ourselves there. Yes.
Did you enjoy yourself that day or not?
We enjoyed ourselves, my brother. You did well.
My friend opened this pub in London. I went to play for him. Yeah, that was a good day.
That's right. Good to see you. You don't know that you've already cleared up 2 arguments that we had on this show today. The argument was about organization in terms of in terms of what do you call it again? So I'm an old boy now. My memory don't fly. What do you call protest? I beg your pardon. In terms of protest,
yes,
and whether or not a protest needs to be organized, or whether or not people just need to stand up and be putting themselves in front of a gun without having an idea of what it is that they're doing. So,
there are those people that don't like, you know, there are certain groups in Nigeria that they are tired of talking. They just want action. See, these are oppressors in waiting, I tell them. Because they don't like talking, because talking means dialogue. Talking means plan. How do you act without planning? Right. Is that not madness?
It's complete madness.
Complete. You see, talking is a verb. It's an act.
Yes.
If you think talking is not powerful, I always say to people, if you think talking is not powerful, go and meet a Nigerian soldier man and say, you dey craze, you don't go better for your papa. And see what happens. You will know that talking is action.
Very much so. You cleared it up for anybody who's reasonable and thinking. You see, on this show, I am much regarded as a troublemaker, which is a banner I wear with pride, because it seems like everyone else seems to enjoy sleeping, which is my other name, Soji, to wake from sleep, not to just remain sleeping. My brother, I have 2 questions for you, if I may. One, musically, the argument between this Afrobeat that they're spitting out now, which I didn't enjoy when it first came out. I thought, what's this water music? It's rubbish. However, I was encouraged and I saw the strength of the young people coming through, and I identified something uniquely Niger about the music of the new Afrobeats. But it is so far away from what I know as original Afrobeat from your old man that would drive somebody. I was in Ikeja at the time when your dad was around, and what he put out to us, it was spirit moving. I mean, I couldn't believe the power. I've not been to a better night in my life, and I'm a traveled man, and I enjoy music. But what your father had to let us know that very time I was there, or the times I was there, apart from the Fumigaur that was available to everybody, what he put out was a lesson in Afrocentrism, which is you're a bloody African, whether you like it or not. And I enjoyed that element of his music. Do we have that in the new era? Is it taking us somewhere? Does it have somewhere to go? Is it going to die or develop? I can ask you both questions at once if you wish, or I can wait for you.
Ask both at once, because it saves me time.
Absolutely. Now, the second is more political. We have all these terms and terminologies that are very Western. And when they are very Western, they take on a connotation that I believe that we have no appreciation of. Because I grew up in this UK of ours, I was born in Nigeria and I grew up here. Because I grew up here, I know these people, and I know them better than most of the people who are sitting around this table. Because there's a value that we give the Oyinbo that is far too much for them, but we offer it to them whether we like it or whether we know it or not. And I wonder, when you use terms like capitalism, communism, they have meanings, and we agree on their European meaning. But do we offer these meanings what they actually underline, or should we not be putting our own terminologies to the politics we want to play? Because I don't believe in the politics of the globe, be it communism or capitalism. Just like I don't believe in religion, be it Christianity or Islam. All of them are bullshit as far as I'm concerned. But there is truth that we must witness. And as human beings, that's all we're here to do, is to witness truth and to stand for the truth. The rest is a lie. And if we involve ourselves in that lie, we remain sinners, if that's a word that anybody wants to use. So this I put to you, sir.
The first one about Afrobeat, living or dying. I think Afrobeat, Fela's music, first of all, has secured Afrobeat longevity. People will play that music, it will always be reprinted, it is stamped. I mean, something is even happening for Fela again. I can't say it. I'm not allowed to disclose. But goddamn, is this man ever going to stop growing in death? It's amazing shit going to stop happening to this man. Hey, I'm still alive. I'm over here. Send some my way, motherfucker. You know. So that being said, there are so many bands that also play Afrobeat music globally. You know, but even in Nigeria, how many times do they play Fela on the radio? Hardly ever. Afrobeat is alienated from Nigerian radio because of what it stands for. I mean, we say Fela is the biggest artist from Africa. How many African award shows have Afrobeat category? You know, but we get nods in the Grammys, in the Mobos, whatever award ceremony is happening in the world. You know, if we put in our album, we get a nod, except, you know, where we're from. You know, so I think that's what is just that the powers that be are trying to erase Fela's spirits from African society. And not only him, many men that are like him. I mean, how many tributes do you see in Africa to Nkrumah? How many Lumumba Avenue do you see in Nigeria? How many Nkrumah statues or Nkrumah Hall or anything named after the people that gave us these freedoms we use for rubbish, to be twerking and be doing nonsense while we are being re-enslaved? The people that fought for it, how many of them do we revere? You know, so that's another discussion entirely. But Afrobeat lives to continue to live. Too many bands playing the music for it to die. Trust me. And on the other side of the European terminologies, is because, we don't live in a bubble also. You might not believe in the global bubble, but you yourself, you don't believe. I mean, I think Trump just say one come bomb also. I mean, we live in a world where it's human to want to be understood as far and wide as possible. So when we speak to one another, because at this moment of the African consciousness, this is the best way that we can use to explain ourselves. Èmi àti ẹ bá máa sọ̀rọ̀ bí ọmọ ilé, bí ọmọ Yorùbá. Tiwantiwa ká sowọ́pọ̀, ká fọwọ́ ṣọwọ́, ká fikùn lukùn, ká fọkàn ṣèkan. Is how we will explain socialism to each other. But in a world where we must be understood by an even larger society, it will be selfish of us to close our voice that small. That's why Fela himself sang in Pidgin. Not because he couldn't sing in Yoruba, but because he didn't want to make his voice small. And I don't advise us to do that neither. We must make our voices as big as possible so that our ideas can go as far as possible.
All right, thank you, Jagan. Let me ask you. There's some questions on the comment section, just so that they will be part of.
You're asking one, then my hand is on the exit button. It's 12 minutes past.
Okay, one. I know. I'm sorry.
Right.
Because
once you ask the one and I answer, I'll just press the button. Like, my hand is there.
All right, we have to thank you.
I wish I could show you the hand. See the hand.
I know.
See this finger.
Why the black one instead of the yellow one?
Yeah, let me leave this one. This one is showing on, but
the yellow one is kind of rude.
Okay.
And stop calling it yellow. I say I went for gold. It now came out as yellow. All of you are calling this yellow. You are disappointed. You are breaking my heart. Say golden.
Good.
Hey, thank you.
All right. One last question. Is from someone who is watching, and he said, "What is your beef with Simon Ekpa?" I didn't know there was a beef going on.
My beef?
Yeah,
I don't have beef with him.
That's
I don't have beef with him. I cannot have beef with prisoner. How can I have beef with? You wanted to shank me. You wanted this is a man with nothing to lose. Please, I don't have beef with Samuel, but I have beef with Finnish government. Zoo. See, one thing you all must learn about the capital, and when they arrested him, this is what I said. That to all of you that believe that because there's an issue with our country, you don't can escape from the country. You are not talking down to us. Now, when I did for Zoo, everywhere in this world, especially where there's capitalism, it's a zoo. Some are just more fancy than the others. That's exactly what I said to him after he said my father died like chicken and anything.
Imagine.
They have zooed him. They have shown him that Finland is a zoo like Nigeria. He go inside. He is enjoying. But it's just a fancy zoo, That's just what it is, So stop talking down on your brothers and sisters because you're in Europe or America. Some people do for America say in the civilized world. I say America, where they go shoot small children inside school, is a civilized world. They say, you don't finger your brain, you don't finger all your brain, all your brain fingered. Anyway, so I'm just saying, to be on a more serious note, though, because this is political. It's not good to just be joking about political issues. He did a live thing, where he repeated something that his Oga repeated before. And I don't tell them through the underground channels. I didn't like that shit. So, why would people be fighting for Nigeria? You fight for Nigeria, you die like chicken. Fela fight for Nigeria, he died like chicken. His mother died like chicken. I mean, what the hell is that? Anyway, now everybody is locked up like chicken too. So hey, what we say? So that's the beef. That's the beef.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We really appreciate it. And hopefully, like I told you, we had 100 questions by my researchers and videos, but hopefully you'll come back.
We will continue on that. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to INEC. Wednesday I have rehearsal. From Thursday I'm free. Okay. Wednesday is my last job for the year, and I'm on holiday.
Okay. All right. We will bring you back, and I really want us to get into in details of what is going on with the country and the continent. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. All right. So it's been a wonderful time. Let's take a break, and then we do a quick recap. Thank you, Seun, for being here. All right,
take it
welcome
easy.
back. Thank you all for staying, and thank you for watching, those who are watching and those on the comment section. I'm sorry for how the day went, but I hope it was worth the time and the wait. I hope that we will bring him back, and we're going to give him a full 3 hours of conversation. We didn't touch on so many things, I know, but that's how it works sometimes. All right, I know that Dr. Dominic, you have to go. Let me get you first to weigh in, and then John Abba, those that didn't get a chance to ask questions, John Abba and Prince Akwachi, I'll get to you. But let's hear Dr. Dominic first.
Oh, well, thank you for allowing us to ask questions. And it was very graceful of him to allow more questions and allow people to even ask second questions. I wish I had opportunity to ask a second one, but it's okay. I felt that his interview was weird. I was actually unexpected. I thought he was going to act a certain way, and I think I got humbled because I had this stereotype of this is the kind of person that he is, and this is how he's going to express himself. And he was very calm, collected. The way he answered the questions, I think, were pretty straightforward. For me, the important thing was I wanted to understand, how he defines his political philosophy, and it's not important in terms of like what MOP or whatever he wants to offer Nigeria. And I think he answered it quite well. What I got from him was his movement is about socialism, but not about eradicating capitalism. At least that's how I understand it. Achieving an egalitarian society where you still have, capitalists, but you're trying to distribute wealth. Your focus is not on capitalists running the economy, but making sure that the means of production and things like that are distributed to the populace. So I understand this as democratic socialism. And I think some people made some comments about China and a bunch of other places. China has a lot of capitalist policies, so I can't really call it proper socialism or proper communism. So I don't think it's a proper socialism or proper communism. But yeah, I would like to have him on the show so we can, get to even explore more topics. I was surprised no one asked about Nnamdi Kanu, but I didn't want to ask that because I felt like it's something that would require a whole show to kind of like go deeper and sort of understand where he's coming from. But all in all, great outing. And yeah, Rudolph, I just want to apologize. Things went a little heated in the earlier today. That was not my intention. So, but and if I offended anyone, I do apologize. But everyone has their way of running things, so I'm not perfect. And we don't prevent
you didn't offend me, my brother. You didn't offend me. I came and spoke. You replied. That was actually enough. All I needed. It was everybody else who decided that stinking mouth to speak. You didn't offend me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dominic. Thank you. Jonathan.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry. I also wanted to ask. When I was on the show, when I had asked him a question, I noticed I was taken out. I wanted to know why I was taken out. I'm not trying to put whoever did it on the spot, but I was wondering
when were you taken out? When you were what?
Yeah, like when I was talking to Seun, I didn't even finish and I was just taken out.
Oh, Rudolph, I remember then, but I actually thought he had finished speaking when you took him out.
No, I was going to conclude, and I just got talking. I couldn't get in again.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, I don't.
Okay.
I don't understand. I don't know what happened, but anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to details. There was
nothing more special. You're getting old. That's all. Don't need to explain too much.
Yeah, and he has favorites too. He has to apologize to me.
Yeah.
For who is talking? Femi, for you?
Femi,
for what?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened to you? You have favorites, so you have to apologize to someone.
That's a good point. Before you start, I said that I was actually joking when I said that I will only let people who are good, but we let everybody who was in the studio in at that beginning. Everybody, there was nobody we left out. But
no, you do a Jodo sometimes because some of us are gentle. Because some of us are gentle, you be doing amazing things with the way you move people around.
I'm not I'm not the only one who look. Things will happen while my hands are up. It's not. I'm not the only one that controls.
Doctor, God will judge you. God will judge you.
No, that's a bit much.
All right, that's not a problem. I don't have a problem with God. Yeah, no. Janaba, go ahead.
Nice to be here with you to listen. Um, sometimes we're too familiar with each other and we don't even acknowledge each other. But I also look up to you as a good man. I could have even acknowledged to say that one person is left here instead of even reading from the chat. But I also understand you say you have his hand on this to exit out. You have the golden finger or the pink fingers, the one that he doesn't tolerate. So it's okay. Overall, it's a great show. It's a man with deep insight. You understand the geopolitics of the world, and I think we're looking forward for you to have him back. My question to him before, like I wanted to ask him was. He talked about how people like Obasanjo and the rest of them use media to reduce the human rights activists before, but now there is other means of this internet. So I wanted to ask him that he think, what is his own view? He think that if they want to shut anything down in Nigeria or Africa, they cannot do it again by using their influence that they always have. That's could have been my question because I don't think any black man control any major uh, media and platform apart from the even the media platform has to be channeled out from one way or the other. I wanted to ask him to you too, X and the rest of them, that these people can still use it to reduce the voice of the common people on the on street today, or what Nigerian people call the masses. That if they choose to, they could, but maybe it will be a question I ask him for another day. Because we think now that the war of internet, nobody can shut you down again, or because the media platform of all those NTA, AIT channel and the rest of them, now that there is internet that people can come through any other means. I think the elite still have the upper hand, or the government if they want to shut it down. But I wanted to hear his own view. That's could have been my question for him.
All right, thank you. KJ, you're next. KJ, are you doing the after show? You still have the energy for that? It's up to you.
Okay, I think we will just go from here. The after show, there's no need for it because.
No, but I want to end this stream because it's been too long and it's difficult to process at the other end. So if you are not doing it, we can just go around and that's it, and I end the show. But if you are doing it, also it's up to you.
No, I think we have done enough for this weekend. Because yesterday they almost killed me on this place. So.
All right. Let's just go around. Let's just go around. Everybody make a comment and then end it. Yeah.
I listened to him right from the beginning to the end. He didn't disappoint me. As an entertainer, you always know how to be able to frame yourself. The only thing I noticed is that he was tired, and so that also affected some of the responses he may probably wanted to give. When I was small and eventually get to know him through hanging out with his father, I knew that the music, that Afro thing was transferred to him. I mean, any of us who watched Fela and Kuti will know that, his elder brother, with due respect to him, is not really in that light. He's a good musician, a good trumpeter, but Kuti is the one that that is carrying that anointing. He will call it the mantle was moved to him. Whether he's been able to do that without a lot of controversy, that is a question for another day. But so far, as an Afrobeat musician, he has established a niche for himself. Yes, he cannot totally run away from the shadow of his father. Yes, and that's why, you see, I'm sorry to say, for those who are lovers of certain musicians, I don't want to call their name, masquerading as Afrobeat musicians mixed with this thing. They all copy songs, from Fela, and they give it all kinds of spin. We who used to listen to music know when we hear those beats and how the chorus is coming, we will know that this is, this is Fela's handwork. That somebody is taking and turning and singing and then making himself a big star, and then not acknowledging where he has taken that from. And that's what I like when he said that. But he was being humble about it. He didn't want to go after them. But we know, if you listen to music for a long time, when you hear those beats, you know that this is Fela they are taking from, and they are not acknowledging it, which is very bad. For me as an artist, you don't copy and don't acknowledge. You can copy and say, well, this is my style, but the beginning is from this person. It happens a lot in reggae. There's one time, those of us who listen to reggae a lot, you find out that certain one lyrics, there's one they said, let us see, if you listen to reggae also a lot like I do, and I know Jagun probably, if he does, he will know this guy, because this guy is a London guy. It's called David Radigan. David Radigan brought in a lot of reggae musicians from Jamaica who ordinarily wouldn't have become superstars. But for that BBC presenter then called David Radigan, who brought in people like Yellow Man, Ikamuze and the rest of them, he made them popular. But what am I saying? There was a time he gave them one particular lyrics for the 36 of them to do their own song in different ways. That lyrics continued, but their songs, the way the beat continued, the lyrics itself became different. And so this is what some of these people are doing. They go to the olden music of people and they take from those people's lines and they come and infuse into their new music. But they will fail to acknowledge where they're taking it from, which is very terrible. As an artist, you don't do that. And that's why sometimes after a while they run out of whatever to sing because ain't got nothing to present. But people like Seun has continued in his father's life. The only thing I would have loved to ask is, the question I asked earlier, why that mark on the graveside of his father? But since we'll have him next week, we'll all be able to have that opportunity to ask many questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Just a quick comment. If the sample these days, I don't think it's possible for you to sample people's work without acknowledging it. I think if you look at the album, you will see, or the CD, you will see if they sampled any work, they will acknowledge it there. Maybe they won't be saying it in public, but I think someone like Burna Boy openly says that some of his songs are offshoot from Fela. Even Wizkid had a song where he was essentially singing the same lyrics from Fela. So I think there is that acknowledgement. It's impossible these days. Like Last by Burna Boy was essentially taken from Tony Braxton's song, and you have to, because they actually pay for that right to do that. If you see what Seun was saying towards the end about the new project, he didn't want to reveal it because it hasn't been made public, and he can. But there are discussions going on, and there are things you have to do to use people's work these days, especially in recording formats.
Okay, if that's what you say, I want to believe what I'm saying. Well, if that is it, then majority of the musicians in Nigeria will be so rich because every day people are copying from there and not giving them any royalties. But that's okay.
No, the big ones, yeah, they do have that international connection where their records cannot be. But the unknown ones, or the ones in the 70s and 60s, maybe they don't have that kind of network. But now it's virtually impossible to do that. Even YouTube we flag it as something that was copied from somebody else. Jagan, you're next.
Excuse me. Thank you. I would like this show to continue. If at all possible, I understand what he said about his late night last night. It was 6 p.m. London time before he finished. So he had a long time. But if on this show today there were three moderators squabbling with me about nonsense, but to carry on the show is an effort. That's what you're supposed to do now. So stand, carry on the show, because there are many people who enjoy speaking, enjoy a conversation. That's what Dr. Damage is all about. The flavor of your show, Dr. is always very good. It's not necessarily more polite or anything, but I believe that there is either a lot more respect given to you, or which I will say that's a plus, even though it may not be a plus to the other moderators. But the other moderators, they bring something different, which is obviously your intention. And what they do is quite enjoyable. Forefathers, as much as we dislike him thoroughly, his show is possibly best liked. You know, the awkwardness of that, we all have to work it out differently. But it was the fact that there were 3 moderators today. I came on to discuss something, and then all other moderators thought that they can bring their mouth and smell up the place. Very poor behavior. Anyway, my brother, I again salute your efforts in bringing all kinds of guests to our table. The refreshing nature of Seun Kuti being here and representing himself very well in the short time he had. I think that was impressive, especially in the fact that you stayed on the case. I wasn't expecting him to actually arrive. But as I said, like his father, he did what his father always did, wonderfully, I must say. This guy, I hope you can allow me to abuse 1 or 2 people, because I can't help it. But this guy always says that I speak about myself instead of speaking about one psychological book that I read and didn't understand, which is where he comes across like he doesn't understand what he's read. I'm talking about OVA. I've had a wonderful life. Sometimes I just the memory of what I've done, what I've passed through, the experiences I've had, the fact of being a Nigerian, it's given me a lot of avenues to go down. And I've never actually been afraid of the avenues I like to go down blindly many a times. And again, I think all Nigerians have this thing, this special innate gift of pursuing what they don't fully know or understand, but they're going to go through the experience and come into that understanding. And I think we do this. And somebody said, I think it was you that was speaking about follow the man where no road. Sometimes when you think about that in a psychological term, follow the man where no road means that there was one man who followed that road before teaching anybody else the road, and he didn't know the road. I believe that this is both the paralysis and the major effect that any Nigerian can bring to the table. Sometimes we have to create that road. Sometimes we have to investigate. Sometimes we go through danger. Sometimes we don't make it. This is what Nigerians have to entail and enter into in this life we're living. Before I end, can I just, I believe it was Prince, my brother. You said something in the comments. I'm not sure if it was you, so forgive me if it was not you. Why is Femi pretending that Nigeria is not a zoo? Was that yourself?
No, that was not me.
Okay, brother. Sorry about that. I'll take it.
Yeah. Why is Seun pretending, not Femi? I said, why is Seun pretending that Nigeria is not a zoo? His own father used animal in human form, animal in this, and now he's kind of pretending that Nigeria is not a zoo. It is a zoo.
Okay, then I'll take back my apology from you and lambast you the more, because that kind of comment, yes, my brother, that kind of comment for me it means that you don't know how to listen. It means you don't like listening. It means whether you're listening or not, you don't care what somebody says, you're still going to put your premise. The fact of the matter is that the man said everywhere is a zoo. There's not a country in this world that doesn't behave like a zoo, which is to behave within its own consciousness as to bring justice. Every last country. That's why you people will say, if you're in a modern country or what is it, a civilized country, all these are stupid, idiotic, ignorant Nigerian fallacies that only in depth up in abuse of what is real. And I think for us to really understand justice in the way it's termed, I'm a man of justice, but I don't believe in all these rules. Justice is quite different from rules. Justice, do you know what that means? But we need to give ourselves justice. We really, really do. And we don't do it the way you just did it. So I must ask you to look at that kind of terminology that you use and rejig it, or at least understand in a better way. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jagan. Let's go to Chim.
Rudolph, thank you. Another kudos for bringing him. I didn't believe he was going to make it eventually, but he proved me wrong. Contrary to what people think, I think most of Fela's children, if not all, are very educated. And I'm not necessarily talking about coming to act in some nicety ways to the public. They are very informed. He doesn't come across as somebody who's just doing a luta for a luta's sake. He's doing it from a very intellectual perspective. His nuances notwithstanding in terms of, the way he wants to carry himself and he speaks. So he proved it. He understands both the geopolitics and, the things we're talking about. The only thing which I try to avoid, because, when you have a speaker or a guest, you try as much as possible not to get interrupting them and all that. I didn't necessarily finish my question, but he took it up from there, so I just let him be to ask it. Because coming back to the concept and question about socialism, I know he understands what he's saying, but if you ask me, my interpretation of what he's simply saying is he believes in capitalism, but he believes in a capitalist system that uses welfarism to take care of the people. So society makes money, and then you use the money to take care of your people. That's what his MOP party, Movement of the People, is trying to accomplish. Because, I have my problem with socialism. I haven't seen any socialist country that has progressed. None, not one. If you practice it, I have gone, while he was talking, I went to read up socialism. Anyone who's practicing what Karl Marx wanted, that all of those places have fallen apart. But China took a different approach to the whole thing. They run a welfare system using the context communism, which is what communism is about. Communism is, like we come from the Southeast, for instance. We take care of our people. Your brother makes money. He sends money to the village. When we tar roads, we contribute money to put, like most Eastern places, villages, got electricity, got good roads, not from government. It was self-effort. That's what communism is all about. So I just think that we need to be very careful when we pander this whole socialist thing that we keep talking about, because the Chinese allow their people to make money, to engage in production. That's why people go to China in the first instance, to go and set up their production outlets. It's cheaper. So they make money, but they pay their dues to the government, and then the government takes whatever it is to take care of the people equally. But if we're to go by what Karl Marx was talking about, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs, we will not have capitalist system, and there will be no socialist society that is working. So that's what, and basically I'll end by saying this: if it was such a good thing, I don't know why Friedrich Engels was supporting Karl Marx. Karl Marx was a pauper. He didn't have money. But his friend, whose parents had money, who came from a wealthy home, was using the resources that his friend was speaking against to take care of him. What an irony. So let's probably go and educate ourselves on some of these things. I don't just, come to talk this. I go and read these things to say, listen, there's a difference between... The problem we have in modern capitalism, yes, and I agree with him, is the selfish capitalist owners. You understand? But in some other societies where they've tried to strike a balance, you know, they make sure these people don't come and dominate the system. And then as they make money, they take care of the less privileged. If that is what his party wants to do, I wish them well. But is left to be seen. Is one thing to want to go into politics. Is the other thing to be able to go in there and hold exactly what it is you believe as your views. Because everybody who has gone there has always changed. We've had a lot of socialist pontificating persons who have gone into politics, and we need to discover that it's not exactly as it is to pontificate. It's one thing to pontificate, it's the other thing to be able to put it into practice. But all in all, he was an excellent guest. He's somebody to have a beautiful conversation with. He knows his onions very well. And one more kudos to you for having been able to bring him. And I hope he can come back some other time.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Appreciate that. Jide?
Yeah, thank you so much for the damages. I have to continue what I was saying earlier. I'm concerned that on this show, there's a lot of cyberbullying, either on the comment section, those that insult other people that are expressing their views on this platform, or I don't know who is behind the scenes. Sometimes they just take people off. I was talking, I haven't finished what I was saying, and someone took me off. And I sent a message to request for me to be back respectfully, and the person did not respond.
Where did you send the message? On the comment?
Yeah, in the chat.
The private chat.
Studio chat. I sent that. Can I come in twice?
Okay, can I answer that? Jide, can I answer? Hold on, sir. So that we don't drag this and make it look like this. Somebody was out there for you. Mr. Rudolph was the one who was handling the show. We all came in as just like you. He didn't tell us, or he was even dropping out. It's just by our own share this that our moderators and will have the voting that we started trying to juggle people around. And people got out of the distance, not that we removed anybody. We just saw them go. We don't know whether it was Rudolph or was, but it wasn't Dominic, it was not Chim, it was not myself. So just like we saw you go, that's the same way we saw other people who go.
Okay.
So when you come and say that cyberbullying or somebody, it's not from the guest, it's not from us. Okay.
So
I didn't mention anybody. I don't know who did it, but
for instance, now if you look at I wish you can see my private chat. It's showing that there are 7 comments. I've not had the time to open it. So it's not just about moderating what is going on here. I'm also dealing with what's going on in the comment, my own phone. People are sending messages to me, producers. So it's not all the time that we will have time, or myself, especially, when we have a guest here, to monitor what's happening on the private chat and monitor what my producers are sending to me. So there are so many complex things. We don't have the manpower to handle this the way it should be. It's not something one person can do. So I apologize for that, but there are a lot of things
Jide, sometimes it could be a technical issue. There's been days last week when I hosted, or 2 weeks ago when KJ hosted, he came into the show and his camera was not coming on, but he was seeing me. I couldn't see him. So there are times when there could be some technical issues. Not every time. I've been on the show like you and I got missing and I was wondering who took me off. So it does happen. I'm not trying to hold forth for anyone if it was someone that took you off, but there are times when technical issues do happen.
No, it's fine. I was thinking it was deliberate because I was wondering who could be the person behind the scenes. Because I'm assuming that there's someone behind the scenes taking people out. But I'm like, I haven't even completed what I was saying. And, because I wanted to say thank you to him. I wanted to mention 1 or 2 things. But it's okay. If it was not intentional, that's fine. I don't think so.
Okay. No, I don't think so.
Okay, no problem. It's okay.
All right. Prince Akwachi, welcome.
Okay, Dr. Damages, my own beef with you is that when I wanted to talk about, I was enjoying the religious aspect, but today I got to know that KJ would have been a reverend father, but he ran away, because of who say sweets. Make it kukuma, he ran away. I have a friend like him, who also told me he came from the seminary. As a matter of fact, his parents are still beefing him today because how the Igbo women, they love their father and all that kind of a thing. So he saw a lady somewhere in UK and decided to abandon the fathership and continued his life as a married man. my own thing, if I want to talk about Seun, my problem with Seun is when you talk about socialism, okay, you're talking about using the people's wealth for the people, which is okay. And when you bring countries like Saudi Arabia, you bring countries like what do you call it? North Korea, they actually practicing socialism. But has it worked there? The only reason why that of Saudi Arabia works is because everybody is involved. Whether you're a prince or whatever it is, you go to work. You work in an office. You have a job to do in order to help the country. In terms of North Korea, I don't want no Kim Jong-un in Nigeria. So that is a no-no. And it so surprises me that somebody like Seun is talking about socialism. So, okay, Seun went to school, which is fine. He went to a private school. Secondly, he was homeschooled. So how does socialism play a role when you are homeschooled? Obviously, your parents have to pay for you to be homeschooled, because if you're talking about let everybody be homeschooled, then how many teachers would the government pay? From what resources? That we don't even know how many barrels of oil that we sell. That the debts.
Hold on, Prince, and not to stop you entirely, but when you're a kid, do you have a saying where you go to school? Why are we talking about where he went to school? He didn't decide to go to school.
What? Oh, okay. So what I'm bringing that in is that when he talk about socialism, that kind of a thing will not happen.
Yeah, you can say that, but you don't put where he went to school on him. He didn't pay school fees. He didn't.
So that at the end of the day, it's not practical. I'm a realist person. It's not gonna work. There is no Jupiter that will make that thing work, especially in Nigeria. And we don't want a king as a president. It's not gonna work. You know, so in the real sense, him trying to, would I say, resuscitate the party that he said had been there, but they're trying to resuscitate it. Is it not too late for it to be registered now? At least for you to register a political party in Nigeria right now, you need over a year and 6 months, and there's no a year and 6 months anymore. It's gone. By the time you resuscitate, you do everything that they ask you to do, and then come online and all that stuff. Time has gone. So I don't see that working out. The reason why I actually wanted to come on, but at one point something just told me now. There is a statement he made. Somehow, some way. I know I don't have a platform, but when you come to social media, we are what is called social media warriors. Yes, I do it. You can see me in different platforms at any time. I might not even talk. Now, what he was saying is that he talked about how Tinubu is, that he's kind of like his ideology is mostly influenced by his uncle, Baker. And he also talked about how Tinubu was Baker's best friend. And then I'm saying, okay, now, is he trying to say that if his uncle was to be alive today, his uncle would have been against Tinubu or what? And the next thing he did, he switched it up and then said that the one thing that he didn't like about his father was his father compromising. I think he said his father compromised before his death or whatever it is. That man had gone to jails several times. He's tired. He's tired of fighting the government. So what was he expecting from that man? I love Fela. If you want, if not for what do you call it, piracy or whatever it is, that's what I play all the time. I play Fela all the time because some of the words he says in there inspires me. And KJ, thank you so much for you guys letting us know that we can even marry second wife. Oh, I'm getting ready. When I go home today, I'm gonna look for that Bible verse and I'll tell my wife, hey, it's good to have that second party too. Eh?
All right.
It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
You're on your own.
All right. Ike is the last person. Ike, welcome. And did you watch?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. No, I didn't watch. I waited for your guest and I missed everywhere I wanted to go. At the end of the day, I didn't see your guest. So
hey, sorry, brother Ike. Doctor, did you say Ike is the last person?
I'm in trouble.
You see why I'm calling you Olodo, doctor? Okay, no problem.
Maybe you need to change your background. There's something. There's no need.
Me and you, we'll have it one day. Don't worry.
All right, go ahead, Ike. I'm sorry for me.
So I waited. I didn't see. I went out. I went out because I went to join my friends who are Madrid. I went there to make sure that they didn't go home well. So and they lost. So I just came in and I wanted to. What I heard was Akwachi saying that he didn't know that KJ went to seminary school. He ran away. And for my brother Akwachi, I want to tell you, I think I was the first person who ran away because I went to seminary school also. So it's not only KJ ran away, I did run away too also, because if I didn't run away, I wouldn't have known who Prince Akwachi is today. And,
don't worry. When I see Madam, I will give her her flowers. She merits it. She got her flowers.
That's good. You know? So it's never KJ. You're not the only person in the book that ran away. I did run away, you know, because like the last comment of Dr. Damages when he was talking about school that Seun went. We are in those days children who doesn't have power to make decisions of the school you want to go. And I want to tell Akwachi, I passed Federal Government College Upperland for scholarship. They said I would not go. I passed Bishop Shanahan College. My family said that I'm not going to go because the person who is going to train me is a teacher. He said it's only when I pass seminary school he will be able to train me. So I took another exam for seminary school and I passed. And then everybody was clapping hand in the family that, yeah, now I'm going to be the Reverend Father in the family. So I went to Mowa Seminary School. You know, right? So by the time, after the third time, we are supposed to go to, you know, about to continue to the high school. Then it was from school that I ran away. I went to Lagos. I told my senior brother in Lagos, I said, listen, I'm not going to continue this school. So my senior brother sent me money through somebody. So after the school, I didn't go home. I went from school. I boarded the Zuchuku to Lagos. And that's how I went to Lagos. My brother told them in the village, hey, your son is no more in school. Your son is in Lagos now, you know. So I ended up in CMS Grammar School. But Femi, the brother of Seun, was a friend also because some of my friends are in Ibobi College. So we used to meet, you know. So that is that. I think at the end of the day, yesterday, people were saying, oh, when you come, don't abuse him, don't bully him, don't do this. So because of that, when he didn't come today, when we are waiting, I said, maybe the spirit of obedience has stopped him from coming, you know. But at the end of the day, you made me to know that he really came today. How many minutes did he spend with you? Because
he was here for about maybe 2 hours, I guess. I don't know. I have to check the time he spent. But
okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. No problem. The only thing is that I'm always happy to be in the platform. I just want to, you know, lighten up the weekend and the new week for everybody. I didn't hear what he said, and I don't want to make a comment about what he said. So I just want to say, God bless all of you. We wish each and every one of us the best of the week. Nigeria is our country, but you know, we will continue to, you know, pray that Nigeria get better. We cannot run away from it. But you know, yesterday something happened. I wanted to come in when forefather came in, but KJ, I want to thank you also yesterday, because I wanted to, you know, I was the only person in this platform who started the work that where is forefather from, because Dr. Damages continued to tell me that it's not important to ask people where are they coming from. That is not the reason why he has his platform. But at the end of the day, I have said it here in the platform. I said it early this year. I said, if I visit London and I see forefathers on the street, and I'm going to run 1 million miles away from him, because I don't know what he is. I don't know who he is. I don't know who he will represent. I don't know where he belongs. So I can't, if I see him in London, I said it there in this platform. I said, if I see him in London, I will go far away from him, because I don't know what he stands for. So, but whenever he hears about Igbo people, whenever he hears Igbo name, he is so crazy about the Igbos. And KJ was saying yesterday that I lived in Mali for 13 good years. I was the vice president of Nigerian community in Mali and the chairman of Igbo community in Mali for almost 10 years. They have Odudu, Yorubas have Odudu. The Hausas, they do the Ariwa meeting. Why is it that when Igbo people say they are Biafra, every Nigerian get apprehensive? What's your problem? What is the problem of Nigeria? Ariwa people don't hide their meeting. They do Ariwa meeting. Oduduwa people, they do Odua meeting. What's the problem when Igbo says that they are Biafra? What's your problem? Forefathers will carry it upon his head as if that Igbos are his problem. The Igbo man is not the problem of forefathers. You know, and I keep saying it here every time that each and every one of us, we know where we come from. We don't hide where we come from, but every time we bring the issue of former Dr. Damages will tell me, it's not about, we don't need to know where somebody comes. It's not important. That's not why we are here. Listen, we live in a dangerous world. We don't know who we are dealing with, because I don't know who this guy is.
Thank you, Ike. Maybe. Honest. What do you want me to say? I have been saying the same thing all the time. The only person I know is from where he's from. I've not met anybody.
No, Brother Rudolph. It's not that I don't understand your point of view, and it's not that I don't understand Brother Ike's point of view. The fact is, I think it was me, the first person to query forefathers about where he's from, and he used it as a way to flip the situation and to suggest that tribalism is the problem of Nigeria. And again, I went against him. I said, what are you talking about? Tribalism is the problem. I'm a tribalist. And what I mean by that is I am proud to be of Yoruba state. What are you proud of? I had to ask him, what did he say? I'm proud of being Nigerian. I said, you're a joker. How can you be proud of Nigeria? It's a dump full of rubbishness. So it would be nice if we're going to behave as brothers that we introduce ourselves as brothers. And then I Speak the Truth came up and started speaking the same nonsense with the forefathers. Okay, fair enough. I don't care what your name is. You get me? I don't really care.
Okay, sorry, Jagan, I'm not, because Femi will deal with me. Let's hear from him. Maybe we can finish.
Okay, no problem.
Femi, go ahead. We're talking about
if it has helped, I have done some web crawling. Forefathers is from River State, so I hope that settles it.
I think so. I thought he was a job man.
Right. So anyway, so Seun, obviously it did not disappoint. And quickly, just to pivot to something I've heard, not because I'm not corrector in chief. I had an uncle that was a doctor in Saudi Arabia for at least a decade. And even after he left, recent information doesn't suggest that much has changed in terms of the workforce when it comes to the citizens of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Majority of them do not work because they actually subsist on monies that's funneled into their accounts by the government. So there's some aspect of socialism mixed with capitalism that works in those places. Because I heard Prince say something about contrary, and I just thought it was right to correct that. Most of those guys don't work. Now, as for Finland, Denmark, Norway, and the other Nordic countries, Sweden, they're an example that whilst they're not wholly socialists, they're an example of what Chim was talking about and the direction in which he channeled the question when Shion had answered that it's actually possible to make the quality of life across various spheres, from education to health to just social welfare and what have you. It works. Yes, they pay high taxes, but they're actually happy. A lot of them, when you ask them, they're actually happy because they see how it affects them in various spheres. Finally, again, earlier I'd mentioned something about this guy called Ben Norton, and which was the reason why he awakened me to ask the question I asked, especially in the light of the fact that, yes, well, again, I'm not opposed to if America wants to come and help Nigeria, but away from the resources, when listening to Ben Norton earlier this morning, there were things I mentioned, because history has a way of, if not necessarily repeating itself, of multiplying itself. And he went as far as mentioning the Rothschilds, the Forbes, the Astons, the Cabots, Delanos, and the Roosevelts, and the parts those guys played in drug trafficking, especially when you look at what's happening with respect to Venezuela today. There's a deeper thing that happens around the world beyond, and that's why, again, I keep looking at the fact that Dr. Damages, I applaud you for the fact that a lot of times you try to give us the impression that you want us to think about the world and then and then localize it. We're not alone. There's a lot of things going on in the world that goes beyond just, America in this case, for example, wants to come and help us. So I like the fact that he answered it the way I perceived was what I just felt was the right way, and I'll just end it that way.
All right, thank you, Femi. Tony, you have a final word.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, everyone on the platform and those who are listening. Doctor, can you just permit me to, before you brought Femi in, there was a discussion that was going on, and I think I was about to speak when, we came in and then took the program with Seun. But there were some misconceptions that were put out there that I felt that it's necessary to correct. If you allow me, I'll just quickly do that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one, I think Dr. Dominic was saying something about Emperor Constantine, Roman Emperor. And I think there was a little bit of a challenge on what he was saying, but I think he was right in saying that by 321 AD, Emperor Constantine declared Sunday a free day, a work-free day. And he was the first Christian, first Roman emperor to be a Christian, and consequently laid the ground for making Christianity a state religion in the old Roman Empire. And then that translated to what we see today. I think he was right. KJ also did say, in passing, there was a discussion about Christianity and stuff, and he was talking about resurrection. If Christ died on a Friday, I put that in quotes because there was no Friday at the time. But if he died, say, on a Friday, as we regard it today, and rose on a Sunday, it's not 3 days. So there's a question mark there. But I think that's wrong, because if you look at the concept of day from the Jewish tradition and the way it is in the Bible, the day begins at sundown with the Jews. And the way it is in the Bible, the day begins when the sun is down. That's about 6:30 p.m. till through the next morning. And then about the same time that the sun is going down, that's a day. That's how it is in the Bible. So if you count from that basis, you see that it's 3 years. That is 3 days to resurrection. So that is a typical if you go to Genesis, and the evening and the morning were the first day. So you count from the evening down to the morning and then go again to before sundown. That's one day. That's how it is calculated in the Jewish tradition. And that's why when we were talking about your mother also being a Sabbath, once it is 6 or 6:30, they won't do anything, because that's when the day starts. So that Sabbath day starts. If you check the Jewish tradition, that's about in the evening that they start, not in the morning, the way we count it. For us, the conventional day starts in the morning and goes to the evening. No, that's not how it's counted scripturally and biblically. I just wanted to correct that. Then the third thing I want to say is that I think it was Stay Humble that was talking about Sunday, that the prescription on Sunday as a worship day for Christians started with Paul. No, that's not true. Paul was born between 4 AD and 6 AD. Jesus had died at that time. Resurrection took place before that time, and it was a resurrection. That is what they call the last day. That was when that practice started. If you go to the Didache, there's no time to talk about that, but these are the ancient, before you have the scripture, properly documented the way we have it now. There are guidelines that was laid down, as to how Christians should conduct and practice their religion. Is the Didache. If you look at it, you find out, it gives you information that the worship between AD 1 and 2, Christians have started worshiping on the first day, which is a Sunday. So it was not Paul that started it. It came before Paul. Paul was not even alive. Paul was not born. He didn't see Jesus, physically. I mean, spiritually, he had a Christophany. But Christ had died before Paul was born. And they have started that practice of worship on a Sunday. Previously, it was if you follow critically the Jewish tradition, it was on a Saturday. But if you go to the theology of the Old and New Testament, you understand this properly. I just wanted to say that, lay that, because I see some misunderstanding and inconsistencies in the views. And the last thing I want to say, someone said that because we don't keep the Sabbath, 80% of Christians will go to hell. That has no scriptural basis. It is not by works.
Tony, correction. He didn't say so. He was inferring that if we were to go by that whole remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, that it means a lot of us are already breaking it and then we will go to hell. It was just a comment. He didn't say that's what's going to happen.
No, he said 80% of Christians will go to hell. I heard
Tony, I'm not taking words from your mouth, but why are we bringing this Christianity thing again? Can we put it on Friday?
No. I took permission from Dr. Damages, and he said I should go ahead. And I thought that was something that was put out there and needed to be corrected. We can discuss it some other day.
Just tell me the one that says I can have a virgin when I'm sick. That's what I want to hear from the Bible. Tell me.
Oh, okay. Judah, no, hold on. That what Tony said is wrong. Let me tell you why. The Sabbath of each day starts at 6 p.m. The recollection of history said that Jesus was crucified on a Friday. He gave up the ghost around 3 p.m. By 6 p.m., that day was concluded, right? So the counting of the Sabbath begins 6 p.m. Friday evening. So if you count 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. of Saturday, it's one day. If you count 6 p.m. of Saturday to 6 p.m. of Sunday, it's 2 days. So look, I'm not here to argue that, because in the first place, Easter is not even a Christian celebration. Ishtar is a god of the worship of the guy who decided to move the Sunday to that day, which is the Constantine. But let's not go there. Okay? If you guys want, as Rudolph ends this program, let's go there. Okay? We can start. I'll be willing to start another this thing. So we'll discuss that. These things they're written there. If you are a Christian, just you can do your own research. Don't wait for the pastor to tell you what to do or what to say.
No, it's not the pastor it's not the pastor that is telling me.
No,
we can find the time to discuss it.
No. I'm not saying this to you, Tony. I'm just saying this to anybody who is out there. I'm not saying take my word for it. I'm saying go do your own research and understand for yourself. Because Christianity or religion is a thing, it's a personal thing. nobody should force you into any mold. That's why I said to people, don't force anybody. Let the people decide. Because whatever decision you make, it is for you that will eventually enjoy it or suffer the consequence, according to some of my friends. Thank you so much.
All right.
Can I ask you, Rudolph, before you run, that we now have a third moderator? I don't know if he moderated with us yesterday, Tony, and he did a fine job. A fine job, I must say. There were far few incidences. He moderated well. You know, he's only, again, it was a different style. Just as Chim's style is quite different, KJ's style is different again. But for us to continue instead of ending quite early, for us that would like a continuation, can he do the job for us?
My God! Oh,
Thank you, Tony. I don't know. I didn't watch. I'm not doubting whether he did a wonderful job. They can talk to Tony and they can decide, because there's some other things involved. You know, I don't know whether Tony has access to the back end. So there are many things involved. I don't know how that happened.
Well, what happened yesterday was KJ was in the background, and he ended the show in terms of the technological kind of positions.
All right. They can talk about that. I think they let me just end with this.
Thank you.
Let me just end with this. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for being patient, and again, this attempt to get Seun on the show started long ago. I was in touch with him when he was touring abroad. So sometimes at the point I wanted to call it off and say, but I knew that until I hear from him, I can't say he's not coming. So that was what was the delay, that you didn't see me. I was trying to reach out to him. And so sometimes things like this happen, especially in the entertainment industry, with politicians too. You know, there are a lot of things around them that this is not, but I'm happy that it came up and it happened the way it happened, and we had an interesting conversation. For the rest of the year, we are going to hopefully end the year with a bang. But again, we can't say anything until we get the confirmation from the people we've been pursuing. There are people we've been trying to reach for months. Until we get them, we can't say that that's our guess. So again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, those on the comment section, those that watched at home. Those that had the trust that we are going to get him, and he eventually showed up. And let me thank those that supported us. Oriako Tope is our big supporter. Thank you so much. Oscar Blackstone, thank you. T. Majek, thank you so much for your support. These are the people that without them we won't be here. Ibo Basics, thank you. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much. Let me see. T Majek, Ibo Basic, T Majek, Oriako, Tope. Real K, thank you so much for your support. Mr. Show, thank you so much. George Blue Shell, thank you. Ibo Basic, thank you. T Majek, thank you. All right, so that's I have a guest for next week, but I'm trying to have a different format for next week. I'm trying to see if we can have a kind of debate. So I've gotten one person that will debate. If we can't get the other person, we will have him as a guest for next week. Again, thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you. Those that watched at home, thank you. We see you next on Saturday. Yeah, KJ.
Okay, so we will just put up the next stream. If I will put it up, and Tony is here. If I can't continue, he will continue, and I'll come back and put it up. But that will be just for the next 2 hours, so you all can say what you want to say.
All right, thank you, KJ. Ike.
30 seconds. Yeah. Somebody was asking on the comment section, did you meet your wife in Mali? I want to tell Dr. Damages, if Dr. Damages invite me as a guest, then I can be able to tell my love story. God bless you.
Oh, if you want, yeah, we can do that. Some days we don't have guests, so we can do that. I can write you down. Tony, before we go, Tony, did you go to a seminary too?
I did.
Okay, I think that. So
I'm part of the club.
Dr. Damages, if you don't mind me asking, how come you yourself you didn't go to the seminary? Because it looks like what that place can, you know, it does not exist.
I went to St. Paul Seminary, Benin City.
You see, so Tony, and KJ, they all went to, and I can tell you, I have a lot of friends who went and ran away.
And Dr. Dominic.
Dr. Dominic, there are so many of them. They are always well informed about the Bible and theology and stuff.
Very dangerous people.
Yeah, but let me. Now that we're talking about this, KJ, because I won't be able to join you guys. You know that when you have this show, I started talking to Seun like at 2 a.m. this morning till now. So you find out that it's not just when the time you spend on air here. There have been so many things you've been doing behind the scenes. So it's been a long day for me. But let me just maybe KJ, when you go to the next platform, you can discuss this. You said that world without end. That you mentioned it as part of the Lord's Prayer. It wasn't originally part of it, but I think it was added later on by some people. So in the conversations that we do have about the Bible, sometimes I wish that we can find somebody who can talk about the making of the Bible, because people look at it like the words are exactly, they dropped from heaven. You have to remember there were parts that were taken out that were not part of the Bible that were considered. So, and there were some parts of the Bible, and I'm not saying I was an authority. There were parts of the Bible that, if you go to Catholic Bible, you see some that they accepted, but the Anglican
don't accept.
Yeah, accept those ones. So this is not a book that you can, and they were written that were done in the process of putting it together. So we have to be careful how we project certain things about the Bible and the way we take it as this is exactly what Peter said. This is exactly what John said. Anyway, but that's a conversation for another day. And then KJ, maybe you can explain to people, this is very important because you kept talking about, because I listened to you guys when I was trying to contact Seun. And it's interesting when you are listening and they're talking about things as you're not there, you get a different perspective. You were talking about, you can argue with some people who are not Christians, you know, in terms of, because they don't understand the Bible. And I'm thinking, we were saying that, I'm thinking about missionaries. How did they come to convince people around the world? Because they're talking to people who were not Christians. I think everybody should be able to argue, have a conversation with people, especially those who do not believe, those who do not understand. You have superior knowledge. You should be able to find a way to pass that across to them. Otherwise,
Rudolph, on that point, you know, there's a difference between trying to convert someone and trying to discuss or argue with someone. They're not the same thing at all.
So there's a different. Okay. I don't know everything. That's why.
You see. Because some people just want to argue for argue's sake. Okay. So no matter what you explain to them, they will still find a way to make it rowdy, to make it, make it look as if you yourself don't. So you don't want to get into that, rabbit hole. It doesn't have an end. Okay.
The last thing I wanted to say, talking about kids, you guys were talking about why they were having many kids or getting married, more than one wife. People forgot that period, there were a lot of kids die, children die a lot. So people tend to have more children, factoring in the fact that some of them will not be alive by the time they get to even adult age. So the idea is that, and we know now, based on what we know about science, that there are many cases of sickle cell in sub-Saharan Africa, black kind of society, where you find kids born and they die again, born and they say they are abiku or banje, it's simply sickle cell. So it's also a factor that most parents, and I can use my family as an example, most parents at that time, our grandfathers, great-grandfathers, when they are having children, they have to think, these two may not live till the 15, and they don't know why, and they have to have more so that they would subtract the one. So I'm not saying that the one about labor is not a factor. It's also a factor, but there are other factors responsible.
Yeah, factors also like the more children you have, the more blessed you are supposed to be.
Okay.
As in, they say, oh, this person has having a large family was a big deal. It meant that you were really productive.
Yeah, so, and also because they don't have to pay school fees, so they don't.
There was no school to be paid.
No school fees to pay, so they don't have to worry about that. Anyway, thank you guys for everything. I just wanted to say that so that you know that I listen to that, and a lot of people listen, even though they are not part of the conversation. And this conversation will continue. I might go somewhere and I will say, "Oh, KJ said this. Do you know what Jagun said?" So this is very important what we do here, and I thank everybody. Thank you all. And KJ, you can go to the next platform and continue your conversation. Thank you, Jagun, for being here. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Prince Akwachi. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, everybody who joined us. I appreciate all of you. I will see you next Saturday. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll meet in the other show.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
How now?
I did. We have not ended.